Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the one, the only. Welcome to RaceFace GT3 Endurance Season 3. My name is Stephen Koenig, and joining me in the box is the world's slowest alien, Janneman Price. Janneman, how are you doing this evening? Oh, this morning. Afternoon. Jeez, I'm getting really confused.
So what is it? Is it now good morning or good evening or good afternoon?
Depends when you're watching the video.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Stephen. I'm doing well. You know, as you said, it's endurance time. It's race time. You know, qualifying was done a while ago, so everybody's out on the grid. They're waiting for the race to start in about 40 seconds time. You know, it's totally different when you sit there on an endurance grid and, you know, it's not just 55 minutes. It's not just an hour and 20 minutes. Tonight we have 8 hours of racing. So it's a total different mindset.
Absolutely. Now, to give everyone a bit of a heads up, qualifying has been pre-done for each of the cars. So Luke Addison of the Genesis Esports will be leading out the field with Bago Krubler Hybrid Academy Fire. Christian Fenter in the Evolved Racing will be out there lying in third place. Good to see good number of teams returning. We've got also for the Genesis Esports Academy, Christian Deploy, Ronaldo Busma for KSR Musketeers. And we got ZRC is going to be out on circuit as well. Can't wait to see how this is all going to work out. But Janneman, lots on the line here. Quite a few teams have made it. 35 cars on the grid. Everyone with up to 3 drivers are going to be having an absolute tremendous time here at Imola. A very difficult circuit for one to go and put out, but also a circuit that, well, has a synonymous history in endurance racing. Your thoughts onto this?
Yeah, absolutely. Imola is a circuit that me and you have done a couple of enduros on. Absolutely awesome circuit. It's quite an iconic circuit. Also a circuit, you know, it's got a bit of tragic history to it, but you know, it's got one of my all-time favorite corners on any track. You know, the Aqua Minerale going through that is just absolutely spectacular. The faster the race car, the more spectacular it gets. I mean, Stephen, me and you have done 6 hours enduros around here in an LMP1. We will forget that. We'll have a little bit of a chat about that later. Thank you for cars with batteries, but tonight or afternoon, we're racing GT3s around Imola, and I'm looking forward to, you know, truly a tremendous race.
It's going to be an absolutely fantastic one, and a big shout out to everyone joining us over at RaceFace.Pro YouTube. Glad to have you guys here. And a big shout out to, before the race even starts, to all the admin that put this together to ensure that we're going to have an endurance race. I mean, especially in times where we just got, as of 10 minutes ago, load shedding warning at 4 o'clock, starting at 4. So I'm going to actually be turning on the generator at 6 just to keep all the action up to date. But it really does show that people love to come back for punishment, especially an 8-hour endurance race. This is going to push man, machine, teams, pit bosses, everyone you know is about to go and get put through the absolute ringer out there. And I can't wait to see how it's all going to turn out, who's going to be able to go across at the end. We do have different classes though. We do have a pro class and a pro-am class. We will try and give you as much detail as possible of where the guys are for those pro and pro-am classes. But as our leader makes his way around the final corner, this is where you start warming up. This is where it starts getting interesting. This, for the Genesis Esports team, lining up with the Hybrid Academy Fire. They used to be called Fire and Ice, now going just for Fire because they're going to bring the heat.
Fire. Yeah.
They're going to bring the heat in this race. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get yourselves ready. Grab some popcorn as we get ready to go green. So, Jim, over to you to tell us when we're going green. Tim, the cameraman, going to give us all the show as we wait to the line, waiting for the lights. time now. Maybe sort of getting there. this
Just
is
still some way from the line. There we go.
And away they go. 8 hours of Imola, round 1 of the RaceFace GD3 Endurance Championship. Taking off. Bego Krobler trying to go on defensive. He has got Christian Deploy and Christian Venter trying to go after him as everyone goes and figures out where they can go. This is where the drivers are going to have to push a little bit hard just to ensure that they can go and make some early moves and get into a stable rhythm. Maeth Musa really pushing hard in the Project Vapor. He's got Vincent Nell and Quan Duplessis trying to chase him down. Vincent Nell, part of the logistical nightmare team, coming out and chasing Maeth Musa. I've got to say, one of the most beautiful looking BMWs out there is this Project Vapor team, just because it's different.
Yeah, actually, you spoke about it before the race, and I'm having a look at it now. I love seeing liveries that are different, liveries that are designed, thinking a little bit outside the box, because that's what me and you normally tend to do. We don't go for the normal stuff. We tend to go for the different looking stuff. And who will remember, or who will, me and you, I'm pretty sure, a couple of cars taking a bit of a wide line through Aqua Minerale there, Stephen. Think cold tires.
That's Ethan Lacuna was part of the mix in the Lamborghini. This is for the ZRC team, really not having a good one. A couple of cars landed up with a problem. For the Zodiac team, not quite getting the launch they want. You can see the PWSR car chasing in the background, and contact with car number 3. That's Ruin Henniker that landed up with that contact and pushing off one of the Porsches. So 3-4 cars involved in that little spill as they seem to get up and going once again.
I mean, first lap completed of many, Stephen. We've got 7 hours and 58 minutes left of racing. Might have been just a little bit of cold brakes, cold tires combination there, getting caught out by that, and unfortunately a little bit of contact, but you've got basically 8 hours, Stephen, to make that back up. And at this stage, we're looking at Barcase, and he's got Duplessis behind him. Nice little battle in the early stages. I'm pretty sure, Stephen, as the race progresses, the field will span out a little bit more, and as the guys get into their rhythm, and we've said it before, 8-hour race, a lot of diving up on the inside, nice one. So they want it.
Barkazen and Ruin Cilia's going and having a battle. The Project Vapor, the pencil-etched Ferrari battling it out with the KSR factory team side by side under braking, and these guys taking it much like a sprint race for an early on run. But this does hurt tires, and from the start of it, yes, it's fantastic to get into a fight, but what is it going to do to your strategy, fuel, tires? All of that's going to come into play, and you won't find out about it now. No. You'll find out when it comes to the last 30 minutes, when you have to put another 0.5 liters left in the tank because you used it all on the start. Yeah.
But, different approaches. I know me and you in the early stages of an Enduro, we pretty much just like to keep it alive. At the end of the day, what I want to say, you want to try and minimize the time spent in the pits as we have a look at Bego, Grobler and Venter. See Bego not really putting up a fight there. I think Bego might be playing the long game. He's coming back. He's not going to take this lying down in true Bego, Grobler fashion.
No, he's going to go and give it everything he's got. Christian Venter going on the defensive. Bego really pushing hard, and just getting informed that the microphone was a little bit turned down. I do apologize. Busy trying to figure out. I know if I move slightly closer to my microphone, it's one thing I need to grab a boom arm at some point. But yes, absolutely amazing racing going on. Ronaldo Boersma chasing down behind for the KSR Musketeers. He's right onto the back of Bego Krobler, trying to push him into a mistake. And that's giving Christian Venter a good bit of run to try and run away.
I mean, absolutely. I thought for one split second Bego was playing the long game, and he proved me wrong very quickly.
So just trying to break away from it. A little bit further back, Mahath Musa has got Quan Duplessis right behind him. The Project Vapor team doing everything they can to run in a bit of a formation. Quan Duplessis actually getting a little bit of a poor exit, and that has allowed Paul the Wall Fenter to go and catch up to him in the Aston Martin. They did take a look at the Porsche, but Paul said no, he's not a big fan of it, won't battle too much with it, and he's going to rather sit it out. Going to go back to the old reliable Aston Martin, which we've seen has done a phenomenal job in endurance racing. Even last season, Aston Martin was one of the cars to go and keep an eye out for going for the podium. Side-by-side action, Bego Krobler and Ronaldo Boersma. Ronaldo giving a slight little contact, but is all good as the BMW starts trying to pull away from the Ferrari. So Bego now dropping back. This is the first endurance here at RaceFace, so we're going to see these Ferraris going the long stint. So 8 hours of racing, mid-engine, newer car. Your thoughts into this, because we've got the new Ferrari, we've got the new McLaren that's recently dropped, and I mean, that is the Evo 2, which down in 11th place is Conrad Hicks. He's actually got the new Evo 2 McLaren, and really showing off what it can do, which is a bit of a gamble to take a car like that that's just dropped so quickly once again.
Yeah, and I see it's the Rosas out on track. Stephen, yeah, taking a brand new car in an endurance, I won't say it's a risky, but it is a bit of an unknown. A lot of the teams might be settling for a car that they might be more familiar with. You mentioned Paul Fenter and the Aston Martin going for Old Faithful. Talking about me and you in endurance racing, as we do a lot of endurance racing together, when we go for GT3, what do we go for? The comfy one.
Yeah, this is the thing. You've got to think about what's the long game here, where are you going to all sit, and this is what a lot of different drivers have, been chatting to their teams, months and months of planning, all coming to this, where the guys are going to absolutely give it their all. And so far, the grid is starting to open up a little bit. Paul Fenter going after Quan Duplessis, really just trying to follow him through, trying to put a bit of pressure onto him. Mahaif Musa just ahead is putting pressure onto Vincent Nell from the Logistical Nightmare team. So I've just got to say, it's really, really good to see a good pairing of drivers all around. We do have quite a few drivers that have joined up for this endurance season. And while we take a good look at the Logistical Nightmare car, here is Ramon Ionka a little bit further back. He's in 25th, chasing down Loic Randabal and Wilfred Robson. And, well, gentlemen, as it goes, what is going to be running through the minds of these drivers, these teams? What needs to be done to ensure that they can claw these cars right up to the top?
Well, Stephen, it's something I mentioned a little bit earlier on, and I know for us it's a very important thing. It's try minimizing time spent in the pits. Try not to get the car towed back to pits. I mean, all the small little things that make you lose time out on track. And then I'm pretty sure all these teams, or most of these teams, will have a certain goal in the beginning stages or beginning hours of this race. They've got target positions that they would like to reach, or that goal might be as simple as keep it out on track. Don't meet a wall or something like that. Even if that means for that specific team that they need to dial back and run a second slower or so per lap time. I mean, as you mentioned, we're sitting with different classes races together, so the goals are going to be different for certain teams.
Yeah, and we're also trying out something new for the season. We're running 8 to 6 hour races instead of the usual 12 and 24.
It's a sprint race.
Well, that's it. We're giving a bit more of a longer sprint race, but there's a couple of caveats to this circuit, and that is going to be running track limits over time. Now, remember, you've been working out your fuel stops, when you're going to pit, what tires you're going to put on, and so on and so on. Land up with a bit of a drive-through penalty that can put a ding in your plan very quickly. Getting involved in an accident can also ding your plan quite a bit. So as we see, Bego Krobler chasing down Ronaldo Boersma at the moment, trying to go up on the inside. He wasn't able to do it. Ronaldo going very, very defensive, holding him at bay. Ronaldo, part of that KSR Musketeers team, looking to make a bit of an impact. And so far has been on a bit of a hard charge. I've got to give it up for him. Ronaldo Boersma pairing up with Bernard King and Ruan van der Westhuizen. Well, Bago Hrobler is with Daniel Rowe and Ryan Ottens for their driver pairing for this race. And right behind them, they do have Johan Kleinans. We usually have the old chatterbox going in, letting us know what's going on. And I'm looking forward to actually getting a bit of feedback with the guys, especially as time goes on. What are they going to feel during the entire race?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to Kleinhans's chats. You know, maybe if he's watching the stream on the side, Jon, you know, let us know how it's out on track, and then Steven on screen.
Eddie Francis in that I can't even get it right.
in the Footsack Racing Porsche.
I was about to say Fett Cook, but he's definitely looking a bit second hand.
Yeah, I know.
You see from the split of Christian Deploy chasing down Luke Addison, the two teammates going and working together. They've also good to see Luke Addison back behind the wheel. Last time we saw him was with the Grid Championship. We know that he was actively talking to the guys as a race engineer, but also Luke Addison going and taking a break from the SRO, which he did a race at Monza. Was the last time I saw him. He's going and having a bit of fun out on the circuit currently, supporting his teammates and hoping to help pull to the front, which makes me wonder, who is the race engineer that's going to be talking their way through it? Wilford going and having a bit of a battle, and this Eleanor Cheese and Wine. I found out a little bit of information about Wilford and his team. The Cheese and Wine is because they're more refined. They're the elder statesmen. They've pulled out their parchments. They have signed the parchments. They've dipped the quill into the ink, and they're out there showing refinement. While Ramona Jonker and Hansi Myberg are going to try and put as much pressure as possible onto the back of it. Cheese
and wine can go both ways. You can either be refined or, you know, in rugby when they talk about the Carson vein spun, you know, that's a lot of the guys will know what I'm talking about. That's your DE team.
Okay.
So cheese and wine, not necessarily a good thing, but it's good to know what perspective they see it.
You know what? Long as they're having fun. John Rebutha for Team Kerygma Racing, chasing after the likes of Ruin Celia's just ahead of him, really giving everything he can. And Ruin Celia's just with that etched art. I've got to say the Project Vapor team's got me on the fence of what's got the best color scheme, because I do love this etched art sort of styling. And talking about it, he bails off into the dirt.
He wants to give you a better look of the color scheme.
There we go. And now
there's a Porsche as well in the back.
Oh, there's Devin Ellis for Team Tryhard Racing getting himself all sorted, and a couple of guys now starting to make those early on mistakes. Thoughts onto this so far, as we see Gareth Hawkins. He's in a battle with Ethan Lacuna and Ryan Heineke right behind him. So your thoughts into this as we jump on board with Gareth Hawkins. We don't really see him. Currently the owner and sponsor for the Genesis esports team. So the Hawks Racing team out there in full flight as he battles out with Ruin Heineke. Slight contact between the two. That is the second time we've actually seen contact with Ruin Heineke a little bit early on into that braking mark. And I wonder if it's just not expecting the guys to be slowing down as much.
One of the problems,
tunnel visioned.
One of the problems with Aquaman Raleigh is there are, you know, guys taking different lines, different braking points through there. And it does depend up kind of on the setup of the car. For me personally, the setups that I run, there's a small little brake as you enter Aquaman Raleigh, shifting down, and then hard on the brakes before you go up. Other setups don't actually brake before, they just lift as they go into Aquaman Raleigh. So if the car before you brakes, you will, you know, close up on that car quite rapidly, because you are entering that corner a lot quicker than what they are.
I can tell from mixing it up with the different cars that we've driven, like the Audi LMP1. it's more of a lift, coast it through, and then get back onto the power versus the GT3s. But these are what the guys are going to have to work out, figure out what's going to be the best idea, as we see Mario Skuman of SRE Apex chasing down. The guys are having to figure out what's going to be beneficial for them, what's going to be the ideas in the long term. They were practicing in the rain at one point, so query rain may come. Well,
at this stage, Stephen, I'm keeping an eye on the weather forecast here on the side. It looks sunny at least for next half an hour, so we should have about at least 6.5 hours or another half an hour of sunny weather ahead. I'll keep an eye on it, if it does change, but who knows?
It's going to be very, very interesting. And you see a couple of drivers where they're faster in some sectors versus others. And this is the whole thing about endurance racing. Sometimes you are a little bit quicker than your fellow drivers around you, but you've got to try and figure it out. It's not a sprint race. You've got to try and figure out what's going to be useful for the tires. Yes, everyone wants to push ahead. As we see Bego Krobler, he's actually falling down the ladder, gets Kleinons past him, and now it's got Vincent Nell all over him. So Bego now having to just try and battle back. But we're going to see different driving styles coming into play with not only our pro drivers but our AM drivers that are also out there. The pro and the AM teams are really going to do what they can to try and move forward. The interesting part, I feel, is going to be later towards the race, where everyone's starting to get tired, everyone's starting to do their pit stops, and we're actually going to take a look at seeing when the guys do their pit stops, if they're going to take on tires, if they're going to just go for fuel. These are all little aspects that they've got to be so careful of, because you don't want to take on tires unnecessarily, but at the same time, you don't want to go and run tires absolutely ragged until they completely destroyed. Otherwise, you'll end up in a world of hurt. These are all different factors that will come into play for the RaceFace GT3 Sprint Series. Mayath Musa giving it a chase, so he's trying to make this a little bit of a 4-car battle train for the likes of 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position at the moment.
I mean, you were talking about not overdriving the tires. I mean, absolutely, some of these teams will have a strategy of trying to double stint the tires. Might not be now, but, we're still sitting at 30-degree track temperature, but later on in the race, where things cool down a bit, you try and double stint those tires to lessen the amount of time spent in the pits. Also, you were chatting about the different drivers, and it's all going to depend on the team combination of drivers, so to say. I mean, for the front running teams, pretty much both the drivers, or all three of the drivers, are very quick. But as you go further down the field, teams might have different strategies, where one driver needs to fulfill a specific role, for instance fuel saving, and the other drivers will be there to put in the quick lap times.
Alright, and just getting reports, weather has been disabled due to load shedding, so just to try and help out. Big thank you to Grant Sebastian. Dylan Hall also giving a bit of reports saying that...
Can load shedding now disable weather as well?
Well, it turns the clouds off. Dylan Hall also saying Orion normally carries a lot of speed through Aquamarali, and he's been caught out a little bit there. So, fair enough. I mean, we were talking about drivers moving forward and what's going to be the capabilities of everyone, and that's what you need, a mix of drivers to do it. And as you brought up, some to save fuel, some to save tires, some to really put the hammer down and lay the pressure. So these are different little factors that are going to start adding up in the long term of what's going to happen, and we really looking forward to seeing how it's going. As we got Duplessis out for the GSR racing team, he is giving chase to Quinten van Rensburg just ahead of him. So he's having a bit of fun out there. And Quinten not holding back at this point, but getting chased down by the Ferrari. The BMW just not having the same straight line pace compared to the 298 Ferrari GT3, diving up on the inside. And as we head a little bit further down to another little battle, Ashley Wilson going and having fun with Bernard Barkhuizen, and Heinrich de Wet trying to give chase. This is on board with Heinrich de Wet, as he's just trying to eye out where to go to try and figure out what's going to be the right way to get past these competitors. Now, we did also bring up a little bit of an aspect of two different classes coming into it. You've got your AM class and your Pro-Am class. Janneman, your thoughts into this and what it can do?
Well, it's not entirely the case, Steve, but it does turn this race into kind of a multi-class race. You know, the type of racing me and you do, where there's different classes of cars on track, where you have a bit of a faster car and a bit of a slower car. So it's an 8-hour race, Stephen. So there will be a fair amount of lapping going on, and you know, then it becomes a bit of an art. The faster driver needing to get past the car he's lapping without losing losing the least amount of time possible. And the other one is the car being lapped, also letting the faster car through without losing, the least amount of time possible. So it does bring an interesting aspect to it, and I like it, and I like to see it. You know, the different classes racing together. It's also nice for the slower guys to race with the faster guys, because and I think it was Mr. Dylan Hall that said, you'll never become quicker unless you race with people faster than you.
It's going to be very, very interesting. And we're also going to have a chat to a couple of the guys a little bit later during the course of this 8-hour endurance race of Imola here at RaceFace. Really, really look forward to seeing how the guys are moving forward. What are they going to do? It's going to be some very, very interesting conversations. I do think we're going to have some very heated debates happening in the combox as well, with the different competitors, just asking them their thoughts, asking them their opinions, and that's it. We're going to get all the raw information and get it out to you guys as much as possible, much like we've got Tim the cameraman giving us a few shots. A big shout out to Tim. Without him, we would be pretty much lost at this point. But some say Tim the cameraman squints sideways, as we see a bit of a Quinton van Rensburg, Jory Duplessis, and Ruin Cilliers all going and battling it out into the chicane.
Sorry, I was still at the science of squinting sideways, but okay.
That's Tim. Oh, contact! Duplessis getting contact from Cilliers. And let's actually take a look what happened there. Let's go to the helmet cam. Did Cilliers get caught out under braking? You can see he's trying to figure out where to go by. And gets a big run up on the back of Duplessis into the toe. Slipstream coming in hand now. This is where it's going to get a little bit tricky. And, completely caught out under braking.
Sure.
Did not expect Duplessis to just slam on the anchors, and that threw him all the way down. And we're going to see more and more of that happening, but I'm sure there's going to be some talks with what's happening.
Yeah, it's an 8-hour race, Stephen. There's bound to be, stuff that's going to keep the stewards a little busy. I think he was caught up how early he was on the brakes, because it does look like he climbed on the anchors a little bit early for the corner. Not to say it was his fault at all. I'm just calling it like I'm seeing it.
Now that's it. Unfortunately, in that sort of point, you get tunnel visioned, and you don't expect guys to go and hit the brakes like that. It's just honestly one of these things that you can run into that can become into start affecting you. And as you brought up, a thing to touch on, we do have stewards keeping an eye on all the racing as well. So a big shout out to our stewards. They are going to be very, very busy during this 8-hour. We will try and see if maybe we can sneak in a chat with him. Sean Lorero, though, for
yellow
the
flag.
Yeah, what
happened? I'm watching the yellow flag.
Well, here's Sean in the Ferrari. And let's go to his helmet cam and find out what happened, because he just parked it right by the marshal and it's falling through the grid.
Steering wheel. It looks like steering wheel.
Something completely disconnected.
Yeah.
And
almost looks like he lost all steering wheel there.
the throttle's there. We could hear him revving, but looks like it's all turned off now. So have we run into our first retirement of the race? But yellow flags is being waved, so they're going to be a bit cautious. Loic Randable for the team washed, going and having a bit of fun out there. Loic has been having a bit of a rough week, and I think he's looking for a big up at this point. And running a bit wide through the corner, losing 2 positions. But lying in 23rd, not a bad run for Loic.
I mean, as you said for a moment there, if it wasn't for the Aston Martin, as we look at the replay of him running wide, that almost looked like a Porsche Cup race for a second.
Oh, that's it. You got to keep an eye out on the old porkers. Heinrich de Wet going after Ashley Wilson at the moment. The L&R SS Maka going and beating out the KSR Force Enduro 2 as it gets into the toe, and let's see what's going to happen. Will the BOP be in the favor of the McLaren, or will the BMW have enough of a slipstream as Heinrich de Wet looking to go around the outside, going to get pushed out very, very wide, hard under the brakes. He's behind, dives up, and close racing as they make their way out of turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, turn 1, turn 2, his whole mindset there going on the outside, he tried to put himself on the inside for the next corner, but unfortunately, with taking so much curve, he lost a bit of drive, and that put the McLaren out on the front foot again. Steven, it does look like that BMW does have a fair bit of pace on the straight, but remember, Imola is very much a track of 2 different kind of setups. A lot of guys go for a low downforce setup that will put you a little bit on the back foot through the tights and twisties. Other guys go for more a higher downforce setup that will give you a bit of edge through the corners, but you will lose out a bit of top end on the long pit straight.
You see, there's just so much to gamble for at this point, and it leaves you wondering what's going to be enough. What is going to be able to push you over that edge, get you ready. I mean, these are all different factors that every team has got to consider. And considering you've got 3 different drivers in the same car, each with their own driving style, each with their own way they like setting things up, you've got a very, very hybridized system that you're going to have to make do with what you've got. And that also provides its own challenge for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I see Dylan on the chat saying that it was a wheel failure for sure. So that was my first guess when I saw that happening. And that's always a nasty one to pick up, because you've got absolutely no control over the car any further other than throttle and brake.
Well, the only problem that I see is they're going to try and get that steering wheel up and going. If he needs to swap over to a different driver, he has to get out the pits, do a lap, pull in, and request the next driver in. And I mean, this is one of the challenges with Assetto Corsa Competizione, as we see De Villiers, the hitman, in the wall. I think he missed his shot. So let's go take a look at Daniel De Villiers, the hitman, trying to lock and load, put one in the barrel, and as he slides his way through, getting back onto the gas, really doing everything he can, hard onto the brakes. Lamborghini's a little bit more settled, hops over the curb, and spiking it into the wall. That Lamborghini feeling a bit of pain, but he's able to get it going. But you can see light damage on the front of that car, and it's going to be a long road back. And let's actually bring this up. Damage to the car and what it does in terms of tire degradation and fuel usage, all of it just ramps up through the roof. I mean, this is becoming a little bit... I really can't figure out what's going to be the best thing. But a big shout out to you guys out there over at YouTube. We do have Pit Link up so you guys can go and see. As we see, that looks to be Genre Bertha landing up in the weeds. We do have Pitwall up and ready to go, so you can head into the descriptions, go and click on the description, go to the Pitwall, and you'll have access to all the live timing as this 8 hour continues, all brought to you by RaceFace. So really good to see that. It gives another aspect to everyone sitting watching the streams. They get to see what's happening in terms of live timing, and also can make a bit of plans, so you guys get to see how the pros are doing it out there.
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams, Steve, have got somebody, I see multiple people behind the scenes keeping an eye on everything. Not just, as you said, Pitwall, but also on the stream that we are broadcasting, when they're even monitoring that to see what the other cars on track doing. So it's a whole team doing things together, not just the drivers out on track. And then you get guys like us that pretty much make it up as we go along.
We kind of just figure out what we're doing at this point.
Yeah, and Steve, what time is your load shedding again? When do I need to be out of the car?
Let's just try and figure it out, shall we?
Yeah.
No, it's absolutely a really difficult one for guys to find what's going to work for them, and what's going to be the right way forward. So let's keep an eye on how it all goes and unfolds as we go on. But your thoughts onto this, Yanaman? It's not going to be an easy run for anyone out there.
No, it's not. And even if a lot of the experienced guys might run into some difficulties, 8 hours is a very long time. It's by no means, I know we joke and we say it's a sprint race, because me and you, we call anything shorter than 12 hours a sprint race, but it's not. It's entirely different to what these guys are racing on Wednesdays and Thursday evenings. And it's for a couple of these guys, it's their first endurance race that they might be doing. So, it's into the unknown. Each lap is past an hour and 20 minutes that they've normally raced, is into the unknown for them. Driver swaps and all of those kind of things.
And it provides its own challenge in that way. And these are the things that you've got to be so cautious of, and you've got to try and figure out what's going to be most beneficial for you. So let's see how it all goes on, as we see Devin Ellers battling out with Daniel the Hitman de Villiers. Devin Ellers, no stranger to endurance racing, recently coming off a Le Mans 24-hour done by M4EM. Wasn't in Aston that time, he was actually in a Ferrari. But good to see him.
Familiar?
He's got
I've seen him before.
Yeah, there's Loic Randall chasing him down. But a couple of these guys, very experienced. So experienced sim racers, are very experienced in endurance racing, and coming into a battle like this, season 3, with a bit of a change up in the rules. Your thoughts of, is everyone on the same playing field? Do you think guys have now got a bit of a different thing going on?
No. Each team, has got its own unique way of doing it. And just going back to Devin Ellers, last weekend, he actually raced on iRacing. So he also raced on multiple sims. And the endurance aspect on the two is entirely different. You do stuff entirely different. I mean, in ACC, a lot of these guys need to compile their pit stops as they are driving. And last weekend he didn't have to do that, so it's getting used to different kind of things in different sims again.
No, it's going to be a really exciting time. And let's take a look through what's been happening. Christian Deploy up 3 positions from when he started, starting 4th, now up into 1st place. Luke Allison down 1 position. Christian Venter started 3rd, currently in 3rd. Ronaldo Boersma up 1 position. Johan Kleinans up 1 position, Vincent Nell up 2 positions, Bego Krobler down 5 positions, Paul Venter up 2 positions, Mayath Musa up 2 positions, Quan Duplessis up 1 position, Conrad Volsking up 1 position, Bernard Barkhuizen started in 35th, up 23 positions.
He's not hanging around.
No, not at all.
No.
Marcus Stein down 2 positions. Heinrich de Vet up 2 positions. Werner Skuman up 5 positions. Rowan Cilliers up 10 positions. Ashley Wilson 17th, started 17th. Then we've got Quinten Janssen van Rensburg in 6th. Daniel de Villiers down 1. So he's up 6. Daniel de Villiers up 1, down 1. I do apologize. Devin Ellis up 9. Loic Randable up 4. David Null, same as where he started. John Redworth up 4. Wolford Robertson in down 1 position. John Ray Duplessis down 4 positions. Mario Skuman up 5 positions. Ethan Lacuna down 14 positions. We saw he landed up in a world of hurt a little bit earlier. He's getting chased down by Hansi Myberg, who has maintained where he started. Ruan Heineke down 15 positions. Ryan van Wyk, he's up 3 positions. Ramona Jonker down 12 positions. Gareth Hawkins down 2 positions. Heinrich Loeb down 1 position. Eddie Francis the same. Philip van Zale's out in the car, so they managed to get that car up and going once again. He's down 20 positions, and Reginald where he started. Also, a shout out to Reginald over here, because Reginald's streaming, and he is driving this race entirely solo. And
I mean, that's just one of the things that Reginald does. It's I mean, it's not the first time he's doing it solo. I mean, he's done it in the past solo, and I actually read that whole... It was basically an article that he put out on Discord last time, all the prep work he goes through, you know, before he starts a race like this. And you know, Stephen, you're also not a stranger to doing these type of enduros alone.
No, it's definitely... It's something different. And for everyone that's needing to know of how much work that goes into it, it's insane. You've got to ensure that you're up, you're ready, your muscles are ready. You're not going to be climbing out the seat, so you're going to be properly battling it out, trying to figure out what's going to be the advantage to you. All of these things are going to become more and more difficult as time goes on. Where it's all going to end up, well, that's up to fate itself. You can only keep it on the road, but you start getting more and more tired. You start landing up with a little bit more pain. You start feeling it over time. So he's got to be so cautious. Another one that's got to be cautious, Quinten Janssen van Rensburg, he's got Daniel de Villiers, Devin Ellis, Loic Randable, and David Null all over the back of him as they're pushing as hard as they can. John Ray Bertha also behind, trying to get into the mix. But this is turning into a nice little battle up at the front. Mid-grade at the moment, as they're all within 0.5 of one another. Devin Ellis trying to get a little bit more of a run next to Daniel the Hitman. De Villiers not able to do it, so Devin Ellis really trying hard. Got so far, but in the end, it didn't matter through that corner.
I mean, I'm just quickly looking at the timing sheets, and Wilfred Robson only 1.5 seconds behind this battle, and behind him he's got Harry Duplessis, Stephen. So this can turn into a 6-7 car battle very soon, and we're already 40 minutes into the race. So very nice thing to see, as you see all the cars screaming by as they start another lap. I'm just sitting here and thinking, Stephen, wasn't there a certain 6-hour endurance race last season that you did solo, and you actually had a protest against you that you had an unfair advantage because you were fuel saving so much that you almost never spent any time in the pits? Silence.
I plead the fifth.
I just had to put it out there.
Oh gosh. Yeah, so endurance racing, when you think you know it, you don't. Everything just happens. So we will see some very interesting conversations. We'll get to chat to these drivers, but everyone that's currently putting up a monstrous fight out there is definitely trying to figure out what they can do to keep moving forward and how it's going to go. So, well, I'm very interested to see what the chats are going to be, because we're looking at stuff in the race at the moment, but we're also looking at what the guys are doing behind the scenes, seeing out on the Discords. Also, just to the guys coming into the chat out on YouTube, a big thank you to you guys out there. I see we got the Cilliers saying, let's go Evolved Racing. We've got Alan Patterson, Dylan Hall, Yannaman Price. Yannaman, you there? Hey, Jesus, split yourself into
No, no, yeah, no, I'm chatting along here.
Gabriel DeSantos, big thank you for joining. Keegan Sanderson. We got Sean Buck going and saying, how's it as well. And the list goes on and on and on. And it's just absolutely fantastic to see a whole bunch of the community getting behind the drivers. So make sure that you go and share the link with everyone and the blind dog to go and just subscribe, enjoy all the racing. We're here. It's 7 hours and 19 minutes to go. Only 40 minutes, going 41 minutes completed of this 8-hour endurance race. And, well, we're starting to get to the point of where pit stops are going to come into play. And Bernard Barkhuizen seems to be a bit lost. Tim the cameraman's busy looking at him. And I don't know if he played a bit of Minecraft. Let's see. Gets onto the power. And just another one of the cars running into early issues. Bit of a change on, I think it was brake bias. And
cleared for D. Hit the curb too hard.
Well, ET phone home.
I've never seen a car take that curb that hard.
Well, it's one way of doing it, but play X-Files music. Definitely needed right there.
You know, I'm just
I now fear for my life. District 9 is happening, folks. We've got to be very careful of this.
Well, on my timing screen, I'm having a look at it. You know, oh, there we go. For a second, you know, Bernard Barkhuizen was shown in first place there. So, you know, my timing sheets just took a little bit of time to get a bit of a catch up there, because I think he jumped that curb so hard, he jumped himself into first place.
Into the shadow dimension. as quoting Yu-Gi-Oh! Many years ago. You came from the shadow dimension. But these are all different points that are happening and are seen as mechanical failures during an endurance race. As we saw a little bit earlier, with the steering disconnect, it all happens, unfortunately. And mechanical failures do happen in real-world racing. It's all about how you deal with them, how you can get back out there. I know the teams are going to be frantic to go and ensure they can get themselves back out. So these are different things they've got to keep in mind, and you can never prepare for it, because the longer the race is, the more Murphy is sitting there with that number 10 socket you've been looking for years and years and years. He's sitting there and he's used it. You just don't know when that bolt's going to come loose.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. As we see, what was that, Devon Alice and them having a nice little battle through the chicane there. Who was that ran wide? I didn't catch the name.
That was Daniel de Villiers that got caught
Daniel
up.
de Villiers.
Loic Randable going to be... Yep, Loic Randable are going to be happy with that. It does look like Jean-Ray Bertha going after David Null a little bit further behind. The Porsches having a bit of a battle. Walford Robson going and duking it out, having a real great chase, and has got Kerry Duplessis out on circuit for the GSR Endurance team. Jean-Ray Bertha trying to go up on the inside and make it stick. But these are little battles that are going to be taking life out of the tires. Fuel starting to run out. Jean-Ray Bertha
looking
going
back on the inside.
That's it. Looks for the cutback. Makes
Double
it stick.
overtake.
So, with this being said, gentlemen, you've raced against the best of the best. You've been in the pros. You've seen when pit stops come into play. When do you expect to see our first pit stops of the race?
Well, I think it's going to be with, you know, let's say about an hour to an hour and 10 minutes gone on the clock. That's where they're going to start coming in. If the guys have done a little bit of fuel saving in the early parts, you can push that a little bit later, maybe max to an hour and 15 minutes. But I think from about 60 minutes gone in the race, we're going to start seeing the first pit stops happening, especially from the front running teams that, you know, might be a bit more right foot heavy than the guys running further down the field.
Well, another question that's got to come in, do you think there's going to be change of tires, or are you going to try and double stint it? Let's take a look. Track temperature, 31 degrees Celsius, blisteringly hot out there. The guys are trying to keep it all in check. What do you think is going to be the battle for this? What's going to be the idea for it? Because tire degradation is going to go through the roof with the change in PSI. You're now starting to run into some balloons, essentially. You can start creating balloon animals out of these, but also you're going to lose a massive amount of grip. So as the track's getting warmer, it gets to a point where you've got nice grip, and if it gets too warm, you land up like you're driving on ice. And these are all factors that every single one of these drivers, these teams, have to be well aware of, that can impact their race in such a negative way early on. So we do see what does look to be Daniel de Villiers and Quinten van Rensburg going and slugging out. They're chucking a bit of dirt to the rest of the competitors. And I actually learned there is a term for that. I was corrected. There's an actual term for going and kicking up dust in front of your competitor. Do you know what that is?
No.
Crop dusting.
Oh, crop dusting.
Yeah, you've crop dusted your fellow competitor. It's a genuine racing term. So bear that in mind. Do you see a little bit of contact zones? Bernard Barkhuizen seems to be back out track, and it's also Heinrich Loeb, who seems to be a little bit slower. I don't see any damage on the car, but they're doing everything they can to keep it going. Also, just want to talk about this little Porsche out here with a fair amount of damage still on the Porsche. And that is Eddie Francis, head of Monday Night Racing, joining up with his Monday Night Racing admin. Big shout out to Monday Night Racing, actually, for being the casual guys that can learn how to get into league racing. And it's good to see them coming and jumping and having a bit of fun.
I've got a question for old Eddie. Now, he's
not old, he's ancient. There's a difference.
No, whatever. You mean all of them are from the previous century, essentially. Looking at his livery and his teammate, it's just a question that I want to ask Mr. Francis. Now, with a team name like Footsack Racing, are you the one that's going to go away, or do you want the other teams to go away? Because that's essentially what it means, go away.
Yeah, I don't know. It's on the fence there. It's on the fence. I've been told to look at the back of the car in great detail, which I have not as yet.
Do you have enough guts to go and have the look at the back of that car in great detail? Or is that something you're going to save for off-air?
I'll leave it up to the chat. Chat, would you like to go see what is hidden behind the Footsack Racing team racing car that I have been warned that I need to go take a look at, which I have avoided? So we're going to leave it out to the chat there for everyone to choose. And, well, decide. Fate's in the hands of everyone. Remember, I love you all. Don't do this to me. Yeah.
We'll wait. We'll wait to see what the chat says.
It's going to be a bit of an awesome one. Oh boy. Oh boy. I feel like,
as I said, Stephen, you already have 2 people in the chat that says you must go and have a look.
As we see Christian Fenter running out a bit wide to the marbles. Alright, well, I am deeply concerned. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's find the car. There it is.
It's smiling at you.
Let's look at the rear wing. There we go. Here's the back of the car. All right, well. Yeah.
It just says FootSec.
It just says what it is on the back.
Yeah.
Nothing interesting there.
Moving on, shall we?
Moving on to that hype, and it's absolutely, that's what it says.
I'm gonna send a message to Eddie and say that's very disappointing.
That's disappointing from Eddie Francis. A little bit further up, Mahath Musa for the Project Vapor team taking on Paul Fenter, trying to go around the outside, not able to make it just bite as yet. Mahath Musa really putting in a huge amount of effort. Gotta say, very, very interesting to take a look at the car. The guy has got quite a few things going on. We can see Grand Theft Auto, we can see the Coca-Cola, we can see a lot of old nostalgia written all over the car. The guy's going for a little bit of a change of image to just show that the Project Vapor team is working on breaking the normalities of color schemes, which is actually very good. I like to see it. I like to see some weird and wacky cars that do arrive. Where you got the Logistical Nightmare Racing team running more of the iconic orange, white, black sort of colors. And the guys really doing everything they can in the 777. And just gotta say, very, very interesting.
I mean, absolutely. And as you will remember, we got in trouble with for a livery once. Not really in trouble. Some loved it, some hated it. It was, I think, 2021, the Kyalami 24-hour where we. No, it was it the Kyalami 24-hour where we rocked up in the crash test vehicle livery?
No, that was for the Kyalami 9-hour.
The first Kyalami 9-hour.
And then the second one, we also had a crash test setup. And, big caution on the back of it. And, well, so, as you said.
Learner driver sticker.
Yeah, some people enjoy it, some people don't. That's part of the parcel of it. Devon Ellis of Team Tryhard Racing doing everything they can. DNG going and battling it out with Daniel the Hitman de Villiers, locked and loaded, got his sights firmly onto the back of that Aston Martin, looking for the inside, second guesses it though, going to back out of it and ensure that he can just keep on going. So very, very interesting to see the guys really pushing as hard as they can. Vincent Nell has been in battle through the race, now trying to keep a maintained pace. So far, quickest lap time of the race. Just seeing there is a bit of contact. There is a bit of contact that happened.
Saw it in the background quickly.
Yeah, was one of the Ferraris, I think, that had the contact. Yes, one of the back Ferraris getting a bit of a knock from Luke Addison. Was it under braking? Luke trying to make his way around, jumps the curb. Oh, slight contact. Didn't expect the guy to be that far down the field. And then Quinten van Rensburg arriving on the scene with everyone. So these are things that can happen as we go into the race. And where you got the faster guys closing down on you, your brake markers tend to be a little bit different than the others.
Yeah, exactly. And by the looks of it, Luke is going to come up to this lot of cars fairly quickly. And he will have to make his way around these, 5 or 6 cars that's battling for position. Oh,
that's Quinten van Rensburg and Jean
solved this problem for 2 of them.
Under braking, it did look like Jean Bertha getting a bit of contact with Quinten Jans van Rensburg. The 2 rubbing it out. David Nell getting a little bit of rub of Jean Bertha. And all looking okay. Catching up to one of the BMWs. Goes on the defense, looks up the inside, and unfortunately getting turned around. Luke Harrison saying, well, thank you very much. I'm going to keep going with that. Not too badly damaged. A little bit of a love tap afterwards. As we see, that's David Nell that landed up getting caught. And I think
Christian Deploy, wasn't he part of that as well?
It looked like Christian Deploy landed up in the mix. So let's jump on board our helicam. And that Porsche being a little bit unsettled, but now the leader's starting to feel what it is going through the back markers. Back markers starting to feel what the leaders are coming through, and it does change the game. It does look like Christian Deploy got tapped by Eddie Francis, and David Nell arrived on the scene with a bit of contact into the side of it.
does look like Christian has lost the lead now. I'm looking at his car on the other screen. It does look like he does have a fair amount of damage on the front of that BMW.
Yeah, looking a little bit secondhand, and I wouldn't be surprised if that steering is a bit skew. He's trying to keep it all in check, but definitely suffering on the top end. Now he's got John Roberta ahead of him. He has to try and figure out Quinten Jans van Rensburg falling off the circuit and making a bit of an easy chance. And that's also allowed Ethan Lacuna to move up forward. There is Eddie Francis trying to keep out of his way. And one of the things that come in is, yes, you've got this damage on the car. You're trying to stretch out your runs, but how much is it hurting you in the long game? And especially like for Eddie Francis, now he's got Ethan Lacuna all over the back of him. He's just been involved in a bit of an incident. I mean, these are all matters coming into play, and it really does show what the circuit is, putting pressure on everyone.
I mean, absolutely. We spoke about the cars being lapped and the lapping cars a bit earlier on. As you see a Lamborghini, there was Lacuna.
That is the ZRC WTF, and I think he's going and saying that's exactly WTF. Where did the call
That's
go?
what happened. Yeah.
It does look like David Nell's got a fair amount of damage on his Porsche as they get tucked up behind the likes of Eddie Francis at the moment. It turns into a bit of a gaggle. David Nell, Ethan Lacuna, Hansi Myberg all battling it out, and you can see Ethan going and flashing his light saying, listen, please do me a favor, you're boxing me in at this point. David Nell saying, no, listen, keep going like that, buddy. As they look to try and make it 3 wide into turn 1, opting not to, allowing Eddie to go a little bit later on the brakes. Hansi running it out a little bit wide. Ramona Yonka going and bailing off the circuit. Let's actually take a look. He arrived on the scene of a huge fight, trying to figure out where he could go, and unfortunately, I think he just went and caught the dirt and landed up for a bit of a spin.
Yeah, I mean, the track got very busy very quickly as we look at this replay. I had a look at when they went through turn 1. Poor old Eddie got pushed onto those, sausage curbs. He had a bit of a difficult time out there, done very well. And there's unfortunately the little bit of contact. I think he just arrived on the scene not expecting the cars to be at a slower pace.
Now the Wholesome Motorsports Ryan van Wyk getting a slight kiss as Naya goes after Hansi Myberg, really putting on a hard charge to do everything he can. And it does look like Christian Venter, lying in 3rd place, has caught up to them. So the Evolved Racing BMW all over the Wholesome Motorsports team, Ferrari, as they make their way through. And you can see lights being flashed. Now, there is a couple of things that's to be noted for flashing lights. You can flash to warn that you're coming by, but no excessive flashing. And, contact between Christian Venter and that was the Wholesome Motorsports Racing team getting caught out, trying to get by. And just late on the brakes, trying to get it going. BMW looks stable, got a good drive out. Just letting know he's coming by. Fair enough. Hansi Myberg, though, is defending for position. So these two are racing. Christian Venter kind of arrives on the scene, goes for a little bit of a cutback, and there's the contact with... Oh, that wasn't the Wholesome. That was actually with Hansi Myberg getting twisted around. Just came across the nose and unfortunately losing out his position.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it before or earlier on. The front runners are now going to start moving through the fields, and the first round of lapping is sometimes the most difficult, Stephen, because a lot of the field can still be very much bunched up, and as we've seen, we've got 4, 5, 6 car battles. Now you've got one of the leaders coming up as we see Lacuna going on the inside and making the pass stick through there. That was the BMW getting a bit squirmy from Jans van Rensburg, so that hasn't helped his drive out there, and he might actually lose another position there.
Yeah, David Nell trying to go a little bit later on the brakes, really squirreling under the brakes and just keeping it ahead. Can he get on the power? Got to be so careful running out too wide there. You will land up with a drive-through penalty, and these are where the warnings are going to come into play. And Christian Venter closing down on these two is going to realize that this is going to be a lot of hard work as they're fighting tooth and nail at this point. And as you said, it takes a different type of temperament to be in an endurance race. Whether you're the faster guys or the slower guys, you just have to be aware of what's happening. And you've got to be mindful that the race is happening at the front and at the rear, and everyone wants to just go for that, go for the checkered flag. So this is where it gets a little bit tricky. Under braking though, these two rubbing shoulders with one another.
And that's gonna cost Janse van Rensburg. Yep. Was it Jonker that came past him there?
That was Christian Venter that came past.
Oh, Christian Venter.
Devard now getting a little bit more of a run at this point. And there is Ramona Jonker, who has closed up onto the back of him, really trying to get into the toe, has to bail out, getting a little bit more pace into the corner and having to really just back out of it. So these are few factors that guys are going to be aware of. But we do have a couple of pit stops at the moment. Wilfred Robson is in the pits, along with Gerard Pretorius coming out for the SRE Apex. So Pretorius out onto the circuit. He was stopped in the box for 40 seconds. That includes a driver change. So he's done a pit stop. Sean Loureiro out on the circuit. Now remember, Sean had the problem where his wheel disconnected. Obviously they've got that car sorted out. He's back out. They've done 2 pit stops so far. Reginald has done 1 pit stop at the moment. So the guys are all keeping an eye on what the competitors are doing. Ruan Celia seems to be in the pits along with Werner Skuman. And we'll see if they'll be changing over from their drivers. So just a couple of things happening where the guys have to be well aware of. And Imola is one of these ones where the pit lane becomes quite challenging. It's like Monza. You kind of just arrive at turn 1 and you've got someone coming out of the pits.
Yeah, you need to be very alert. You need to listen to your pit boss or crew chief, like some of the drivers use. That will alert you that a car is exiting the pits. And Stephen, as you mentioned, the pit lane basically feeding into the racing line, which can make things kind of interesting if you've got a car approaching. But entry luckily is not that bad, although it does arrive at you also very quickly after the last turn, and as we found out in an endurance race, you can actually miss it. which might have a bit of bad consequences for you, so to speak.
It can have a very, very nasty consequence, and a toe back around the circuit is never fun for any driver or team.
No, also what I mean about that, you can just be put on the wrong line coming out the last corner, and that can result you in to miss the pit lane. So you need to make your intentions very clear that you're going to go into the pits as you go through the last 2 corners.
That's definitely the case. Well, taking a look though, Luke Addison out at first place, Christian Deploy in second place, Christian Venter in third, Ronaldo Boersma in fourth, Vincent Nell out in fifth, Jan Kleinans in sixth, seventh, Mahath Musa, Bago Krobler getting ahead of Paul Venter as they chase their way through, Juan Duplessis in 10th, Conrad Volsking in 11th, Marcus Steyn in 12th, 13th, Heinrich de Vet, Ashley Wilson out there on circuit in 14th, like Randabel, Kerry Duplessis, Jean-Ray Bertha, Ethan Lacuna, Daniel De Villiers now making his, he's in the pit, getting a bit of work done. Devin Ellis also getting a bit of work done. That's allowed Ryan Heineke to get past. Ramona Jonker going to be coming past as well. And the race just keeps going on at this point. Guys have done now 1 hour and 3 minutes of racing. The longest race that we have currently in RaceFace is 1 hour and 20 minutes. So you can be sure drivers are starting to feel that all coming into play right now.
Yeah, I mean, the first-turn driver is certainly going to start feeling it, especially the guys, driving out in front in the top 10 positions. They are pushing the cars very hard. They're doing incredibly quick lap time. I mean, these are lap times that they are doing in sprint races. Luke Addison, Christian Deploy, Christian Venter, top 3 running in the low 42s. Even Johan Kleinans in the 42s. The rest of the field, pretty much in the low 43s to mid 43s and then up to the 44s. But those are incredibly quick race times, Stephen. I mean, they're not holding back. So they're going flat out. Oh, as we see.
That's Quinton Ivey. So he's taken the car over from Eddie Francis, going a little bit slow, slight bit of contact with one of the Hybrid Academy cars, and just trying to get himself all sorted out at this point, getting the hammer down and getting chased down, arriving on the scene, and just deciding, barrel it to the grass. Don't worry about it. Don't.
He had an epiphany. It's written on the side of his car.
That's it. But going very, very slowly as he makes his way around. So Quinton Ivey just obscenely slow at this point.
I think something is wrong there. I won't be surprised if he actually comes into the pits at the end of this lap. It does look like he's struggling to get that car around.
He's holding it in third gear.
You see, now he's put on the inside line, and I don't know if he wants to come into the pits. Yes. You see, that's what I spoke about. You can actually miss the pit lane if you get put on the wrong line by a car lapping you.
Definitely something going on with our car, and the guys are going to have to take a look, because he was just not getting that full throttle.
No.
And cruising around at 70 kilometers now does make it a little bit of a challenge for every single one of the drivers. A couple of questions coming in that we do have stewards. Live stewards will be chatting, from what I understand. And I know the guys were talking about it, so we will have live stewards going and talking. And I just want to confirm with that. I did see, there we go. Yes, we have live stewards, but it's Hugo confirming that there is live stewards for the race. No penalties handed out as yet, but that's sometimes a very good thing. We don't like to see people getting penalties. We don't like to see, especially early on in the race, guys getting dished out with a whole lot of issues, which does happen. It's part and parcel of racing. You will have penalties come into play. Drive-through penalties, stop-go 30-second penalties, all that sort of stuff can land up in a world of hurt. So the guys are going to have to bear that in mind. But it does look like the race starting to slow down now. A couple of guys doing pit stops early on, so we're starting to see those first pit stops get into it. And I think that's mainly because the tanks are starting to run out at this point. We do see guys stopping for about 36 seconds, so that tells me that there's a bit of fuel, bit of tire change, getting a fresh set of tires out and get going once again. A couple of guys repairing their cars. These are all things, as the race continues, we're going to see more and more of, as the guys push that a little bit harder every single time.
Sorry, you caught me mid-drink there.
Mid-sip.
Mid-sip. I had to recover from that one very quickly.
Got you mid-sip.
Yeah, you got me mid-sip. Well, Stephen, keeping an eye on the side screen, Christian Deploy is going into the pits, so I think he's decided, it is enough. It's time for some fuel. It's time for some new tires, maybe, and to get the front end of that BMW repaired. So
Christian Fenter following him through as well, so we're going to try and get round.
And I wasn't bad out, hour and 11 minutes passed, so I wasn't too bad with my pit stop calls.
Well, a couple of guys, Ronaldo Boersma diving into the pits. Vincent Nell going to keep on going at this point. So guys are starting to dive in and land up getting a bit of fuel put in. I just wonder what's going to be next. What's going to be the next move? You're reacting to everyone pitting. You're reacting to what guys are doing. You're trying to figure out what's going to be the best strategy to get yourself by the end of this 8-hour endurance race to land up at the top of the field. What's next? What's going to be the next challenge that these drivers are going to have to deal with? We do know once they've go through all three drivers, we're going to then start seeing a lot more fatigue starting to kick in. Lots of guys will start building up with lactic acid. in the arms, in the legs, depending on what type of gear you're using. That also can influence it massively. If you've got something that's got a steering wheel that's cranked up all the way to 11, you're going to land up hurting yourself over a long course of the time, which requires you to take a bit more of a break. These are all the different factors that are going to come into play as we make our way around Imola. And, well, Imola is pretty much one of these tracks, I would say, if you're not strong, if you're not mentally strong and physically have the endurance to run a lot, you're going to start feeling it. At the moment, the guys have, like Luke Addison's, completed 41 laps here at Imola.
No, definitely, you know, fatigue is going to be a factor. I mean, me and you have both had it, spending lots of time in the car. You definitely do feel it. Where I started feeling it in our previous endurance race when I did that short stint, I think, what was it, 5 hours I did in the car. You know, I started feeling it, especially in my left leg that did the braking, and in my wrist. I started feeling they physically started hurting after spending that much time in the car.
Yeah, and it actually brings up a very interesting point where a lot of people tend to forget about the wrists taking a bit of strain, and that's where I actually want to go to, like Ethan Lacuna's Lamborghini. Bit of a strange one. I know it's completely off topic. Well, it's on topic, but kind of a weird one. If you go and take a look inside the car of a Lamborghini or an Audi, they've got the same sort of steering wheel. It's made off the same manufacturing line. But as he turns in, you can start to see where the steering actually curves slightly. It comes towards you. And that is to go and help relieve strain on the wrists. It's got a slight bend in the steering wheel to help go and relieve strain. Now, yes, in a sim rig, we don't quite have that same type of bend. But would love to. But these are little factors where endurance racing, guys are looking at small things like that. And it was the wrists getting sore was after the guys complaining of being on the simulators for a long period of time with a normal straight steering wheel. They complained that their wrists were getting very, very sore. They started having crepitus building up. That's, in other words, the sound of, it's almost like bone against bone at that point. And running into issues like that. So the guys had to be so careful of, and it forced them to modify the way they build steering wheels. A lot of teams have gone for a lot thicker steering wheels. As we jump on board with Jean Bertha chasing down SES de Haas just ahead of him in the McLaren. But guys have gone for a thicker steering wheel. They've opened it up that you're not going and gripping as tightly. These are what makes things rather interesting, and guys taking different thought process of it, and guys modding current sim racing stuff doing the same thing.
I mean, Steve, especially if you do the longer type of races, it's a discussion me and you have had numerous times before. You need to make things as comfortable as possible for yourself.
There's a penalty, and that is Neil Greening getting a penalty, and it does look like, so Neil Greening with a solid penalty of 5 seconds, and Gunther Kruger of the ZRC, he's going and landing up with a drive-through penalty. And yep, you want to know where our stewards are? They're going through lots and lots of footage. And as I said, we'll try and chat to the guys. We'll try and bug them to get a bit of an understanding of what they take a look at, because that's something I want to actually bring up for a lot of people that don't know the background work of it, is what you look at, what you need to identify, where contact is, whether it's A pillar, B pillar, where you're on the circuit, what sort of speed, was there blue flags, was there yellow flags, all these type of things come into play. And it does make things rather interesting to try and figure it out amongst it. So I'm really looking forward to it. But a couple of conversations out there. Dylan Hall saying wrist strain can be reduced by dropping your hands down and your palms in. Use this grip as the same grip I use in endurance karting. Very true, and something you do get taught while doing such as karting is if you start feeling the fatigue, you actually move your hands down the steering wheel just to try and open your hands up a little bit more. As you see,
my steering wheel, I can only put them in one place.
that's Jaco Krobler actually coming out slow. Jaco Krobler of the Hawks Racing team landing up with a bit of a problem. Let's see what happened for him. The Hawks Racing team, part of the sponsors for the Genesis Esports team, turns in. Lamborghini decides that it wants to go grazing at this point. The bull decided it wanted to go grazing. And
not much grass over there.
No. Gotta try the other side.
Not much grass over there either.
So, couple of things happening on this race, and it's absolutely amazing to see what the guys are doing, how hard they're having to push, and what are they going to be able to do. Now, want to take a look back up to the front. We got Bago Krobler, Luke Addison, and Marcus Steyn currently out on the circuit. Slick Racing in the Porsche in third place, giving a bit of a charge, has not pitted. Bago Krobler has not pitted either. And these are all different factors that will come into play as we look at the back of David Nell. It looks like the pit lane is clear at the moment. So if you do want to try dive into the pits, this seems to be the right time. But David Nell has got a significant amount of damage to that front of his car and still sticking out. Those tires must be starting to beg for mercy at this point.
Well, I think they're stretching it out as far as possible before pitting and doing the repairs. Just the interesting thing, as I saw on the screen, Christian Deploy out the car, Giovanni Porzio is in the car now for one of the Genesis cars. Stephen, this is another thing that I want us to chat about. You know, some of the drivers or some of the teams are going to go for single stints. You know, other drivers prefer the longer double stinting, triple stinting even. I suppose that's also a team preference kind of thing.
Yeah, I see a couple of the guys opting that they're going to keep going. Damage wasn't fixed before Giovanni got into the car, so and Christian Deploy is saying, listen, that's a little bit skew, it acts a bit funny, but here's a car, don't worry about it.
It still goes.
It still goes in a straight line, don't stress that. It's slight shudder you feel on the steering wheel. That's one of those things, don't worry about it at all. As we see Ruan Haneker for the LTR chick car going and having a bit of fun. He's got Ramon Yonka right behind him, trying to press him into a bit of a battle. And just taking a look down in 20th place, we do have Ruan Cilliers, part of the Project Vapor team. That is part of our silver or our AM teams. He's first of our AM teams at the moment. Loic Randabel, second of the AM teams. Devin Ellis, third of the AM teams. And back up through the field, Bago Krobler currently leading out our pro team, getting chased down by Luke Addison and Marcus Steyn at the moment. So we do have the two classes where the guys can land up working a little bit hard. These are little factors that you've got to bear in mind, as you might not be racing the guy ahead of you, but for class there is lots on the line. We also do have a bit of a competition going on, and that's for the best looking car, the best livery that's out there. The guys have posted in the Discord, so go and head over to the Discord in the description, and also for the cars that you see out here on the circuit, there will be a link. The guys have a chance to win 600 Rand for the best livery out there on the grid today. So a big shout out and a fantastic award. I think that it can be for the guys to go and stretch it out, try and have a bit of fun. Savasov going out onto the circuit for the ZRC WTF team, and definitely a name I have not seen before.
Savor. I know we're going to pronounce this incorrectly, Steven, so Savov.
Savasov.
Can we please have a voice note of that one?
I think there's going to be a very nice voice coming through. Quentin Duplessis getting a drive through penalty. He's trying to get it all sorted out for the Project Vapor team, and just taking it nice and easy. They've got 3 laps to serve that drive through penalty. This is just painful because, as you can see, cars passing around, and you've got the entire team pit just staring at you going, What did you do at this point?
I mean, and that pit lane, it seems endless at that point. I mean, we've spoken about the pit lane at Spa, but all pit lanes, doesn't matter how short they are, is going to feel as long as the one in Spa when you do a drive-through.
Oh, it's just the fundamentals of it, and Quinton Duplessis trying to get ahead of Loic Randabel. That Porsche looking a little bit worn out at the moment. So far, drivers have completed 1 hour and heading into 1 hour 20 minutes, which would be a full race on a Thursday. So that's where we usually see the threshold, 1 hour and 20 minutes completed of a race, and now it's just for the clock to tick down. Heineke getting a 10-second penalty, and not what you want to be seeing, especially since you're in 15th position at the moment. And 10-second penalty,
and that's going to be served at your next pit stop. So you know you're going to sit there and wait for 10 seconds before anybody can work on the car.
These are all little factors that come in, and it does change it. This is what makes endurance racing very interesting, because it does evolve your strategy, because you have to figure out, now that you got a 10-second penalty, why did you get it? Okay, you got it for causing trouble,
for being naughty.
Yeah, you got a naughty award. You stop, you get that penalty, and it does change what your race is going to be. It does change how long you can go. Also remember, once they stop, they're not using fuel at that point, so they can just go and try and save a bit of fuel, but you've lost a significant amount of time as well. David Nell going after the back of Chris Heineke, the Slick Racing, now dealing with David Nell from the Porsche Motorsport car, just really trying to tuck into the toe and pull himself along. Drivers opting not to go for fixing the cars. That is a selectable option, but you're taking a gamble of how much that's going to impact your performance. If you do feel that it's still okay and you can try and push it a little bit more, this is where it gets rather interesting, and you start weighing it up at this point. SM Domingo going out. He's after Sean Buck of Logistical Nightmare Racing. So Sean Buck dealing with Isam at the moment, caught right into the toe as they're chasing down one of the Mercedes just ahead of him. I think that is one of the back markers that's out there. That's definitely not Quinton Ivey. I think it's Gunter who's just moving out the way. Gunter saying, listen, I'm not going to argue with you guys. I'm going to move a little bit out the way, hit the brakes a little bit earlier, let you guys go, and just let the battle continue.
Stephen, you were talking about the damage on the cars. It's, you know, maybe they decided the car's not feeling that bad or not feeling any worse, really. So decided to just keep it going. But as you said, you know, you don't know what damage it is doing to the tires, if it has knocked the suspension a little bit. But, you know, knowing me and you, we've had cases where we picked up damage on a car that actually feels better.
Well, if the suspension skew one way, bend it the other way.
Yeah. Just hit it on the other side. No. I don't know if you remember that comment where it was an endurance race that we did, and the one team tried to it wasn't in ACC, they tried to fix their car, and it didn't fix, you know, everything. So they were complaining about it, and the race director said to them, you know, just maybe try another knock and see if it will fix them. And the team decided to blow their motor. Yeah. Literally blow their motor.
Just send it completely. You know, rear wing destroyed, blow the motor. That definitely going to fix the rear wing.
Yeah, that's going to fix the rear wing for you.
Yeah, it's not the way it wants to go. And unfortunately, the guys having to try and figure it out.
Yeah, there's the pit lane we were chatting about, you know, feeding into the racing line. So the cars approaching had to take a tighter line into turn one.
Yeah, so the guys having to bear that in mind. And when you come out of the pits, you're looking in your mirrors constantly. You're trying to see with relatives and try and figure out what's going to be the best way. these are little things that, do you come out and back off the throttle, let everyone go by, or do you get on the gas and just try and get going? Because remember, you're in your own race as well. So Graham Mile going after Savsov, Team Kerygma Racing going after the ZRC WTF, Daniel de Villiers out there, locked, loaded, the Hitman really pushing as hard as he can. Then we also got Ruin van der Rest, who's out there for the GSR Endurance. He's got Neil Greening right behind him for LNR, Cheese and Wine. De Villiers has tried looking up on the inside, a little bit too far back to make a bit of an impact. And Graham Mole trying to keep it all together at the moment in the Porsche.
I mean, the guys are still going flat out at it, and you know, there's still a couple of close battles out on track. As I'm looking here on the side screen, and Stephen, that's absolutely brilliant to see after an hour and 25 minutes of racing, that there's still guys running 0.2, 0.3 of a second from each other, and hopefully they can carry that through to the end of the race, and come hour 5, 6, 7, that we will still have this close racing out on track.
Well, the other thing I just want to talk about is how much is this wearing down the cars and the drivers, because you're getting into these awesome battles, and let's be honest, side-by-side action, really sticking it out, like what De Villiers and Mole are doing right now, and having Ruin van der Rest, Neil Greening right behind Sav, who's trying to keep up a bit of a charge. I mean, these are all fun races that you want to have, but at the same time, it starts impacting your plan a little bit. You start using the throttle a little bit more. That fuel usage starts climbing. The tire usage starts getting a little bit hectic. And where you're having a huge amount of fun, you've got someone back in the pit scratching their head, trying to figure out what on earth.
Suddenly you're breaking the car.
Yeah,
you're breaking the car. But it's one way of getting the time by. I mean, time flies when you're having fun. So, and I'm pretty sure these guys, Graham Mole, Sava, they're having, a huge amount of fun out on track and racing each other. But as you said, somebody in the garage now starts scratching their heads and maybe say, you're breaking the car. Just relax a little bit. Still a long way to go.
A little bit further up, LNR SS, that is, that's Wilson going after Loic Randabal at the moment. Loic keeping it all together. He's trying to just improve, and yeah, I just want to touch on to what Loic Randabal's week has been. Wednesday was leading out the field, really having a good run, fell off a circuit, landed with a drive-through penalty, landed up with a stop-go 30 seconds, one after one another. Thursday, hoped it was better. Once again, Porsche deciding it wanted to go and eat a few bits of grass, and drive-through penalty not once but twice. So he's looking for a positive result, and the whole team looking for a more positive result.
I mean, absolutely. I think Loic he's glad that he's out at Imola, and this race is not on Alton Park. I think if it was on Alton Park, he would have seriously asked Burgess to change circuit. Otherwise, he's not going to race.
I think there would be a few people going and opting not.
Protest, say please. Not. Oh, little bit of argy-bargy in the background.
That is Neil Greening running into the back of Ruin van der Rest. Let's actually take a look at what happened, and currently taking a look at Ruin van der Rest as he makes his way through. He's in the purple Ferrari with the blue roof, and getting chased down. LNR car looking up on the inside, slight contact between the two, gets twisted around. Mahath Musa also trying to make his way through. He's a little bit towards the front end of the field and having to bear that in mind. Bit of an odd rejoin, but no harm, no foul. Everyone's still alive.
It's your eyes would have widened as you come around the hairpin and see a car in the middle of the track busy rejoining, but as you say, no harm, no foul.
It's going to be a rather exciting one for the drivers as they fight their way through. But while there is a fight, Luke Addison out in front. Essie Esterhuis actually getting a 15-second penalty for his next pit stop. Christian Venter in second place. Giovanni Pozzero in third. Fourth, Ruin van der Westhuizen. Isam Demongo, I do apologize. Sean Buck getting into the toe and trying to chase him way down. SES Days definitely getting a talking from the team saying, listen, you scored us 15 seconds here, buddy, as they go late on the brakes, and does look like the WTF car now having a little bit of a busy time. 2 LNRs, and has got the ZRC. SES Days trying to get around. Sean Skitter getting caught out. Sean Buck getting caught out. Everyone having to take evasive maneuvers. And the track getting rather busy out there.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I had flashbacks of the 24 when where Mr. Christian Deploy got swamped by the LMP2s and the LDMHs. Kind of looks similar.
No, it's gonna be a great one. It's these are the exciting times that goes on where you're not quite sure where you're going to bleed out, where everything's going to be, what's going to happen. I mean, this is all just part and parcel of the fun. A couple of guys saying it's just unlucky some of these get caught out. And I can't wait to have a chat to drivers, teammates, team managers, everyone to give us a bit of an understanding of what how everything's feeling in the pits there, because tensions will be starting to rise at this point, trying to figure out what's going to be the best way, and knowing that there's like SESAs with a 15-second penalty. We got Cilios with a 15-second penalty. We got Greening with a 5-second penalty. When they pull in, their entire race is going to just flip on its head.
Yeah, not just for them and for the cars running behind them. I'm pretty sure those penalties were well noted by the cars running in close proximity behind them. I mean, we've got SES Rays, and he's currently running in 7th. I mean, behind him we've got Sean Buck, Sean Skitter. They would have definitely taken notice of that penalty, even Bego Grobler. And, it's something that they will try and work out how they can make it even count more into their advantage. Speaking of Sean Skitter, he's having a nice little battle here with the likes of Bego Grobler making their way around.
It's going to be an interesting one. Daniel Rowe also into this battle. It's Daniel trying to keep it all together. So
Daniel.
Yep, got handed the car from Bego Grobler. Runs out very wide.
My time sheet's still caught up.
It's you still on the 6. You're still on the 5 o'clock one. You're not on the 6 o'clock one yet.
I haven't gotten the update yet. Sorry, man.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Running.
Fax me another one. Fax me another one.
We're going to bring in a team manager, and also is part of a local racing league who's supporting his LTR team. So supporting the LTR Schick team, and also going out and having a bit of fun, keeping an eye on the community. More for going with Sarko. Started with PlayStation, moved into PC. I've got to say, Dylan Hall, welcome to the commentary box.
Stephen, thank you so much for the invite. I've been on the side there having a little watch, and it's been absolutely fantastic to see. And here's some familiar faces in my head again. I mean, voices, not faces. Sorry.
I'll turn my webcam on so you can see my face. If that helps. Well, Dylan, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box, and I know you're keeping a very close eye on the teams at the moment. Some familiar faces out on the circuit that usually race with you guys. Take us through the build-up to the endurance race. All the planning that goes in, and especially the nerves starting to kick in about it.
So, look, in all honesty, I was had to make a little call to the team boss, Flip Van Zel, and say, listen, sorry, but myself and Terry Wolford unfortunately won't be racing because we had one of these dinners that was set up with the wives, and we're going, we're at the same event. So instead of us having 3 teams in, there are 2, but preparations, have started 3 weeks ago, just in terms of getting the teams, who's driving with who. The little tire update definitely changed what car we're going to be driving. The new cars that dropped is like another what car we're driving. So already cars have been tested. Oh, some contact there up against the wall.
That's Daniel Rowe and Sean Skitter. Sorry, no, that was actually Sean Buck that took the hit, and Sean Skitter gets taken out. So the LNR team, all 3 LNRs have hit the wall. McLaren, well, that's a Ferrari landing up in a world of hurt, and that's SES Days also getting involved into that contact. Do apologize. But yeah, getting a bit busy out there.
Yeah, look, and it's at this time where the guys that are in, they want to get settled down. The second drivers are now almost halfway through their stints. They also now starting to get tired, trying to find those positions. And essentially what's happening is that's where these little mistakes come in. You're saying, but I'm not fighting you. I'm sure this guy will let me by, and that's where contact and these little mistakes start creeping in.
Now, give us a bit of an idea with the team planning to double stint, triple stint, tires, planning to double stint drivers. What sort of ideas are running through the head of the team?
Well, unfortunately, the strategy that the Hydra guys, and that was Sean Lorero, he unfortunately was completely taken out. He was purely because his USB disconnected. And what happened is that it was by his USB disconnecting, he had absolutely no power on the wheel while the pedals were working. So that's definitely put them down. They were 5 laps down. So unfortunately, there's no strategy. The guys have saying that they're going to definitely have a go and just try and get it to the end. But ultimately, yeah, not an ideal situation.
Definitely a difficult one for the teams to try and figure out and what's going to be the best idea for it. And as you said, you were going to be getting into the car. You were going to plan to go and have a bit of a race. Unfortunately, not able to enter the one car due to commitments. But seeing the 8 hour of Imola at the moment, seeing the teams really having to battle it out, your thoughts going into round number 2 a little bit later on this year. Is there any ideas of maybe a change of a car, maybe a different strategy will come into play, or a little bit more practice into certain maneuvers? What's your thoughts there?
So I think what will happen, the guys will stick to the car, and that's what creates that consistency, right? Is that the more time you spend in the car, the more you understand it. It bites you less in terms of trying to want to kill you. In terms of the team dynamics and who the teams will be raced, is that once we get closer to that, the next round, it all depends on who's available, and we kind of take it from there. And obviously we want to make sure that the fastest car is in there, but also in terms of a driver style, I know that you guys were talking about the setup is very important. And some of the guys can't use some of the other drivers' setup just purely because of a driving style. So it is about creating that hybrid setup, and it's about making sure that the team gels, the car works in that setup for everybody. And yeah, we'll only know about 3 weeks before the next race of who's going to be driving where. But I reckon the guys will stick it in the Ferrari.
It's absolutely amazing stuff, and I know Janneman's got a few questions lined up. I can hear the pieces of paper rustling his side. Two of you haven't been in the box with each other for a long time, so Janneman, over to you.
Well, I think the last time we were in the box was during the 24-hour, was it December last year, that we kind of killed the early hours of the morning.
That was at the 24 hours, correct. And I just arrived back from my full day of karting, and then had a night shift that I was going to do, and didn't really sleep much, and just jumped and come chatted to you guys.
Just to stay awake. But I think you did find a place to sleep somewhere.
Yes, it was on a little mattress underneath a table.
These are the things people do in endurance races. Oh, so we see. I think that was, what was his name, Stephen, in the background going off there on the dirt.
Trying to see, that might have been Heineke that went and bailed off slightly. A couple of the guys.
Wasn't it Gunther Kruger?
Gunther Kruger, there he is coming out of the pits.
Yeah.
And Mercedes looking less than ideal at this point.
Less than impressed.
Well, it's investing in some new maybe it's a new way of cooling the engine.
He's taking the historic layout because that's how the track used to run back in the days.
100%. So, man, just in terms of one of the first times we were in the comms box together was back in January 2021. there was a message that you asked me what time you'll be on, and you said, so I tell my wife and daughters that I'm not racing, but I'm commentating, and the youngest replies, oh no, this is going to be horrible.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I started my sim racing days back on PlayStation 4 at Sarko. The good old days. We were racing Project Cars 2, as I believe you're still racing Project Cars 2 on the PlayStations.
No, so look, there is still a little Project Cars 2 league going. We're actually starting one soon, but a lot of the guys, are starting to move over into PC. And just looking at some of the competitors, we were talking about the guys from LNR. We had quite a few guys that joined us in our previous league, and it's actually crazy to see just how competitive this entire field is. Just watching the practice where I sneakily jumped in and managed to put myself, I think I was 17th or 18th on the grid, and I was 1.2 seconds off first place. And that just shows you 19 positions separated by 1.2 seconds. It just shows you how crazy competitive it is.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a lot of times before, where sometimes the top 10 not even separated by half a second. I mean, just shows you that, how many guys there are that can run laps within half a second to a second of each other. So it is very interesting, but you're speaking about a lot of guys moving over to the PC side of things, and it's a sad thing sometimes to see the PlayStations. I wouldn't say they're dying out, but a lot of the guys moving over to PC. But PlayStation is a place where a lot of guys start their sim racing career.
And that's because it's, when I say cheap, you can pick up a second-hand PlayStation, so say $4,000. You can get yourself a G29 or a Thrustmaster in the 4,000 to 8,000 Rand now. And you generally have a TV at home, a little rig you can build yourself, or you can spend a little bit of money, but you can be racing for just under like 12,000. And that's what makes it so accessible. But the thing is, as soon as you want to start playing in the bigger lobbies, you want to do the longer endurances, you want to take it a little bit more seriously, then there is some sort of investment that has to come with it. And look, I've always had the PC because of the streaming that I did. Oh, yo, that was a close move.
Watching it on screen.
Sorry, I had to hold my breath there. I've always had it, but exactly what you were saying is, it's that having the community built up over all these years on console, and now that the shift in terms of the racing and the quality of racing that we're seeing, for me, is going to the PC side, and that's kind of where Sarko's journey looks like it's going to be going.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the bigger lobbies. You were talking, and it is unfortunately that that's the way I went. You race on PlayStation, and then you start noticing all these guys racing on PC, and it starts itching at places where it shouldn't itch, so to say, and you start thinking about maybe making that switch to go over to PC. And that's what I did at, I think it was the end of 2020 already. I went over to PC.
Yeah, look, I'm really enjoying my racing. Obviously, I still run the soccer league, and we run the soccer on PC now. But all my racing now is on PC. So I've joined the RaceFace Endurance series, and that's with LTR by Schick. But then on a Tuesday night is kind of the only night that I really have available to race. So I will be racing with the LNR guys. And it is only because I decided to go and further my studies, and that puts me on a Thursday night in terms of my commitment there. So I can't even come and race with the guys on a Thursday. Otherwise I would be.
That's the nice thing about these endurance series. We see communities coming together. We've got Sarko racing, we've got MNR Monday night racing, we've got LNR Logistical Nightmare racing. It's all the communities coming together and racing, and it's so nice to see.
And Janeman, in all honesty, this is what I love. I love the fact that I can come in and I can sit with you guys and I can chat, and Batis is going to be cool because I'm going to say, hey guys, listen, I'm going to be tagging RaceFace. I've met with Eddie. I would never race on a Monday with Eddie, only because we got Monday nights, for Sarko.
You've got your own racing on Monday nights.
Correct, but then seeing Sean, who's the community owner for LNR, in a RaceFace league, this is exactly what it's about. It's about South Africans coming together and enjoying what is out there for all. And I urge everybody, if you can, go and race across all the leagues.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
At this stage, Mr. Buck has got Conrad Volskink in the police car behind him, so he's getting chased. All that Volskink needs there is a set of blue lights. At this stage, Mr. Buck not showing any attention to pull over.
It's absolutely amazing, and yeah, we've got to say a big thank you for joining in the box as well. And you're always welcome to come and have a chat. It's nice to get a bit of an idea of what the teams are doing. I know that you've also just going and talking about seeing the communities intermingling, and congratulations on further studying. You know, that's always it's a difficult thing, but at the same time, to take that leap, honestly, hats off to you.
No, especially at my age, I don't know what I'm doing, eh?
Come on, you're
Anyway.
21 years old. Don't laugh with that.
Thank you. Twice in a row. Awesome. Stephen, Jonaman, thank you guys very much. I unfortunately have to run. I see my commitments are knocking at the door. But I'll definitely join in the early hours of the morning.
Yeah, thank you.
No, we'll be done by that time.
Well, thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much to all those viewers. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dylan. That's Dylan
Thanks,
Hall,
Dylan.
folks, coming in, part of the LTR Schick team, going and missing out this time's race, but is really looking forward to jumping in the box for round number 2. Going to be having a bit of fun out on the circuit. Couple of incidents happening all over while we were having a nice little discussion. Guys landing up with a bit of contact here and there. Some guys taking some really breathtaking maneuvers at this point, and some really interesting racing at carrying on. But there is still the penalties lurking around, as we see Mr. Cilliers has got a 15-second penalty. Most cars have served their penalties at the moment, but Yadaman, this is now starting to show it. And I just want to point out a big welcome back goes to Leslie Oliphant as he gets on the inside of Ruin van der Rest, who outbrakes himself. Leslie Oliphant, much like just going way back a bit, when I first started commentating, it was Leslie Oliphant, Bashir Jadwat, and Jason Abschmeyer. They were all part of the White Rabbit Gaming sim racing team, way back. And it's good to see like old names starting to come out of it and having a bit of fun. I see a couple of people also having a few problems during the race, with disconnects starting to come into play. Guys having a little bit of a difficult time with that. We do have Alan Patterson. He's keeping a very close eye on all the teams, and just informing, not only in the comments, but also just informing his drivers of what's going on as well. So it's good to see the guys having a bit of a chat, getting a bit of experience in there, and giving us a bit of feedback as well of what's happening out in the pits, because not everyone wants to come on air and talk about their problems, have a sit-down discussion and go and say, listen, let's go and chat about this. As you see, Sean Skitter and Daniel de Villiers, they are slugging it out between the two of them. Lamborghini really just keeping a bit ahead of Sean Skitter's Aston Martin. And something I do want to bring up, the Lamborghini being a lot newer, of being the 2023 model, with Sean Skitter trying to chase him down in the 2019 Aston Martin V8. And it just shows what BOP has done, where, yes, you've got an older chassis, but you're still able to take on the fight. I'm waiting for someone to take the Jaguar, just for the fun of it, bring the Jaguar out.
Well, we were actually chatting about it a while ago, Stephen, and...
Daniel de Villiers, bye, Miss American Pie, into the dirt. Gets ahead of Sean Skitter, but I think that may be gaining an advantage, so he's going to have to come off the throttle, does so, and lets him go. So gaining an advantage, giving back the position. Well done to him on that good show, because you can really just keep your foot in and go for a pass. But these are, this is as the race goes on.
I mean, absolutely, and I'm actually very surprised to see that so late into the race, we're almost 2 hours, an hour and 50 minutes into the race, and we're still seeing these close battles out on track. It's absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, definitely going and seeing the guys battle it out. But we have gone for a bit of a long stint. Now, for anyone that is watching us in the future, hello, future. We are here. Thank you for joining us here at RaceFace for round number 1 of the GT3 endurance race here at Imola. It's an 8-hour race. Gonna be a bit of an interesting one. I think that we're gonna have to keep a very, very close eye on all the action as the guys go on and try and make a bit of a charge. So, thoughts onto this. We're starting to get a little bit later. It is currently only 5 minutes to 4 on the sim, but we are sitting at about 10 to 6 at the moment, and you can hear the sound of the generators powering up in the background as well. Big shout out to my family that's actually managed to turn on the generator without me, so thank you.
You taught them well.
They're not going to hear that one. That's just dangerous. That's playing with fire. But taking a look, Luke Addison now getting into a bit of a charge. He's caught up behind this little lovely duo of Sav Sov and Leslie Oliphant, who are in a bit of a battle. Leslie going and letting him go. Sav not going and moving out the way just as yet. Comes across back onto the circuit. Oh, contact with Leslie Oliphant. And just the slightest of nudges. Leslie trying to pull himself back and get going. Jan, take us through.
Well, at this stage, Luke Addison doing a double stint. He's still out in front. Followed in second place by Christian Venter. Christian Venter, he's 24.5 seconds behind. Third place, Giovanni Porzio. So, Christian deployed, did keep the car over to Giovanni Porzio after the first pit stop. We'll have to see. I think they are pretty close to their second pit stop now. Then, fourth place, we've got Ruan van der Westhuizen. Fifth place, Daniel Rowe. He is 10 seconds behind. Further 4.8 seconds down the field is Isham Domingo. Then 7th place, here we got Conrad Volskink. 8th place, Sean Buck. 9th place, Chris Heineke. In 10th place, we've got Heinrich de Wet. Rohan Solier in 11th. 12th place is Quan Duplessis. 13th place, Loic Randabal. 14th place, Ashley Wilson. 15th place, we've got Devon Alles. 16th place, Sean Skitter. Then 17th place, Daniel de Villiers. 18th place, Fleming Bauer. 19th place, Graham Mole. Rounding out our top 20 is Sava Savov. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Then 21st place, Rian van der Rijst. 22nd place, Leslie Oliphant. 23rd place, Rohan van Wyk. Then 24th place, the timing boards are updating, Stephen, at this stage. 24th place, Tinus Buerta. 25th, Gerard Pretorius. 26th, Rohan Heineke. 27th, we've got Johan Kleinons. 28th, Bernard Renner. 29th, Jaco Grobler. 30th place, Lee Bouillon. 35th place, Gunther Kruger. 32nd, Byron Kutzer. 33rd, Sean Lorerio. 34th place, Quinton Ivy. 35th, Reginald Humteleni. So Humteleni still sticking it out there, Stephen. He's been going now for almost 2 hours. Still a long way to go. 6 hours to go, but he rounds off our 35-car grid that's still left.
No, it's absolutely amazing to see the guys really putting in that extra bit of work, and seeing this little tow of Daniel de Villiers, Sava going and having a bit of fun with Ruan van der Rest, and Leslie Oliphant, who is still giving it everything he's got to put a little bit more of a challenge. Oh, we do see Run going and biting the wall, and let's try and take a look from the helmet cam of what happened. So he's in the tow, trying to pull himself along. The Ferrari doing everything it can. I gotta say, just stunning look in the Ferrari. Reminds me of the Chevrolet GTE, the new one that's come out, or GT. Is it a GTD now at this moment? It's a GT3 essentially. Leslie Oliphant up on the outside, runs over the curb, contact between the two, and slides around. Good thing there's a gap in the wall. But trying to rejoin over there is a very, very difficult one, because you can land up getting caught out quite badly because it's all blind.
Yeah, I know, definitely the case there, and you need to be very aware of your surroundings. Stephen, just going through the grid, I see, the penalties are creeping in again. The stewards are fairly busy, so the next round of pit stop, we're going to see the grid mixing up again.
It's going to be a rather interesting thing, and I really look forward to having a chat to. I'm doing everything I can. I'm sending messages, trying to figure out if we can get the guys in to give us a bit of an understanding of what are they looking for? What are the penalties coming in for?
Tips. Yeah, some tips. I see, just a while ago that we've got Eddie Francis and his team that did get a final warning for driver standings, so I'm keeping an eye on them as well. So the stewards definitely busy at this stage. The warnings are popping up on screen.
Yeah, so it's definitely things to keep an eye out for. It does look like Ryan van Wyk going and managing to get by, but who was that? Was that Byron Kutzer? Yes, the Hybrid Academy Ice team getting absolutely ice creamed into the dirt. So not going to be too happy with that one. Not too much damage, and Sav now landing up with a problem. What happened to Sav? And let's go back about 30 seconds.
Chicane again.
Oh, there's the
nope.
one. Nope, it does look like guys
must have been at the last two corners then.
Has to be Leslie Oliphant all over the back of him, trying to give chase. Hard onto the brakes, leans it in, tail snapping out, and
all by his lonesome self.
Yeah, unfortunately, the bull doing what the bull does best, coming off.
There's grass over there.
And so far, second drive-through penalty that we have seen. First for this team, Eddie Francis taking a drive-through penalty, and it's going to be having to take a look at it. And that's, as you said, driving standards. So that must be for getting into unnecessary fights or going and landing up, making unfortunate contacts. I mean, these are things we do see more often than not. You kind of get tunnel vision at this point, and you got to be cautious of running a very fine line of what is within the rules and what's out of the rules. And unfortunately, the Monday Night Racing team going and having that little problem coming into play. Project Vapor, Ruan Cilias, who's got a 15-second penalty next time he comes into the pit. So 15 seconds. The pit crew are not allowed to touch the car, and they are going to be sitting very, very frustrated with those nut runners. The driver going to be extremely frustrated. I mean, 15 seconds is a long time, and to hear every engine come past you, well, enough said.
Yeah, it's not a very nice feeling, and definitely, as you said, it's very frustrating sitting in the car and nobody's allowed to touch it for 15 seconds. That 15 seconds can almost feel like 15 minutes if you're sitting in that car. So Rohan Sillier making his way around, knowing that he will have to serve that penalty on his next pit stop. We're further down the field, where we have the likes of Eddie Francis with the drive-through penalty. He will have to serve that within 3 laps of getting it, so he's got no choice but to get in and get that penalty out the way.
It's absolutely, and we still got some amazing action. Tienes Bertha taking over the car from Hansi Myberg has got Sava all right behind him, really pushing as hard as he can. We got Bouillon with a 15-second penalty and Kutzer with a 10-second penalty, and it just really shows of what's going on.
Sorry, I just saw somebody pop into the commentary booth, so now we need to behave ourselves.
Oh boy. Joining us in the commentary booth is the man, the myth, the legend, someone that you see but never hear from.
Some say.
Go ahead.
I was thinking about something. Couldn't come up with something quickly enough.
Some say he connects with cell phone reception to his left foot under braking. We call him Bertus Hugo.
That sounds about right.
Bertus, welcome to the commentary box. Absolutely amazing to have you here. I know that you have been working frantically with the team, penalties being dished out. Round number 1 has finally arrived for the Endurance Series after a much requested and especially Season 3. And you've got to say, in a difficult time with load shedding around, give us a bit of a whirl of emotions to the build-up of, well, this endurance race.
A whirl of emotions. At the moment, just very, I'd say, grateful to all the drivers who made it. I mean, I think we didn't go out to market this event as much as we usually do in previous seasons, and everyone just still pitched up. So I think we could have done a bit more, but everyone is here, all the familiar faces, and we have over 100 drivers registered across about 38 different teams. So I mean, that's well done to everyone, to all the drivers who put up their time to help make this happen. So far so good. It looks like we had a fairly clean start. Some issues down the order, but so far so good. And we still have, I think, 36 cars, 35 cars on the grid. We know of one car which had, I think, 2 game crashes, which was quite unfortunate. But for the rest, everyone is still going, and throughout, I mean, Eskom likes to play with us. They first said load shedding suspended, and now we're back to stage 4. But everyone, they give us false hope. But everyone just, I think we are so used to this now, and like we've proven in last year's 24-hour race on stage 5 and 6, and this year in the mid-rand 570. Load shedding is not a big obstacle anymore for these drivers and teams.
Well, I just want to also bring up, we talk about getting in and racing. We talk about getting the drivers in and really showing off what they can do. The administrative side is also rather difficult. I mean, getting the guys to come in or collaborate to take the time out for live stewarding. I mean, live stewarding is something that's highly requested, but not everyone wants to take that leap into live stewarding and sitting out a race. I mean, so you've got to take the hats off to the teams behind that, going and getting themselves in trouble and preferring not to be in the car.
The live stewards that we currently have, they are all driving as well. So obviously we have a few measures in place to make sure they can't review anything where they are involved themselves or any of their teammates, or where they stand to benefit out of the outcome of a penalty. So we try and do that, but the stewards are pretty much volunteers, and they usually take the most flack. They somehow they are just keen to help out, and we appreciate all of their help and all their contributions and dedicating their time to this.
Oh, and I just want to bring up about the growth so far we've seen in RaceFace with the introduction, the debut season of the RaceFace TCR Championship in iRacing, the continuation of the Grid Championship on Thursdays, the growth of the GT3 Sprint Series, and also just the huge amount of people into the Endurance Series, but also the guys watching out there. We've been averaging some massive views. Guys have been sharing it with their friends, families, the blind dog, maybe the deaf person as well. I'd love to see what the captions look like after some of the chats. But the growth has been there. The community has definitely blown out of control. It's nice to see old familiar faces returning, as we see Leslie Oliphant being one of them. Jason Abschmeyer, Bashir Jadwat, the White Rabbit Gaming, the PWSR returning to the grid. Yes, missing Kieran Patterson. I think go out with Alan on this one that we do miss seeing Kieran out there, but he's out going and having a bit of fun, going and doing a bit of studies. But also new teams developing Inits, in RaceFace. I mean, these are all some amazing things, and the growth has just taken off. I know it's been quite an emotional roller coaster for you.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers is obviously the main thing. You know, we can have the best administration side and everything, and I'm not saying we are perfect or anything, but we try our best. There's always a lot of improvement still, a lot of things that needs to where we can improve things and make things a bit more streamlined and yeah, just raise the bar a bit on the back end side. And I mean, there's so many different aspects. You know, something that started as a hobby and started as a small community, now RaceFace is a business, and we need to run it as a business. Yeah, I don't like to see the drivers as clients, but in some way they are. We need to serve them and give them good service, give them a good product, and I'm sure they'll come. And so far it looks good. I mean, the numbers, I'd say, yeah, I mean, the numbers come and go, but I think it's stabilized, and we are definitely getting new blood into the community. So that's great. And as you say, some of the old guys coming back, that's also good to see. And yeah, I mean, for the endurance series, there's always a few guys who don't normally race with us week in, week out, but they pitch up for the endurance races, which is also nice. And then yes, as you said, we've expanded now into iRacing after quite some time of consideration and getting things in place behind the scenes. And I have to say, thanks to Doe and Paul Gerber, who's taking charge on that side. But yeah, it's great to have an iRacing league up, and we are looking forward to expanding that, because I think that's a completely different crowd. Yes, you have a lot of people doing ACC and iRacing, but I think most people has a preference for either of the two, and that's what they stick to. So we are hoping to serve that community as well, the iRacing community, with a league where they can show what they can do, and hopefully give them exposure. And we'll be looking for sponsors and prize pools and things going into that as well. But so far the growth on that, even after just 1 week, has also been great and inspiring. So a lot of positives. I think we actually had a conversation about this last night, where you can. There's a lot of people who start out with sim racing and sign up at the start of the season, and then towards the end of the season they sort of either get busy or something happens. But yeah, with load shedding and all these things, we're still seeing growth. So that's very good.
Well, just going and replying to one of the comments, we got Kleinan saying, "Is Bertus even racing?" I can answer that one very easily. Bertus has forgotten where he's put the steering wheel. It was between the microphone. It was between the other pieces of paper and the other pieces of paper. So correct me if I'm wrong there, Bertus. The steering is between the two piles of papers somewhere.
The steering is in a box somewhere. I don't know. I'm so slow the last couple of weeks. I would do the team a disservice to try and put in laps tonight. So, well, and I mean that's
where I want to touch on next. Is we seen something new this season by having the Pro and Pro-Am classes, as we see Sean Skitter trying to make his way around the Project Vapor BMW. But we've seen a change now where we've got a Pro and a Pro-Am class, and this is also, you don't have to be the fastest of the fast. You don't have to be the Max Verstappens. It's welcoming to guys that are even slower to go and
Yes.
have a bit of fun and learn and grow, especially into the endurance series, where guys have time to learn these things and get to learn about overtaking and being overtaken. I mean, that's a skill on its own that can help you going forward, because it's basically crowd control at that point. But this is something that's been very interesting. It's seen lots of guys coming into it and trying out and giving a bit of a hopeful chance to it. So take us through, what are the parameters to count as a pro, and what are the parameters to count as an AM in the endurance?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, it's a new thing that we brought in, and I haven't posted too much about it because we wanted to sort of see what the qualifying looks like. So we literally announced it in the drivers briefing for the first time, but there has been some thinking and planning going into it. But yeah, the idea is that we have the top 12 or 13. So we have 13. Well, there's one team who's definitely a pro team. One of the drivers is one of the defending champions, from last season. So they are also added to the top tier. So yeah, the top 13 teams basically is part of the pro class, and then from team who qualified number 12, because the 13th team actually qualified way down. Then the next 12 teams are in Pro Am, and the rest are all in the gold class. So we'll have separate standings. We'll have the overall standings, and then we'll have standings for each class. Something that just didn't work out very well is the Pro and Pro Am class. Their numbers look the same, so we'll fix that so that for the next race we'll have 3 different color schemes on the race numbers, so that the guys can see exactly where they are. But yeah, I mean, that's it. It's just to add something extra, and as you say, give something for the guys lower down the grid to race for. You can be 26 in the race, but you might be fighting for a top 3 position in your class. So that's something that I think will help a lot to keep it interesting for everyone in the series. So that's where it comes from.
That's absolutely amazing to go and see something given back and having a bit of fun out there. I know that there's been lots of frantic work behind the scenes to get the things out there, and on behalf of all the sim racers, big thank you for having it all together, to you and your team, and also to the stewards who have been working rather frantically on trying to get all this all sorted out. We see a couple of people with drive-through penalties, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, all of that are going to start impacting the race. And as it all goes on, closing out to midnight tonight here in South Africa, which is a long time for every driver. They've been awake for quite a bit, as we see a bit of contact between Quadruple C and Heinrich de Wet. I'm going to jump this one here a little bit. What can we expect anything in the future to come out? Are we expecting to see a different fun run? We've had a 570. Are we expecting to see a 24 later in the year? Or what can we look out for at RaceFace.Pro on the website?
So well, the website, hopefully the website will be updated soon. But apart from that, in terms of of looking into the future, we've got the 6 races, which will be a mixture of 8 and 6 hour races for the endurance series. So obviously starting off with an 8 hour, the next race will be a 6 hour race. And then, I mean, everyone always wants a 24 hour. So, and we've done a 24 hour in 2021 and last year. So I think we'll see what the calendar looks like. I'm busy. That's part of my admin I'm trying to get to during this race. Hopefully before the end of the race I'll have some time to just sort all of that out. But but yeah, a couple of final changes and things that needs to be sorted on the calendar, and then we'll see what we'll do. It might also be that we host a 24-hour race on iRacing.
I vote for Lamar 24.
Yeah, I mean the thing with iRacing is well, two things is you can have you have different tracks like the Lamar Lamar track and Nürburgring, the Nordschleife and other tracks, and you also have driver swaps, which works a bit better than ACC. You don't need driver number 1 to connect first, so that's one thing. And then you can also have multi-class. So that's something that we'll look into on the iRacing side. But yeah, I don't want to make any promises for 24-hour in ACC for this season. But there will be a lot of endurance racing. So I think by the end of the year, after 6 endurance races, it's going to be quite a lot. So and then we also have a solo endurance series, a couple of 2 and 3 hour races, which will be also be launching soon. So there's going to be a lot of racing, and that's in addition to all the weekly races, the season 40 now, just past halfway. Then we have the Winter League coming up, then season 15, then there's the Spring League, and then season 16. So massive amount of racing coming up. So I don't know if we're going to have a day or a night to fit another 24-hour into. But yeah, as I said, no promises, but we'll see what we can do.
Well, there we go, chat. Something for you. Put it in the chat if you would like to see a 24-hour on ACC and a 24-hour in iRacing. We leave it out to the community to give us thoughts on this. Bertus, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box. Now, to really put you in hot water, which team do you think is going to be able to take the win after 8 hours of racing? It's starting to get a bit darker there at Imola, and what's your thoughts? Who do you think is going to be able to take that top spot?
Sure.
Now to throw you in the hot water.
Well, at the moment, it seems like it's between Hybrid and Evolved. Not Hybrid, sorry, Genesis and Evolved, but you also have a KSR team in 4th, which looks like they have some potential. So anything can happen. I mean, we've seen it so many times with disconnects and things like that. So the slightest drop in connection or anything can put a team 2 or 3 laps down. So let's see. I'm not gonna back anyone. It won't be right. But I'd say the top 4 looks good for now. So I'd guess it must be one of them, unless all of them have really bad luck.
Well, thank you so much, Bert's Hugo, owner of RaceFace, jumping in and also giving us a bit of an insight of what's happening in the background of things. Absolutely awesome stuff. Gentlemen, thoughts so far as we now 5 hours 42 minutes left of the race. Still going strong for a lot of these drivers. Lots of planning starting to come into play. Fatigue starting to kick in, starting to get darker. Just give us a round about your thoughts.
Absolutely, Stephen. We see different strategies from different teams, like, running out in front. Luke Addison, he's putting in a long stint. He's been there since the start of the race, where other teams decided to do a driver swap, on the first pit stop. Good to see that we are, so far into the race, but still good battles out on track. I mean, 14th and 15th between Janse van Vieren and Olifant, they're running within a second of each other. Also 19th and 20th between Kleinans and Sava, also just about a second apart. So it's good to see, and I hope we're going to see this carry on right through the 8 hours.
It's going to be awesome stuff. Lots of penalties still being put out there. But while we go and get ourselves, we're going to have a little bit of an intermission. We're going to leave you with some of the action, and Tim, the cameraman, giving us some shots as well. So Tim the cameraman, don't let us down, buddy. We believe in you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to RaceFace GT3 Endurance round number 1 here at Imola. And a person that is going to be jumping into the box to have a chat. I know Joneman is currently out at the moment. He's been going and getting himself sorted. And we're going to bring in the one and the only Daniel the Hitman de Villiers. So, joining me in the box, Daniel the Hitman de Villiers has been out there on the racetrack and having a bit of fun. Daniel, glad to have you, buddy. It's honestly a great one. A bit of an interesting stint for you in your drive. You were in the car for quite some time. Took a little bit of damage to the car as well. Give us a bit of a breakdown of what happened at the start of the race.
Hi Steven and Joneman, I see you here as well. No, it was a bit difficult for the start. I lost focus at turn 4, turn 3, and I hit the sausage curb a bit too hard. And yeah, the car just threw me away into the wall. So yeah, that's how my race went at the start. But yeah, I've pushed as far as I can for my co-driver to join after load shedding. So yeah, I'm a bit tired now.
A bit worn out, and you know, you're sporting a different set of colors to what you were originally going back into last season. You joined up with the PWSR team with the likes of Alan Patterson and co. What's your take on to switching out the different colors, getting involved with a different set of drivers that you've usually gone against them, now you're racing with them?
Yeah, this was completely unexpected. Alan gave me a shout there for the Endurance Series actually, if we can team up for the Endurance Series, and I'm like, yeah, why not? And we had a chat and we talked about the Endurance Series, and I think he was very impressive of how good I've become in racing, and I think we've both agreed just to do the whole series, the Metal State Series and the Sprint Series as well. So yeah, quite unexpected, but I'm glad he chose me, because yeah, he keeps me tamed.
Well, the PWSR brand has been around for a while, but a lot of people hear me say Daniel the Hitman de Villiers, and you've actually one of the drivers that scored a nickname. You've stuck with it. You've actually owned with it, and your driving style has improved every single time. You used to be quite on the ragged edge of things. Now you're a little bit more tame in your driving style, but still taking taking the nickname to it and running with it, and it actually provides a bit of a mental game when you're around other competitors when they know the Hitman is closing down on them. Your thoughts onto that?
Yeah, Steven, I'm proud of the name, but I'm not that proud, you know. Now, last season with the Ferrari that I drove with Cameron in Ocelot, it was a very different car for me that I had to get used to quickly. So I was in a lot of trouble. It was not like the Nissan that I usually drove in the RaceFace series and stuff. So the Lambo we chose here actually matches our driving style and character of how we race a car and how to set up it and everything. So, but yeah, I'm glad that people fear me when I'm close to them, because I fear myself sometimes.
Now, Daniel, you've really been stepping up the game, trying to improve, getting into it. Take us through the preparation as a driver and as a team to get to this point here at round number 1. 8 hours of Imola just to go out, have a bit of fun. Just give us a bit of, you know, what was the preparation like?
Well, Steven, you gotta set up everything. You gotta be ready for anything. And with the changes this morning early, it was a bit hectic, and I had to jump to get all the strategies ready, the pressures and all that stuff. It is a bit, you know, you're a bit under pressure always in the beginning, and you're excited and the nerves kick in. So all you have to do is stay calm. Just cool yourself, stay calm and focus. All you have to do.
It's definitely a tricky one, and you've really stepped up the game for it. You guys have come in fighting. You've had some close racing. Take us through having the faster cars coming and messing around, and you guys were in your own little battle and at a stage in a 4 or 5 car battle, and suddenly you have the leaders come herring down on you guys, just getting in between everyone. Take us the thought process to that.
Yeah, well, Stephen, we have to get quicker, then that doesn't happen. Yeah, it's a very mental challenge to see faster cars coming behind you, being lapped, and you're at the pace actually, but you have to defend your position and don't push too hard to cook the tires or anything to mess up your race strat. So it's a lot of factors that comes in that you have to give up, unfortunately, to save yourself and your race as well.
It's definitely, it's great to actually have you in the box and chat a little bit. Now, I love doing this because I know that you're going to say you hope your team wins, but I'm going to throw something a little bit different, and that is, if you can say anything except no swearing, no foul language, no racism, all that sort of the nonsense. But you're allowed to challenge people out there. You're allowed to thank whoever you want. The mic will be yours to give us a bit of a run of what's in the hitman's head.
Well, at this moment, just survive. But yeah, I want to say thank you to Alan Patterson for giving us this opportunity and giving the chance for myself to prove that I am a better driver than I was way before, and I'm so grateful for it, for the opportunity, and also the training and setup he gives us, and also to mentor us to stay calm, where to do what. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I've never had a team actually to coach me through this. But yeah, I want to say thank you to Alan Patterson and PWSR.
Absolutely awesome stuff. Now looking at where everything's going, how hard you guys are pushing in the championship, in the middle state grid championship, which is on Thursdays. You guys have now been on the circuit for 2 hours 49 minutes, going for 2 hours 50 minutes. Your thoughts on surviving these final 5 hours? When are you going to be next in the car?
I'm not sure yet. I'll have to speak to Darren first. He's currently in the car. Alan unfortunately can't join us. Maybe if we're lucky, late tonight he will be able to join us and he can do a stint. I'm a bit worn out now for the 2 hours and 20 minutes that I drove, but I'll be ready for the next stint. If Darren said he's a bit tired, then I'll do the next stint easily again.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And Daniel, fantastic to chat to you like always, and a big shout out to Daniel the Hitman de Villiers racing in the PWSR Lamborghini, really putting on a great show out there, and we look forward to chatting to you a little bit later. Maybe we get to chat to your teammate as well when he climbs in the car, or climbs out of the car, you climb in. It would be nice to get a bit of insight of how he found the stint here at Imola for the 8 hours. Thank you very much, Daniel. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephen. I'll give Darren a shout to come check in here, and yeah, good luck to everyone doing the race.
Absolutely awesome. Good to see it. Good to see the guys making a bit more of an effort as they move forward in the races. And as we see on battle, Nicholas Manuel, Gideon Reyna going at each other, hammer and tongs at the moment, trying to get a little bit more of a run. It does look like Nicholas Manuel trying to hold the outside line, but Gideon Reyna up on the inside, running him out wide, managing to make it stick. So now moving up into that 5th position. Going through the grid at the moment, Cody Sherritt, Cameron de Bastos, Henry Mayer, Bernard King, Gideon Reyna with Nicholas Manuel right behind him, Vincent Nell chasing him down, Quan Duplessis, Fleming Bauer, and Gerrit van Rens, Janse van Vuren, I do apologize, going and rounding out our top 10 at the moment. Closest battle on circuit is this BMW versus McLaren, side by side once again, and it does look like the Evolved Racing Cameron de Bastos catching up to these two, and now having to try and figure out what he can do to try and get around them, as they're just going side by side. He has nowhere to look around, and in this monstrous battle between the Project Vapor and the KSR Hex team, as they make their way around the circuit, definitely some difficult going. Philip van Zyl, though, a little bit slow on that last run, and did see a bit of a warning marker that there was an off track. So let's see what happened to Philip Van Zyl. Coming into the corner, gets a little bit of a tank slapper, able to hold it. Ferrari just twisting around him. Too much rotation on those rear tires, and unfortunately slowing him down and having to wait for the field. So yeah, as we heard, the guys needing to push a little bit harder and you know, just try and get it all up and going. So the guys doing everything they can at the moment to keep on a good charge as they run through. As we take a look, there is a live timing out for everyone who wants to see all the crazy action that's out there. A big support going in for the likes of ZRC, the guys going in, chasing down and saying that they're doing a great job. So it's good to see the teams getting a bit more support and jumping into the chat. I know WT going and saying, go ZRC. So he's in huge support for it. But if you look in the description as well, we do have live timing up so you guys can keep up to date with all the action that's happening over this 8-hour endurance race here for round number 1 of the RaceFace GT3 Endurance Series. And it is just becoming more and more apparent. Cody Sherritt out in front for the Genesis Esports, doing a fantastic job at the moment, keeping ahead of Cameron de Bastos, who is 46.3 seconds behind. Henry Mayer 14.5 seconds. Bernard King 55.7 seconds. 28.4 is Nicholas Manuel for the Project Vapor team. Gideon Rayner trying to chase him down, and you can see how frantic it is in that car. Vincent Nell trying to make up a little bit of time as well. Juan Duplessis also in a monstrous battle trying to close down. And every single one of the drivers just trying to push themselves a little bit harder. And Gerrit van Vuren is actually 1.3 seconds behind Fleming Bauer. That's actually one of our closest battles on the moment. Everyone else is above 5 seconds, 3 to 5 seconds. So the guys are really trying to push it the extra mile. Fatigue starting to kick in on this beautiful Imola circuit. 4.9 kilometers, nearly 5 kilometers long. And it is just turned into one heck of a battle. So we'll have to see how it all runs through. But I'm going to bring in another guest to come in and have a chat to us. This guest is someone a little bit different, someone that I've actually known for a good couple of years and is representing from Logistical Nightmare, because I think his entire race engineer is saying that this is a logistical nightmare of note. welcome Paul Fenter. Paul, glad to have you here in the Combox. How are you feeling?
How's voice? Yeah, man, we a bit of bad luck, but we having fun. I guess whiskeys and tequilas are the order of the day. So then that's the only way we can have fun.
Well, Paul, just taking a look at what happened a bit earlier, I want to just go and talk about it. You had all three cars landing up in the wall at the same time. That was a bit crazy. Sean Skitzer landed up into the whole problem as well. I mean, to have all three cars going and following your nickname, Paul the Wall Fenter, what's your thoughts onto it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I just call it horrendous bad luck, or as we would say, we were our worst nightmare at that point. Yeah, I mean, we saw Buck and Bago get together and we're like, okay, here's a spot. And next moment we had a McLaren that gave us a high five to the face and puts us in the wall. And then, yeah, I see Neil coming in the Ferrari and literally just slamming into the wall next to us. And I'm like, what the hell? There's like 3 LNR cars bouncing off the walls here. I missed the memo, clearly.
It's one memo you wish not to get. And I know the team have been working frantically hard. You guys have been gearing up for quite some time to get into this race. Take us through a bit of what happened behind the scenes for the Logistical Nightmare Racing team to get to this point.
Well, basically, the first thing that happened was we did not realize we triple booked ourselves for racing this weekend. We had a 6-hour at Zolder that was supposed to be going on at the same time as this 8-hour at Imola, as well as we've got a group of the boys doing Le Mans 24 on iRacing. So it's, we had to shuffle the teams around. Luckily, the Zolder 6-hour that we were supposed to do got cancelled yesterday afternoon. So we then just made sure we added all the missing boys into the teams, and yeah, luckily everyone was running Imola just in case that race was being cancelled. So we probably have about half of the I would say the A team of LNR currently here in 2 of the top teams in the Astons. And then we've got what we call our cheese and wine team. They're the refined guys of matured age that are racing in the Ferrari. And I think if they didn't have horrendous luck in this race, they would have 0 luck at all, because they've been more in the war zone than they've been on track, I think.
It's definitely been a difficult race. Now, we had a chat to Dylan Hall from Sarko. Sarko and LNR have always had some very interesting racing. You guys have done battle many times in endurance racing. Just to see it and having the same guys that you've raced against numerous times, is there a thought process of what you need to do to try and keep ahead of everyone?
Yeah, so the one thing that I think that LNR kind of prides itself on is we're not hot lappers or sprint racing specialists. We somehow seem to be a lot more in tuned to enduro racing, so we enjoy this a lot more, and we seem to normally pull out the results out the bags with previous enduro races. I mean, this year alone so far we've won the Daytona 24-hour. I think it was P3 at a Sebring's 12-hour. So the boys are, they seem to do much better when we're racing for longer hours, and where there's a graveyard shift that's involved with the racing. So it was fun to come back. We did the Enduro series last year, and it was excitement to come back and do it again, because it's new cars. There's new teams. Some guys have moved between teams, so it was definitely going to be a new challenge for us, and just to have some fun, and of course, always wherever the Sarko LTR boys are involved, that somehow seems to be always a bit of a tongue-in-cheek scenario where we're always looking where's each other to beat each other. We're having fun. We were having fun. I think some of the boys had a few swear words to go, but yeah, we've gathered up again and getting ready to just finish out these remaining 5 hours and high five each other at the end.
Well, and someone that I know is been a bit of a rival to you back on the old console days, and has done battle with you numerous times. Janneman, with Paul Venter in the box here, I'm sure that you've got a couple of questions to ask.
Yeah, sorry, Stephen. At that stage, Paul was known as the Rainmeister, but apparently you weren't actually that good in the wet, Paul.
Well, I don't know. Maybe not on console. Yeah, I think I sucked in the rain on console. But put me in a single seater and I'm like a duck to water. Or on PC, I seem to be okay. When I'm in a car that Kuno's decides should be good in the wet, you know.
Okay,
Always up to
right,
Kuno.
right. You've hit a point that I'm sure you're looking at the screen that I've got live at the moment, because just to give a bit of context to everyone out there, Paul Venter used to race in from Liveries. Back in the days, early 2000s, he raced in from Liveries. And here is a shot. The white number 42, Paul Venter, with number 15, you were teamed up and having a bit of fun. And you now said that put you in a single seater, you were rather happy. You could do quite
That's
a bit.
Stephen's home.
Yeah, no, look, exactly. I mean, I would never forget the one time where I raced at Kailami and it was a downpour of note. And going from P10 on the grid in the Nationals to leading the race within one lap and then winning the race over 5 laps with more than 25 seconds. I mean, it's a memory that lives on forever within my life. I mean, guys like Zaire Essa got his backside handed to him that day, and to this day we still don't know why. So it's a proud moment to say I was able to beat Zaire Essa at something at least. You know, so yeah. But single seaters, that was it, man. That wasn't in the wet. That was. Yeah, that was scary stuff. No ABS, no traction control, none of that, and you're just about drowning in your own car because of all the rain that's getting sprayed up. No fancy aerodynamics to keep the water away from your face.
Okay, so saying that, why did your Formula V look like that at the keys?
Well, I guess that's where Paul the Wall was probably initially born. That was a very sad note at that. It was a brand new car that we built over the winter break, and it was the first race in that car. And we were at Pekisa going down the back straight, and someone lost it on lap 1 ahead of us going through the 2 fast right-handers. And I T-boned or slammed into this car at about 170, 180 kilometers an hour, then proceeded to hit the barrier, spin around, and I collected the barrier about 3 or 4 more times. I've got actual onboard footage where you could hear me screaming from the impact, which I'm not very proud of. It's quite an embarrassing moment, but it was scary as hell. And yeah, I took a few deep breaths once that car came to a standstill, and after that we literally took that chassis and cut it in half and threw it away and had to build a brand new one.
Well, I know this is Janneman's first time seeing the picture, but it's one of these, you know, go back in the day sort of thing. And yeah, we've got quite a few drivers that are real world racers coming into sim racing. We've been seeing that transition more and more, where a lot of the real world racers coming in to get a little bit more practice, coming in to show what they can do. Your thoughts into that from a logistical nightmares point of view? You guys have been running a league that's been all about having fun. You've been having guys coming in and joining into the battles. You guys have been also participating across multi-sims as well. Your thoughts on it at the moment, seeing more and more of the real world coming into the sim racing world instead of being two absolutely different things?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the Sims have become so realistic that to an extent you probably can learn a circuit, you can prep for an event using a simulator. I know within our team we've got JC Giancarlo, which is an American driver that races for us, but he is a phenom on iRacing. Races against the guys like Max Verstappen and all these top, like he's always in split 1. Wherever anything happens, he's in split 1 on iRacing, which is it's like almost unheard of. He's got like a 6K or something I rating. So this kid is absolutely insane, and he's gone from doing only sim racing to the circuit, and has produced results on circuit, and taken the friends he's now made on the circuit side, and they've now come over into the sim side. And it takes them maybe call it a week or so for them to understand the physics, and then these oaks are on the pace at the front, absolutely just nailing it. I mean, it's fun to see, and it's entertaining to see how things are starting to get mixed up between the sim world and the real world, and how the two of them kind of like what I think Gran Turismo probably back in the heyday had in mind, where you go from the one into the other one, and between iRacing and ACC, they really have brought that balance into it, a lot closer than I think what we ever could have probably imagined.
Well, talking back to the endurance race, you're out of the car at the moment, you're observing the team, you're making sure they're okay. What's your guys' strategy to move up the cards at the moment? I know there's a bit of a climb right now, and a bit of trying to sort out after having a fair amount of damage done to both cars, all three cars landing up in it, and seeing that the penalties are starting to roll in. What's the game plan from your guys' side?
Yeah, so look, from our side, in car 777, we basically, I think the worst we're going to have is the 20-second damage that we sustained that we'll lose, because the way the fuel strategy worked out, we actually aren't missing a pit stop, or we haven't had to have an additional pit stop, but that will only bring us back into the race with about 2 hours left, because that's when the stints start leveling out. So that's when we'll see kind of where we really are faced or placed within the race. So that's kind of the one team. Then Buck and Nell, I mean, they just sitting there in P7, and they just trucking along. They literally their whole idea. So Nell is the teenage tornado, as we call him, because he's just absolutely quick. And then Buck is the old timer that just he's I can't call him slow, because he's not slow, but he's Mr. Consistency when it comes to enduro racing. And then we've got Andries, who's kind of new to the enduro scene, so it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of manage that. They in the top 10, just bring it home. That's kind of the idea for them. And then we've got Ashley, and where are they? They are currently sitting in P9 in the 418 McLaren. So those boys, the first time that the three of them are racing together in a team in the new McLaren, and they kind of shuffling. Ashley doesn't have power, so he's saving his batteries and everything so that he can do stints. The other two drivers, they kind of shuffling around load shedding, and doesn't help because they live within a block from each other, so they're on the same load shedding schedule. So yeah, they kind of just hoping for the best, that they can get to the end between the three of them. And then the boys, I mean, in the Ferrari and the back, I mean, they just literally, we have that saying that Eleanor doesn't quit, so they just trucking along to get to the end and just see it through. We kind of have, in theory, a rule that we're not supposed to rage quit or leave a race unless we really have got no other option. So we will be finishing the race from all sides of the teams, even if we are 20 laps down. The boys will be finishing the racing. So, and to them, it's all about experience. I mean, they new to the new Ferrari, so here again, it's all about gaining that experience on what to do with the car and what it's doing over wholehearted stints, which we might not have gotten from practice. So yeah, and then I'm just checking in, making sure everyone's awake and not half asleep while driving.
So in other words, not to be in the same boot as you.
Exactly. There we go. Exactly.
It's always just very, very interesting. I know Janneman, I've just seen a WhatsApp from to Janneman, which I'm sure he's going to ask a very prominent question that has started a few fires. That's for certain.
Well, I'm going to ask this on Steven's request.
Okay.
Let me just point this out. So the question, and I'm going to phrase it like this. The question from Steven is, what is this whole story with the unskilled club?
Okay, so there's
I threw Steven under the bus.
There we go. Thanks.
that's all good. There's a fun community that we actually race in Europe called Evolution Racing Academy, ERA, and when the 1.9 version launched, we all were aware that the Honda was absolutely murdered, taken the turbo out and left it for dead, and in the middle of a championship, you all of a sudden go 3 seconds a lap slower. Being in the pro split, how do you keep racing like that? So I took the decision and said, boys, this car's too slow. I'm struggling and I'm not getting to pace. Maybe we should call it a day with this car for this championship. And someone within the community then kind of said to me, well, maybe I'm just not skilled enough to be able to drive it quick. And so the unskilled club was born. And from there on, tongue in cheek, whenever anyone mentions anything about struggling with a car, not being able to be at their regular pace, not even talking being at alien pace or anything, just not being on their regular pace they expect to be, we then say, well, you're an unskilled driver, so here, high five, join the unskilled club. And then this said person that kind of created the club, we all kind of tease him and go, well, we all refer to you as you're the gift to ACC because you're the man with all the skill level. So it's just a bit of banter and fun. Some guys take it a bit too serious. Like I say, it's hilarious and funny. And you know what? If we can't laugh while we're having fun doing sim racing, then I don't think we should be doing sim racing at all.
Then we'll go do nationals back in the day.
Well, there we go.
No, it's absolutely amazing, and it's always enjoyment to chat to you, Paul. You've always, I know, you and I have come to blows more than once through the times, but it's good to see you guys back out there having a bit of fun, and good to see the Logistical Nightmare Racing team having a bit of fun in the endurance racing, really putting in the extra effort. 3 cars out on the grid, and getting to take the fight out to it, which is always a great thing to see. Without any swearing, without any of the usual, don't do any of the usual bad stuff, but you're allowed to go and put out a challenge. You're allowed to thank whoever or any teams or sponsors of that. You're more than happy, but just keep it safe for work, if I can put it that way.
Okay, no worries. Well, basically, we I think number one is always our sponsors. Eleanor's got some entertaining sponsors, just to add to our flavor. We've got Flick Floy, which is a Afrikaans dating site. So if ever you are bored, and I don't mean when you're married and you're bored, I mean when you're single and you're bored, there is a website called flickfloy.co.za. If you don't know how to spell that, just grab a screenshot of the Aston. It's on the rear bumper, and go and check out. It's an Afrikaans dating site.
So what are you saying is that your Aston's rear bumper is more impressive than Eddie Francis's rear bumper?
That's it, because so basically Eddie's rear bumper is going to tell you to, if you're married, go away. If you're single, you want to be on the Aston's bumper, you see. So yeah, just shout out to them as they, without the sponsors, we can't go quicker, because the sponsors pay for our speed juice, and as always, we receive our speed juice from the one and only Mr. Zaire Esser. So everyone knows where to find him, which is not at a power station, but in his Discord. And then we've got a computer company, which is an online computer company, which is quite cool. They're called Yellow Fellow. So we always get some discounted computer parts from them. So, if ever you need something, check them out. And then, lastly, just thanks to RaceFace and everyone. And, let's just have fun. And whoever is partaking in the Eleanor team versus team starting next week, I will not see you on track, unfortunately. I will be working next week, but I will see you the week after for round 2, where I will hopefully be kicking some butts. So yeah, see all of you around.
Oh, thank you very much, Paul. Always great to have a chat to you. And ladies and gentlemen, Paul Fent of the Logistical Nightmare. I've got to say, just going and bringing in some interesting sponsors, but taking a
Well,
look at...
I'm still getting over the yellow fellow being with Flip Floyd or something like that.
You've got basically you've got Tinder on the rear bumper. That's interesting.
Yeah. The Afrikaans version of Tinder.
Yeah, well, taking a look at it, if we're talking about people that are definitely getting a little bit of a dry run, let's put it like that. Kitty and Rainer with a 5 second.
They've got a date with a penalty.
Yeah, they've got a big date with a penalty. 5 seconds, 13th place, Bago Krobler, 10 seconds. Down in 19th, Darren Miller also with a 10 seconds. Savo Salve got a 15-second penalty. A couple of guys scoring these penalties and landing up with a few problems. But we have heard, and it's kind of, it just rips your heart out, genuinely. And this is a bit of a call. I see that Whole Sun Motorsports is out. Unfortunately, the generator died, and that was them, done and dusted. I'd love to get one of their drivers in for a chat if they're available, or on the team, just to give us a bit of an insight. It's always sad, to see teams really push the boundaries. They did everything they could to get there. They were doing really, really well, but unfortunately, due to force majeure, they were not able to continue, and it just leaves you going in. It's a bit of a hollow one, to be honest. I hate seeing mechanical failures. We saw in terms of a steering disconnect. We've seen people with, unfortunately, dual disconnects, game crashes, all that coming into play. And it's just showing that wear and tear and force majeure can throw you out of a race. But that's what makes endurance racing.
I mean, absolutely, Stephen. A generator that died, that counts as a mechanical breakdown, because let's face it, in the times that we are living with the load shedding that we are living with, a lot of these guys racing, their rigs will be powered by other batteries or generators. I mean, at this stage, this whole stream is powered by a generator and batteries, so you got a dual system in there. So, we've chatted about it on previous races before, but it is almost starting to get to that point where backup power in the terms of batteries, inverters, or generators are becoming a very important part of your rig to continue sim racing at all times.
That's definitely the case, and it's things to keep an eye out for. Where guys need to try and push the. How can they move forward? What do they need? These type of things do come into play. It is considerations that you need to bear in mind nowadays when you get involved in any type of intense competition, whether it be in racing, whether it be in anything really. It's been a difficult one, and
I mean,
I don't like to see incidents where just force majeure takes you out, but sometimes it just doesn't quite work out.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. I am on a WhatsApp group, and there was a discussion a while back on, what's your next sim upgrade, and some of the guys were saying they were considering backup power solutions before they go direct drive or load cell pedals, because those type of upgrades aren't going to help them when they can't race because they don't have any electricity.
Yeah, and just taking a look at so far, 20 penalties have been handled out. A lot of guys going in and running into issues. Lots of reviews so far that have been at work for our stewards, as they've been putting in a great bit. Nicholas Manuel on the putting pressure on Gideon Rayner at the moment. This is a battle right up at the front. This is actually for 5th and 6th. But one thing that I do want to bring about is in 3rd place, the Genesis Esports Academy team, lying with the fastest lap time of the race. So they've actually gone quicker than the main team that's out there. So very, very interesting to see guys starting to get quicker, starting to get into the grooves, but also little battles like this still raging on throughout the race does show that the guys have still got a fair amount of fight underneath them at the moment. And that's one thing that guys have got to be very, very aware of it as they go around. But also just a big shout out to you guys out in the grandstands there at the RaceFace.Pro YouTube grandstands. Glad to have you guys around. I see I am Feel busy going, and shout out to Codester and Luke, very good stints. So going and talking about our current leaders, and WT, Mr. Fenter, Ruan Kleinon's busy going and having a chat as well. Just nice to see guys still in high spirits despite everything going on, despite the race starting to take its toll on everyone out there.
I mean, absolutely. We're approaching halfway, you know, Stephen, 36 minutes to go, and then the race would have reached halfway, and you know, it almost doesn't feel like we've been racing that long. We're almost on a 4-hour mark, and not too long to go, where a lot of the teams are going to reach that point where they're going to say to themselves, you know, okay, right, where are we in the race, and where can we potentially finish? And a whole lot of calculations are going to start, and you're going to try to figure out when is the car behind you going to pit, when is the car ahead of you going to pit. So, I mean, that's a whole new exciting, you know, stage of the race that we're approaching within the next hour or so.
Well, I mean, if we take a look at the Genesis Esports, they're up in front. They've got a healthy lead of 57 seconds, but that can all change very quickly with a penalty, a drive-through, anything coming into play. Cameron de Bastos of the Evolved Racing are lying in 2nd place. 3rd is the Genesis Esports Academy. And 4th is the KSR Musketeers, followed by 5th place is the KSR Hex team. So 2 sister teams running quite close to one another and haven't got a split between them. Project Vapor up in 6th place. They've been in a mighty fight all the way through. Logistical Nightmare in that number 243 car. We heard Paul Fenter saying they're just on a recovery drive at this point, trying to figure out what do they need to do. Project Vapor with Quandu Pacian team lying, that's the 194. The Ferrari chasing down. We've also got the LNR Mecha coming in. That's in the new McLaren. We've got Slick Racing having a bit of fun out there. They're lying in 10th place. 11th place is Logistical Nightmare once again, Sean Stratham and co. Along with the KSR Force Enduro 2. We've got the Team Tryhard Gas Holes going and having a bit of fun. You can get that name horribly wrong. Thank you, Team Tryhard. I really appreciate it.
I had to I was listening properly to that one.
We got the Porsche Motorsport out there on circuit as well. The Wash team doing really, really well. They're down in 15th. We've got the Team Kerygma Racing. They've been in some great little dices throughout the race. ZRC also on a monstrous charge, returning the AFL off the circuit a little bit earlier. Hybrid Academy Fire in 18th. 19th is the PWSR team. We actually had a chat to Daniel the Hitman de Villiers a little bit earlier while you were out, just giving us a little bit of insight onto how the race is going from his side. And he said it's been just all about keeping a cool head. And to hear the Hitman saying they need to keep a cool head after being locked, loaded and shot out the gun, I mean, it really says it. Then you've got the ZRC WTF, which has been WTF more than once off the circuit. They are doing really well in 20th position. 21st, we've got the GSR Endurance team, followed by the SRE Apex. Then the Team Tryhard Subsonic team, following with Team Tryhard Racing D&G, not D&D. Then we have got Andre Serradio with the 2nd Project Vapor team out in the Ferrari. We've got the LTR Schick car doing really well. They're in 26th. 27th is the Hawks Racing team, followed by LNR Cheese and Wine, followed in 29th Hybrid Academy Ice. ZRC Poltergeist and we got the LTR Schick. Reginald out by his lonesome Mosum. Actually had a chat to him on his live stream asking how he is. He says it's all fine, but he just feels like there's not enough hours in the run at the moment to try and claw his way through, but he's trying to run it tank to tank at this point to just try and minimize those pit stop times, and hoping that he doesn't get those fractions coming in that you need to do 4.3 pit stops. You know, you're trying to run that out. And then rounding out is the Footsack team going and battling it out in 33rd. The guys really working hard to try and keep that car in check.
So still 33 cars running out of the, what was it, 36 cars started. So not bad at all. Or was it more than 36 cars? I'm trying to think back now.
It's definitely 36 cars that entered. Over 100 drivers have registered, and it's just absolutely phenomenal. And just, I mean, you take a look at Cody Sherritt, Cameron DeBastos, Henry Mayer, all of them going and battling it out. They've been trying to outdo each other on just overall pace and pit stops. They've been trying to counteract and react with one another. A little bit further down, the guys have been doing the same. We're starting to see the same strategies coming into play. The guys are focusing on reacting to what the guys do and, you know, what can go on. I see that we do have a bit of an update from Jude Neville, the LT Racing LTR update. Car 3 still recovering from early incidents. Car 5 going after a USB pedal disconnect, dropping them 8 laps down. So unfortunately, so that was what we saw, where the car just died. It had nothing to it. It didn't steer. Unfortunately, USB decided that it had enough and wanted to be put into a different USB. It's one of those ones that you go and turn it over 3 times till eventually it gets into the USB port. But just some updates from the team, and we look forward to having chats with more of the team members as time goes on. Just see, there is the Marco Fox. That is the Monday Night Racing team landing into the leads, and Marco's just hasn't been quite on pace with his teammates at the moment. He's been trying as hard as he can, but unfortunately it's been snapping out underneath him. The Porsche just not quite fitting what he wants it to do. You know, it's driving over the curbs, and it's landing more, trying to drive it like a BMW or an Aston more than a Porsche.
This is actually something I wanted to ask you. Now, we've seen a couple of these guys, or a couple of the drivers, they're not in the car that they normally race with on a Wednesday or a Thursday evening, and they might be swapping from a front engine to a mid-engine car. Now, Stephen, do you think that might be upsetting some of the drivers' driving style? I mean, you mentioned was Fox there driving the Porsche like a front engine BMW or Aston Martin, and you know, the Porsche is, we all know, not always the easiest car to drive. It does have a tendency to snap on you if you don't drive it in the correct way. So don't you maybe think it is a factor that comes into play for some of the drivers?
I do think it's a factor that comes in, and car choice is the first of it. The commitment to doing endurance in a team is you're communicating. You say, right, we're committing to doing this, we're committing to put the practice in. You've put that to one side. Then it comes down to car choice. I mean, you and I have had this numerous times where it's back and forth trying to figure out what type of car is going to best suit a long time and come to a bit of a medium. Whether you like something that's snappy, you like something that's extremely stiff, whether you like something really loose, you like the mid-engines for more rotation, you like the front engines for more understeer. These are different factors that come into play. GT3s is a vast choice of different GT3 cars you can go for. But all can influence it. Once you've picked your car, then try build a setup that's a hybridized of that. So you're not quite in the car you wanted, or you got the car that you wanted, but you haven't got the setup that you wanted coming into play.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And we've also had it, I mean, where an update to a sim can kill off a car. I mean, we had it with in iRacing with the Mercedes. it didn't really kill off the car, but you threw out all your setups out the bin, because all of a sudden, as you would know, they brought in that rear rotation in the Merc that made it kind of handle like a mid-engine car, and you had to redevelop the car again. So that made you make your sideline the car.
Well, as we found out with Paul Fenter saying a bit earlier, the 1.9 update pretty much took whatever car that you thought you were going to do well in, landing up to be a little bit more of a difficult situation to deal with. And that's something we do want to bring out, is the guys having to develop what works for them, what is going to be the ideal situation at this point, to ensure that they can carry on a reasonable pace. And what is going to work. And the new cars that have been dropped, the new Ferrari, the new Porsche, the new Lamborghini, even the new McLaren that's come into play now, the guys are trying to figure out what's going to be the best suited to them and what's going to be able to push them a little bit more forward. And these are all little factors that start building up over time. Another thing that we have been seeing is the penalties have been rolling in. We've been seeing it. Drive-through penalties. We have seen the likes of our 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds stops all coming into play and starting to impact the drivers and teams. And I see Etienne Mouton go off circuit, and it does look like the Genesis Hawks machine gets involved in that slight contact between Jan de Blanche getting involved, and on the Porsche is also getting a little bit of a knock trying to get past the two. Just getting absolutely focused. And sorry, I went off track a little bit there. But these are things that guys have to be aware of, is anything can change in the season. I mean, we're coming up to, for iRacing, we're coming into week 13, which then new cars are dropping. In the ACC, there's development towards Assetto Corsa 2. There's new cars coming in that they're looking at developing. The guys are really trying to push the boundaries of things, develop the time models. I mean, the biggest time model change has been that your pressures run differently. I do expect to see little patches here and there that's going to really change things out during the course of the season. And as things become a little bit more refined through the endurance season, guys get a little bit more comfortable. They start realizing who they're fighting with in terms of in the points and amongst their classes. That's also going to add on a bit of a challenge for each of the teams.
I mean, absolutely. As the changes in the sim and changes to cars and changes to BOP happens, it's evolving the whole time. And sometimes you are unlucky, and that BOP update or so will happen mid-season where you are committed to a car, and all of a sudden you're sitting with a completely different car underneath you than what you had last week.
That's it. We see the SRE Apex car feeling the pressure from the Team Tryhard Subsonic, and he's trying to make his way through a couple of the cars, just trying to figure their way around this little battle as well. But let's take a look at something very interesting. Now, I want to point out here, first place of the pros is the Genesis Esports. Second is the Evolved Racing. They've been at each other left and right, reacting to one another in pit stops. They're in second in the pros. Third place of the pros is the Genesis Esports Academy with Giovanni Pozzero. He's also teaming up with Henry Mayer and Christian Deploy that are new drivers to them. We actually had a chat with Daniel de Villiers, and he said that getting involved with new drivers always becomes a little bit of a challenge. Guys that you usually race against, now you're working with, becoming a little bit more of a difficult situation and can either work in your favor or not. First of the AM class, though, the silver class, is the Team Kerygma Racing. They've been doing really, really well and put themselves in 16th position, and that's quite a good going. But not too far behind, second of our AM class is the Washed Racing team, and that's Josh Avely, who's right behind, doing everything he can to close down the gap as quick as possible. And then third of the AMs is, well, the Pro-Ams, the silver class, Hunty Myberg with the Team Tryhard Subsonic, they've been doing a battle with Andre Serradio, who is 4th in the class as well. So, you know, we've got these class battles happening in between the pro battles. So everything just ends up in a bit of a mess, and you've got to try and realize who you're actually fighting and who you're not fighting. Yes, an overall win is always fantastic, but if you're aiming for a class win, especially in a championship like this, you've got to look at what class you're racing. Don't try and outrace a different class. I mean, if you're an AM, race the AM guys, race your race. Don't try and push hard to go and beat out the pros. These are little factors that are starting to creep in as time is wearing out. So far, though, we have completed 3 hours and 37 minutes and 54 seconds. It has gotten a bit lighter. The clouds have faded away. Weather report from your side, what does it say?
Well, we know that the dynamic weather has been deactivated, so we're only onto partly cloudy at this stage. Track temperature has decreased quite significantly, Stephen. We started off with 36 degrees. We're now down to 25 degree track temp and 22 degrees ambient temperature. So things are starting to cool down. I think maybe within the next hour or so, if it keeps cooling down, some of the guys might start thinking of double stinting the tires, because they will be able to look after them a bit better in the cooler conditions. Or what do you think?
I think so. As things get a bit cooler, the pressures are going to work a bit more in your favor. The tire degradation is going to get less. You've got a more defined line. You've got a rhythm that you're keeping up with, which is always a great thing. But there is a throw factor to this. Now you've got to start trying to work out, as everything starts going down, what are the pressures going to change to in your tires? What are you going to decrease? What are you going to increase? What's taking more wear than the other? These are all little factors that are going to start creeping into the back of the mind, and where your team is going to start having to communicate and figure it out. Because remember, it has to be set up by the driver inside the car. There is a third-party software that you can use, but with 3 drivers and only 2 drivers are allowed to be in the server for that team, it does make things rather challenging. They don't overflow the server and land up with problems. So the guys can't really have a permanent person right on them in terms of their drivers, because the driver has to get some rest at some point. But this is where it comes down to the world of what's going to be, you know, what's going to be the idea, what's going to be it moving forward. You know, these are all different factors that are going to be in play for everyone.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the conditions are the same for everybody. So each and every driver on this grid needs to set up that pit stop, needs to nominate the next person driving. If tire pressures needs to change as the conditions are cooling down, that needs, as you said, that needs to be set up by the driver, and they're most certainly not gonna do it through the tights and twisties. They're gonna wait for the straights to do all of those kind of things. I know some of the drivers tend to nominate the next driver as they go out the pits, but you know, you do maybe sometimes run the risk of something happening and needing to tow back to the pits, and then you've automatically selected the next driver in line and they need to take over the car. So a lot of drivers leave that till, you know, very close to coming into the pits. And I'm pretty sure all those small little adjustments are going to be made predominantly on the pit straight, where you can, you know, kind of keep the car in a straight line and you don't have corners to deal with that much.
These are the different things. When you get into a monstrous race like what we've seen Gideon Rayner and Chris Haneke have been having, you know, every single one of the drivers have been pushing harder and harder and starting to wear themselves down, starting to wear the tires down, wearing out the fuel, wearing out your teammates. Have to call spotting. I mean, let's be honest, you've got your teammates saying, okay, watch right corner, watch left corner. Yeah, they reminding you of the lap times that are currently going on. They being awake, they watching you in this whole race, trying to figure out what's going to be the best way to move forward. You know, these are the factors that guys have to be aware of.
I mean, absolutely. That's how we tend to do it in the endurance races. The driver driving is never alone in the car. He's got somebody watching out. What's going on ahead? What's happening behind him the whole time? And you know what that allows the driver to do is focus on what's happening ahead of them on the road. You know, they've essentially got somebody with them in the car watching the rear view mirrors and telling them when there's danger up ahead, if they can, or how close the car behind is. So you don't want your driver driving necessarily to do a whole lot of mirror watching.
Yeah, I mean, these are factors that the guys have to be well aware of as time goes on. But taking a look at the field at the moment, so far Cody Sherritt has done 3 stops, and Cameron de Bastos has done 3 stops. Then, so from 1st all the way to 6th have done 3 stops. 7th has only done 2 stops. So Slick Racing has been running a little bit of a long game here with only 2 stops. Majority of the field have done 3 stops. A couple of guys have done more. David Nell's done 2 stops. Martin Rotenbach and his team, KSR Force, has done 4 stops. Well, this is 4 times that they've entered the pits. Now, this can be from drive-thrus. They had 1 drive-through, so they've done 3 pit stops. Andre Serradio and the Project Vapor team has had 2 drive-throughs. They've done essentially 4 pit stops, and then add the 2 drive-throughs. That's 6 times they've been into the pits. So a couple of guys have been running those long runs. Then you've got down over here, Marco Fox. They've got 9 pit stops under their belt, and that's not always fun. I see Gareth Hawkins, though, has got a stop-go 30-second penalty. Now,
Ouch.
That was not given by our stewards. This is for going and getting into second gear or getting off the button too early when leaving the pit, so you're getting that jump. So the guys are having to be aware of that.
Coming in too hot.
Oh, yeah, as you said, coming in too hot. That's lovely kilometer speed limit board that's meant to be there suddenly disappearing because someone managed to take it out. So this is something.
You're referring to me?
No, me never. Not a chance. I wouldn't even think of it. Shudder the thought, dear sir.
Well, that's exactly what happened to me in my last race. I can't blame anybody but myself for that one.
You said it, not me.
I was watching for the pit board as I came into the pits, and I eventually started wondering, but where is the pit board? And then, oh well, the line was back there.
I'm getting a bit of a chat from the grandstands over at YouTube, RaceFace.Pro. And make sure you hit the subscribe button along with the bell notification icon. Guys, we're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. We would love to get there, and without your guys' help, we ain't going to get there. So please subscribe, send it over to all friends, family, the blind deaf dog that sits on the side of the road that's got access to a phone for some odd reason or another. Send it, go and show it off to the world. Well, it is. Scooby-Doo has had a long, hard life. That's all I'm saying. But we're getting some thoughts here. The guys saying, if you're running 1 hour stints, then time it takes to fill a tank is more than 30 seconds. So you can put tires on every pit without losing time, which is rather helpful in that regard if you're going from tank to tank. But we're now starting to get to that point where you're calculating and you're going, okay, we need 4.1 stops. We need 3.5 stops. You're starting to get to that very, very crucial point where life gets difficult, unfortunately.
I mean, and it's either a case of doing fuel saving to get rid of that 0.1 stop, or further down the line, trying to calculate when would be the best time to do that splash and dash. And that's where you're going to use one set of tires longer than one stint or one tank.
You see, these are the factors that come into play, the long runs, and this is what makes the race a little bit more of a difficult situation, makes it a team sport, makes it a thinking sport. And it's quite why I love endurance versus the likes of sprint racing, because these little moments where you have to try and figure out what can I do, but you had to start thinking before the race started, and by the time you got to the end of the race, you've finished your exam pad, you've gone through 3 pens, and you've opted to writing on your shoe with whatever is sharp and can leave an indent in it at that point.
You're working on plan Z3.
You start doing algebra. You know, it's that you're not even planned A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3. It's English has spoken to math, and they've had a child, sort of plan at that point.
I mean, and that's the interesting part of endurance racing, because it's not just how quick you are on track, it's also how can you outsmart your competition with strategy. And it's all about sometimes spotting the gap rather than outright pace. I mean, it takes a fair amount of calculation. What's the time from pit entry to pit exit? How long is it going to take to put 50 liters in the tank? Because that is what you might need for the end of the race. I mean, Stephen and you well know that in the last 24 hour we started looking at those kind of things with 3 or so hours to go in the race.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is where the factors come in. We're going to see, especially in an 8-hour endurance race, the guys are having to figure it out. As we heard also, some of the guys feeling the pressure from the load shedding coming into play, and that's a factor that comes into a lot of conversations, is when does your partner have power? Who has power at the time, and trying to balance it out. You know, you now stop racing to, I'm going to race an hour, I'm going to do a certain amount of laps. You start looking at, okay, when are you available? Who's got auxiliary power to kind of keep things going?
That's the thing. And sitting in 3rd place at the moment, I see Giovanni Porzio is back in the car. So Christian Deploy has now been out for 2 stints, which might mean Christian is actually suffering from load shedding at this stage, and the other 2 drivers needs to keep the car going, and he'll only maybe come back the next stint or even the stint after that when he's got power back again.
Well, another thing I do want to, you know, I want to focus on what the guys are looking at, is they've still got damage on their car. They've opted not to get it. Oh, what happened? Hold on. Whoa. Hold the phone. Hold the
Something
phone.
happened.
Our first place man, Cody Sherritt, it has stopped. He has stopped on circuit. What has happened to Cody Sherritt? We're going on board with him now. This is in car. What happened? Was there a disconnect?
He's no longer listed as first place.
He's gone. He Minecraft.
Gone. He rolled it. Cameron, he shows again up as first place, so they did reconnect that car. But how long does it take, Stephen? They're going to be stationary for 2 minutes in pits before they've got control of the car again?
That's it. They're going to be 2 minutes. Cameron de Bastos, the Evolved Racing team, have got a chance here to take first place.
Yep.
It's just, well, Christian Deploy says damage has been fixed, but Christian Deploy, just your teammates have they've disconnected. They're in the pits. They stopped. They're back in. I could see the timer going, but here comes the Evolved Racing team. They're going to be going past the Evolved Racing team 4 hours and 8 minutes due to a disconnect on Cody Sherritt's part, is now in, and moving up into 2nd place is the Genesis Esports Academy team. This is an upset of note. This has gone from switching around, bouncing around, seeing what you can do. It's now flipped the entire script on its head.
Yeah, I mean, they're already down to 3rd place, and I think might even lose another place before they they can get that car up and running again. I mean, Stephen, this is the thing about these type of things, these type of mechanical failures. Let's call a disconnect a mechanical failure. They do tend to happen. Oh, one of the LNR cars going round.
That's Andre Duprice, who's landed up getting a bit turned around, and he's got one of the Hybrid Academy cars next to him, trying to go up on the inside. He manages not to get too caught out there. Aston looking okay as they get going. Here's the Genesis Academy team. Apparently they got damage fixed, but it's just not showing, and
oh, too much inside curve.
Just that rotation, and was able to avoid the crowd, but dropping him a little bit down. He's down into 10th place, losing out to Sean
Cody
Strader.
Sherritt now in 5th place.
Well, Cody
heading out on track.
He's heading out on track. Here comes Gideon Rayner of the KSR Hex team to try and close down the gap, and does look to get round him. Would that move him up? Yes, that would move him up into 5th place, which means the Genesis Esports team, they've fallen down the order badly.
Yeah, and that's the damage a disconnect can do. I mean, you're essentially losing more than 2 minutes in the race, because first of all you're disconnecting, then you need to reconnect to the server, and
They
only
lost
then
2 laps.
and only then does your countdown timer starts counting down from 2 minutes, so you can lose up to 3 minutes in the race.
But I just want to point out, they 2 laps down on Evolved Racing. They 2 laps down on Genesis Esports Academy. They 1 lap down on Project Vapor at this moment. And it's not Cody Sherritt in the car. It's Luke Addison is in the vehicle trying to get a little bit of a chase. He's going after
Because
Devon
remember,
Knoll.
driver 1 had to connect first, so whoever was driver 1 basically now takes over the car. So that also throws out your whole strategy.
Well, it means Luke Addison, while taking a break, got a phone call saying, listen, get your backside in. You've got to get going. And
Now-
this does change up what you thought. And Christian Deploy saying, sad, no issues. No issues. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hybrid Academy team, the Genesis Academy team, is going to sit with a slight smile on their face, knowing that they're ahead of the Premier team at this point.
But now, look at it this way, Stephen. We're almost halfway through the race. There's 4 hours left. They're currently sitting in, 12th place. They've only got 4 hours left to claw their way back, which is a lot more than the gap they build up in the first 4 hours.
It's just absolutely put it on its head, ladies and gentlemen. And what thought to be a runaway at the moment with a substantial lead has now decimated. And the morale of the team must be also feeling a bit knocked. And just taking a look, Andres Duprice once again landing up with the Aston in the weeds. What has happened to this LNR? This 243 Aston Martin is definitely going a yellow fella into the weeds more than once. Now I'm sure that Paul Venter is going to be battling a bit. Runs out wide over the curbing, keeps it all together, runs out onto the grass, and
That was actually outbraking himself into turn 1 that resulted that whole accident happening just after turn 2, resulted him running wide out of turn 2 onto the grass, and the Aston went grazing.
These are things, as we see Quan Duplessis in the pits, that's going to allow Rowan van der Vestes and the KSR Musketeers to get a little bit more of a push and start clawing their way through. These are different things that are going on around, up and down through the field. We've got 33 cars still out there. We started with 36. All in all, we've had quite an interesting race where it's coming down to pit stop strategy. It's coming down to who can keep consistent, and also whether you got Lady Luck in the pits or whether you've got Murphy with that number 10 spanner, or that 13 spanner and that 10 socket that's been slowly loosening a bolt. And this is it's changed things quite a bit, and I think a few teams are going to be keeping a very, very close eye on everything going on, such as keeping an eye on what's happening out there on the track, who's going where everyone is out on the circuit. Things can happen.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's still a lot that can happen in this race. I mean, we're only halfway through. There's still 4 hours left to go. You know, as you said, anything can happen. Accidents, disconnects, penalties being served. So I would say this is still anybody's race. And Christian Deploy on the chat says that, well, it sounds like he's still confident that Luke Addison and Cody Sherritt can still get a podium in this race. They can fight their way back. Wouldn't that be something?
It's going to be a fight of note. The Genesis Esports team really having to dig deep on this one, that's for certain. But some great racing going on right through the field. So far, Luke Addison down in 12th position, going after this man over here, David Null, for the Porsche Motorsport team. They've been doing really, really well, and they've taken a bit of damage early on, but it seems like they've recovered quite well to keep themselves in 11th position. But let's go through the order quickly before. Sorry to jump there. Let's go through the order.
No, that's fine. I'm used to it.
There we go. Evolved Racing in first place. Second is the Genesis Esports Academy. Third is the KSR Musketeers. Fourth is the KSR Hex team, followed by the Slick Racing. Sixth, Project Vapor. Seventh is the Logistical Nightmare LNR Aston Martin 777 car, followed by Project Vapor. That is the Ferrari out in 8th. 9th, another Logistical Nightmare, which is the 243 Aston Martin. 10th place is the Team Tryhard Gas Holes, followed by Porsche Motorsport. Then we've got Genesis Esports, the LNR SS Macca. Then we have got the KSR Force Enduro 2 in 14th, Hybrid Academy Fire chasing them down in 15th, ZRC in 16th, 17th is Team Kerygma Racing, 18th is Washed, GSR Endurance in 19th, 20th is the PWSR car, followed by Project Vapor, that is the second car. A little bit further down, the ZRC WTF in the pits at the moment, they're in 22nd. 23rd is the Team Tryhard Subsonic, followed by Team Tryhard D and G. Moving further down, we've got the LTR Schick car in 25th. 26th is the LNR Cheese and Wine. 27th is the Hybrid Academy Ice. 28th, Hawks Racing Team. And 29th is the LTR Schick car, followed by ZRC Altergeisters. Dude, I don't know how to say that. I do apologize. SRE Apex in 31st. 32nd is Reginald, who's soloing this, by the way. Just gonna point it out there. Reginald, well done. And then we got the Foottrack Racing in 33rd, still going at the moment. That Porsche been in a little bit of the wars, but has been trying to fight its way through.
Yeah. Now, Stephen, the question that I wanted to ask, what do you think the mindset of the drivers ahead of Luke Addison's going to be like? Dievel Nel, we're talking about Fleming Bauer, even Sean Stradom. I mean, the leaders took a knock with a disconnect that's put them back to 12th position. They're going to fight their way up. Luke Addison gaining on Dievel Nel in 11th place. He's now 1.2 seconds behind. Personally, what do you think the mindset of them are going to be? Are you going to defend that position, or just say, look, this is not my race?
All right, I'm going to be brutally honest in this one.
Go for it.
You're in my class. You're on the same lap as me. I'm ahead of you. You may be faster, but it doesn't mean I have to make it easy.
It doesn't mean you have to be nice.
That's it. If I was in
But
Divanel's
that's
position
exactly
right now,
that's exactly the answer that I was looking for. Because and please, I'm not saying they're going to do it, but Luke might find that, for instance, Dievel Nel, and this is purely an example, might give him space and he can overtake easily. But he might come up to Paul Venter, who's going to say, no, hang on, buddy, you're in for a fight now. And that might actually cost Luke and Cody a lot of time. So that brings me back to the statement from Christian that they might still get a podium. That's not necessarily the case, because they might have one good battle with one of the cars in front of them that's going to cost them a lot of time.
Well, you say might get a podium. Every car down this field, every driver, every
Might
team
get a podium.
might get a podium.
Yeah.
So, is it your might or is it my might? Well, let's find out which might is stronger, which might is going to be the one at the end of it. And that's the type of fight that I want to see. I want to see the guys get the bit between their teeth and go, right, this is it. This is another chance that's presented itself. And, you know, many times, like Luke Addison has, you know, hats off to him, has done the SRO. He raced with the best of the best in the world on Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Yeah.
And now he's in a fight with everyone else that also, given a chance, would be on that same grid. He's got some of the top drivers ahead of him and behind him. Life is not going to be easy. Life is not going to be the one to go and smile and say, well, that's me. You got to get a run up on these things. You got to really try and dig your teeth in. And this is where, as a team, you've got to put the disconnect behind you, the heartbreak, the you know, your heart in your shoes. And as you see, Luke Addison just giving Paul Venter no opportunity to go and defend.
He didn't give him any choice there.
There was two choices: move out the way or get turned out the way. That's one of them. And Paul Venter's looking to return the favor.
And he's coming back. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. And I mean, Paul giving him a little fight there, and you know, he's trying to keep up, but and this is the type of thing that Luke and Cody's gonna be presented with as they try and move their way back up the field.
It's going to be an absolute race, and this is at every opportunity for every single person. It doesn't matter where you are in the grid. You have an opportunity to get a little bit faster, a little bit more, and try and claw your way through. As we see, Paul Venter has got a drive-through penalty, track limits.
That fight with Luke Addison didn't do him any good.
Oh, buddy, drive-through penalty. That's not gonna do him any good.
I'm having a look at Christian Deploy. He said I said can, not might. It's like we always say, you know, can you do something? Yes, I can do something. Doesn't necessarily mean I will do it.
Yeah, it's we'll play nice to a point,
yeah.
But just.
Are you bringing up Paul's photo again?
Oh, man.
Do you think you would have done better in the V?
I'm
just showing the picture again.
There we go, Paul. There we go, buddy. That's heartache right there as you leave the pits. You had an opportunity. You really did it. But you got it wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Moving on, shall we?
So, moving on back to it. I mean, this is the thing that I love to see with racing. I love to see in Enduros because it's all about the teams having to put their head together in this and figure out what they're going to do. Fleming Bauer of the Team Tryhard Gas House is getting informed that they've got this Lamborghini roaring down on the back of them and getting told, listen, it's 4th position, go for it. Go for a fight.
Yeah.
For the Genesis esports team, they're going to be asking themselves, what can we do different? What do we need to do different? What needs to change to move forward? And it's like everyone with having all the different contacts out there on the circuit where you've managed to spin, you've had contact, all that coming into play. You've got to put it behind you and focus on what's at hand to move forward.
Absolutely. I mean, at this stage, the teams running in different positions or different parts of the track rather can give you valuable information to where other cars are on track if they do actually communicate with each other, or you know, have persons moving through the discords and giving other cars the information. And here I'm by no means talking about, telling people to hold up other cars. That's not the case. It's a case of just relaying information about where the other cars are on track. So at this stage, we're looking at Fleming Bauer. He's making his way around the track. He's got, at this stage, Luke Addison chasing him down, 1.8 seconds behind. So I think at this stage, he is bracing himself for a fight, so that when Luke closes that gap up, let's see what will happen. Steve, will he put up the fight or let him pass?
I think he's going to put up the fight, and just had the power come back on my side, so big shout out to the family for helping me out with that.
I thought you would have said a big shout out to Eskom.
Well, if I shout, they're gonna turn the power off again. Battery's only so big. But yeah, bringing it up is having that constant communication, having your teammates out there. It's a benefit of having two cars versus one. But at the same time, you've got to realize that, yes, you've got two cars out there, but you've got two cars that are fighting for a championship. And let's be honest, no one wants to be the B team. Everyone wants to be A team.
No.
It's like in rugby. If you're B team, well, you're going to prove yourself to be an A team. And this is where the fight comes into it. Now, Fleming Bauer, who's for the team Tryhard Racing, yes, they know that Luke Addison's behind him. Yes, Luke is doing quicker times, but well, you got to get past first, buddy. You get a little bit more of a run. I'm also in my own race. If you are so quick, come past, make it, do it. You don't have to fight the same as what Bauer did. He didn't have to put up too much of a fight, but he didn't lose any time, and he actually got right onto the back. Now trying to use the toe of Luke Addison, tries to look for a comeback, decides he's going to rather hold back. But this is slowly bringing him closer to ahead of him, which is a slick racing team, Marcus Stain, who, remember, is now trying to get a little bit more of a run. He's going after Andres Duprice, that's ahead of him. These are all factors starting to come into play. The discussions where the guys are trying to figure out what do they need to do to try and close down the gaps. What do they need to do to push the other teams into a mistake? And second to that is, where are your strategies lying in it? Because this has just turned a whole lot of people's strategies up. I mean, put it this way, Evolved Racing, they were monitoring and they were reacting to what Genesis was doing. So was the Genesis Academy team. They were reacting, obviously being also told information, saying, this is what we're doing, this is what we need you to do, to try and help manage paces. Now it's all changed. Evolve Racing has to go and figure out what they're going to do. They can't just react to what Luke is going to do. So it's up to Cameron to just keep putting in those laps, keep going for it. It's the same as Giovanni at this point. He has to try and figure out what's beneficial for his team and what is going to work for them. And Ruben van der Vestes and the KSR Musketeers can't take anything away. They also in the podium positions at the moment, needing to go for it. And this is just for the pros. I mean, go down to 17th position, and we've got the Team Kerygma Racing. They first of our AM class, well, our Pro-Am class, our Silver class. And then second, they've got Loic Randabel chasing them down, closing that gap down. There's only 6.4 seconds, and they're going for a class championship as well. I mean, it's getting a bit insane here. Andre Serrano, he's third in class, but he's battling out with some of the back of Pro, and he's having to try and figure out what can he do to try and close down the gap, because he's got Hansi Myberg chasing him down, who's looking to take away that third. I mean, these are all factors starting to come into play. It's starting to run on people's minds, and the questions are, what do we need to do to change our situations? What do we need to do to push? And I mean, like Luke Addison right now, he's gone from maintain mode to race mode. So he's in an aggressive overtaking, push as hard as he can, try to close the distance as much as possible. But you're going to get to a point where you've hurt the tires too much, or you go far too aggressive with your competitors, and you land up might having a guy turning across your nose. So you take that risk with a different mental mindset.
It's not just that, Stephen. When you go into that aggressive mode, you automatically use more fuel as well. So by doing racing like this, there might also become or start, the factor might start creeping in of an extra pit stop that might happen. So for Luke and the team,
4.2 stops.
yeah,
Comes in.
yeah, the 4.2s, the splash and dashes, those type of things starts creeping in. So it's definitely re-strategizing. That's what they'll have to do to see what they need to do to finish as high up the order as possible.
It's turning into a monstrous race, and we're starting to see fatigue kicking in for a lot of these drivers. And I've just been looking up and down through the field where there's quite a few drivers that are dropping a wheel on the dirt more than once. They're going and dropping a wheel on the dirt. They're realizing that they're running into issues. They're running out wide. Those penalties are going to start creeping in on them. And it's starting to show more and more fatigue starting to kick in with the drivers, which means more and more mistakes are going to start filing in, and guys are going to have that difficulty to try and move forward. This is all the different factors that are starting to creep in, and guys are taking a look and going, well, what do we need to do? How are we going to cross this line in a position that is worth it for the start of the championship? Because remember, this is round 1 of the RaceFace GT3 Championship, and the Endurance GT3 Championship, let me get that one right. The guys are going to have to figure out what is going to be beneficial for the start, what's going to be enough forward going for them, what's going to make them believe that, right, this is what I need to do come the next round. And what happens tonight, the guys are going to take as a learning curve, because it's been quite some time since our last endurance season. The guys are having to take what lessons learned, including the heartache, and try and figure out how can they get around the issue. Example,
Absolutely.
if a guy has a network issue that's been buggy, okay, well, you know that network is not so great, as we see Paul Finter deciding to go and mow the grass. The guys are taking a look at these things and going, right, what can we learn, what can we do, what can we do better as time's gone on?
Absolutely. And you've touched on it. Endurance racing is a whole different class of racing than what a lot of these drivers do normally. Normally they race either a Wednesday or a Thursday, or a Wednesday and a Thursday. They race for 55 minutes, or they race for an hour and 20 minutes, and they are done. Now, sometimes you need to race for an hour and 20 minutes, have an hour and 20 minutes or so break, and then come back for another hour and 20 minutes. And, if you haven't done it in a while, it can be quite, I wouldn't say daunting, but it can be quite strenuous. You do tend to fatigue quite a lot if you're not used to doing this kind of racing.
That's it, and as we heard, a lot of guys have been joining up with new teams. There's been lots of developments that have been happening. Take Giovanni for Zero. He's teaming up with a whole new set of drivers. We got Byron Kutzer, who is out there for the Hybrid Academy Ice. He's been teaming up with a whole new guys and has done lots of sprint racing with them, but endurance racing is a different kettle of fish, because what do the guys go with? I remember going back, and yes, so we're leading a bit on nostalgia here. You can send the arguments, send it by DM, it would be great. Send it through to Yannaman if you have an argument for leading on nostalgia. But I remember racing with you, where it was the first time we were starting to get into this ACC endurance. We joined up, we were like, okay, taking the Bentley out, that's not quite the car I drive, but it's fine, we'll figure it out. We made a setup. And I remember getting into the car after you've used the tires and you've locked the brakes, and suddenly this horrible shudder was around. And I said, but how can you drive like this? And you're going, well, that's how I drive. That's normal for me. Having no brakes, having that sort of stuff. And that's
I did have brakes.
Well, That's another thing I want to bring up. Brake fade. Brake fade. Nice and hot, difficult circuit. You're pushing hard. Guys are going to start suffering brake fade. It's something that a lot of people don't quite understand how it works in the Assetto Corsa Competizione mechanics, where yes, you're changing brakes out, which is great. You've got different friction level of brakes, which they operate at different different temperatures, and that's what your brake 1 to brake 2, brake 3, brake 4. It's different operating temperatures, the parameters that they work, but they do get to a point where they start fading out. That brake pedal starts becoming a lot longer than you expect. Your brake markers start changing a little bit, moving at 1 or 2 meters, but 1 or 2 meters does mean that you're going into a corner faster or slower, and your exit's going to change as well. So these are all factors going on. Every driver and team have to start realizing, especially as they start getting closer and closer towards the end of the race. We're going to see more of that coming into play, and teams having to adapt what's going on into their strategies. When you're handing over a car and you're saying, listen, that brake pedal is getting a little bit long here, we've got to consider a few things. It's just these factors are coming in. And when you got a case of, yes, someone's a lot quicker than you, like what Luke Addison's been to quite a bit of the field, he's just another competitor. The team's not invincible. And that's the thing. A lot of people go racing with Jardier or Jimmy Broadbent or Zar Esser, Jordan Sherritt, Cody Sherritt, Luke Addison, Ryan Ottens, Daniel Rowe. The guys aren't invincible. Mistakes can be made, and every competitor is essentially the same in this. Yes, some guys have got the knack for it, but it just takes one wheel to drop off. That brake pedal goes slightly too long, and it changes their race completely and puts you on the same par as them.
Not just that, Stephen, or the internet goes just a little bit too long and they suffer a disconnect. But you were touching on some of the big names in ACC, both locally and internationally. And I can tell you what I tend to do is I don't race a name, I race a car. When I'm out on track, for me personally, it doesn't matter who is in the car ahead or who is in the car behind. They just another car that I'm racing. And in a lot of cases, like Luke Addison now coming back to the field, he's up to 8th place. He's got some fair distance between him and the next car ahead, which is the Priya. I think it looks like 26 seconds. I mean, it also brings into the decision the issue or the question that I asked you earlier on. Are you going to race him or are you going to let him by? Because you also need to factor into account how, if you decide, nope, you're going to race him, how is that going to affect your own race? Because by racing him, it's inevitable that you're going to slow down your lap times, and it might influence your chasing down of the car ahead of you.
See, these are becoming a little bit more of a challenge for the guys, as we see Kleinans with drive-through penalty for track limits coming into play. That's it. You're racing the cars ahead of you. You're racing numbers, and taking the gamble to go for a fight or defend does influence your race quite a bit. I mean, you start accelerating, you use more fuel, your tires get more hurt, your braking changes, you start slamming those brakes, you start hurting the brakes, you start getting brake fade. These are just factors that start to roll in time and time again for all the drivers through the field, and especially as we get later and later into it. I mean, so far the drivers have been out with, drivers and teams have been out for 4 hours 21 minutes, and there's 3 hours and 38 minutes to go left of this race. But to realize that we started at 2 o'clock, we started at 4 o'clock.
Oh.
Started at 4 o'clock. Sorry, my time started at 2. We started at 4 o'clock. We're ending at 12 o'clock at night. How many people before that time actually got sleep, actually got some rest to walk away, or were they frantically trying to get lap after lap, just trying to get those goal lap times? And before they know it, your 8-hour race has now turned into a 12-hour race or a 14-hour race. This is where it starts developing, where you spend a lot of time practicing. You get into the race, you're already half tired. Now you're racing towards the evening and you're wearing yourself out completely before you get to it. This is a fact that you and I have both been in, where we've been away, we've slept 2 hours for a 6-hour race, where we haven't got any sleep, and we enter into a monster long race. By the time you start the race, you're already feeling, phew, okay, well, it's a bit long in the tooth. And by the time you get to the end, you're just begging for the checkered flag to come out.
I mean, it's not just that. We've had it as well where, something goes wrong, and that something going wrong might be like and I know, for the guys watching, we refer back a lot of the stuff that we've done. But Steve, in the previous race we had is where you and Christian, your load shedding times synced up. And we found ourselves in a situation where I had to do a 4-hour stint because neither you... Liver! Yeah, liver!
Into the wall. Bonnet looks fixed now.
But what I was saying is, I had to do a 4-hour stint because that's what the team needed, because neither you or Christian had any power.
Well, that's the factor. Go back when, vice versa, when you weren't feeling well, landed doing a long stint. But this is what all our drivers can be dealing with. Someone saying, I had a curry last night, and it's kind of having an argument with me. You can't really blame the guy.
No,
it does make your life rather interesting, because now that has changed the strategy to it. And now that you've had a disconnect, think of it this way: you've jumped in the car, your mate's got a disconnect, he's trying to get himself going, you're trying to just get your head back in, you've been in the car for a while. These all start weighing in on you of what you need to do to try and push yourself forward. What needs to be the stuff that gets you to the front again. I mean, it's mind-boggling. You scratch your head at the thought of it, and there's no way of conveying it to people. And this is why I want to see more and more teams and drivers throughout SA, outside of SA, just guys come in and have a bit of fun with us, come and join up with the series and be on a grid like this, where we've got over 30 drivers. We've got 33 teams out on the circuit. We had 100 drivers register, 36 teams started. That's already busy. You've got to try and figure it out. And if you want to have a feeling of you've done it like nothing else, well, go and do an endurance race. So taking a look, Sav going in, battling it out and landing up. Kerry Duplessis losing out a bit of a run there. So absolutely amazing stuff. And well, see a couple of the guys going and fighting. So Yanaman, are you still there, buddy?
I'm just having a look what's happening out on track. Just saw the guys, battling it out. 4 cars involved, not necessarily all of them for position, but it's great to see the action out in track. But Stephen, yes, endurance racing.
Sav and Kerry Duplessis, the Lamborghini just ahead of this Ferrari, are fighting it out for position. They're in their own little battle, and they've got a bit of a race ahead of them as well.
No, I mean two different races happening together out on track. But just coming back to what you said, Stephen, endurance racing is a totally different thing, and for me personally, it's also about pushing yourself and you're seeing how far you can go and what you can actually do in the world of sim racing.
It's absolutely amazing to see what the guys are able to do, and I want to invite the guys. So if you have climbed out the car, I see Daniel Dematros Petro. Shout out to everyone racing. I'd actually like to chat to the drivers. Please come to the interview room. We love having a chat to you guys. If you're out the car or you're a team manager, watching or being a part of the race at the moment, we want to have a chat to you, get a bit of insight information of what's going out as well.
Not just that, Stephen, can we make a list of all the guys with difficult surnames and get them in the commentary box just to help us and give us a little bit of a lesson in how to pronounce their surname?
So you want Daniel...
Daniel needs to come, please. Daniel Dematros Petro, he needs to be in the commentary box.
Okay, so Daniel Detol, please come through to the com box. Since you've got very complicated.
We've butchered Daniel's surname so many times, so you know that's why I refer to him as Daniel. And then he's going to come into the commentary box and tell me, listen, it's actually Daniel.
Oh, by the way, guys,
it's not Daniel, it's Daniel. Thanks, mate. Thanks.
This is where it's interesting, and I've got to say, with the community that we have at the moment here at RaceFace, it's been slowly growing, expanding, and we touched on it earlier with Bertus Hugo, the owner of the community, and he went and said that it's a customer system. I tend to disagree, and I disagree with it wholeheartedly. And I know
you are free to.
I know lots of questions already at this point, but
no,
I don't see it as a customer system. I do think it's a family system. All of us here, racing, not racing, guys watching, guys in the background, guys supporting, it's a family. We're not just a community, we're a family. Yeah, we're the third cousin removed off someone sometime, but every single person has a huge amount of support that the guys can go and move forward. The guys can, try and talk to each other. Yes, give each other a bit of stick. That's always what happens. But there's always a way forward. There's always a positive outlook. And that's what I think it's going to be. That's my feeling. Call me wrong, call me fundamental, or sentimental, just... That is what I think. Detrimental, yeah.
All the mentals.
All the mentals. That's pretty much it. I mean, these are the things. I mean, Keegan Sanderson going and saying, what about calling Cameron Christian? I don't know how many times we did that because we saw a yellow Porsche just sitting in the wing somewhere. We confused the two, but
hey, I've called a BMW a Mercedes a BMW, so yeah. So you need to forgive me for something. So Daniel said that he'll join us sometime during the week, but he's not at his setup right now, so he can't join us. Please, or send a voice note how to pronounce your surname, and so that we can practice it before the next stream. Because it's kind of our forte, getting names wrong. It's kind of the thing that we are getting known for.
And Izzy Forever, Lance and Chroma going and saying shout out to the commentators. Thank you very, very much. Love to actually see the positive.
Wait till 11 o'clock.
Wait till 11 o'clock when you start getting tired. Then it's going to be a different story. But big thank you to you guys out there on the grandstands, putting in the support, showing the support to all the drivers, the teams, and you see the teams, the drivers, the families, the friends, everyone just coming in and watching it, and especially like now. And I'm gonna I'm going to break the rules of YouTube right now. Okay, I'm going to break the rules of YouTube. Now? We've got 31 viewers, concurrent viewers right now, watching this amazing race happening as it all unfolds. We've had so far 423 views, guys just looking at the page and going, that's happening. I mean, yes, it's breaking the rules of YouTube. It's talking about analytics that's come out right now. But to me, that shows the level of interest that is going into this, the level of interest of the guys seeing the best in South Africa, whether you're a pro-am, an am, a silver, a gold driver, all giving it your absolute all in an endurance race that is pushing man and machine to its limit. You see these sim rigs are taking a brunt. We spend more time in our sim rigs than we spend in our own cars in traffic nowadays. It's just absolutely mind-boggling, and it just is exciting. And guys are watching from their phones, from their tablets, from their computers, off their other person's computer. Just, you know, that's it. They've hacked into the works TV that's meant to be showing the news or the weather, and they're watching racing instead. This is what it's all about.
I've got a very important question.
Yes.
Now you're talking about watching. What happened in the qualifying at Formula 1? Oh, Stephen, I saw a couple of cars. Looks like nope, they're back on track. Looks like they're disconnected, but they reappeared. So they were just doing a little bit of a dance there. Never mind.
I'll take a look at Gideon Rayner. Actually having a great run at the moment. He's closed down the gap to Ruan van der Westhuizen in under a second. This is a battle for third that has now kicked into place. And, you know, this is where it's going to be rather interesting.
Should we try commentating actually again with this little battle?
Well, I think so. So, Gideon Rayner into the toe, trying to pull himself along. Ruan van der Westhuizen doing everything he can to try and stretch out his lead. Hard onto the brakes, just braking right after the barrier. And something you brought up, you watch for the little white line, you hit the brakes and you turn it in. That's what the guys are trying to aim at doing. Gideon Rayner seems to have a bit more rotation through turn 1, turn 2 compared to the BMW. Now heading into turn 3, hard on the brakes. You can see the McLaren hard up against the nose, and it really shows you that it's got a softer suspension compared to the BMW. The BMW a lot more stiffer, and allowing it to just try and, you know, be a little bit more calmer on the tires, where the McLaren is really throwing itself around and slamming to the ground. It shows that weight moving from the rear to the front. Did I do commentating correctly?
No, you can. It sounds like you've done it once or twice before. I think at this stage, you know, Gideon Rayner very much wished that he had blue lights on that police car of his, because the BMW in front of him is showing no sign of pulling over, clipping the curb there and, you know, getting a little bit sideways. That's going to influence his drive down to the final chicane. You see he's lost a little bit of ground. They take a lot of these sausage curbs that might unsettle the car, and again the back end of that McLaren stepping out again. So how's that? I'm done.
There we go.
Okay, now we can go back to talking to other stuff.
Are we going? All right, since everyone's got a race, let's see if I can do the race. Right. So, Gideon Rayner now diving into the slipstream, pulling himself along right behind Ruan van der Westhuizen. Ruan trying to get as close as he can to the wall, going and hoping that it will try and break the toe, keeping that inside line. Going to be diving into turn 1, middle of the circuit. You can see Gideon Rayner really doing everything he can. Goes to the up on the inside, late on the brakes, trying to slam onto the anchors over the apex. It does have Ruan van der Westhuizen running out wide over the sausage curbs and back onto the circuit. Do you think I have now qualified third place? Just on voice.
Haven't done a bad job. The next one would be, you know, like the guys do the racehorse racing, you know, keep it to one tone. So the next time you need to do it like that.
Sound like David Attenborough.
No, I'm not talking like David Attenborough, you know, no, how they do the racehorse commentary.
I'm a little bit, I still need to practice doing it. I used to be able to do it quite well, but
Was it?
I can feel they ran out of air. So I don't know. To you guys in the chat, how do you think I did? Was it clear enough? Was it fast enough? Do you think I would qualify in the top 10 with just talking that fast? I'll leave it up to you guys in the chat. And you didn't even have to speed me up. I know a lot of people do go and watch everything on 1.5 times. So hopefully I've gave you all the information as fast as possible.
No, as I said, it does actually sound like you know what you're doing. Yeah, it's almost like you've done it before.
Hobby.
Yeah.
Oh, it's honestly a bit of a thing. I see Hansi Myberg also joining into the chat. He's been in the car, in and out. So, yep. Good to see him out there. We're seeing if maybe we can get him in for a chat. And he will say, saying after dinner.
Yeah, you were. Oh man, you were left standing on that one. I mean,
That's it. I was left standing at the altar.
yeah.
Can you believe it? Broken heart with flowers in hand.
Yeah.
All the mascara running down my eyes as Hansi left me. I can see the memes coming.
I mean, it's one way of avoiding the commentary box. Say, no, you need to go and have dinner.
Yep, no, gotta go have dinner. Land up with a problem.
Yeah.
There's the
Do a bit of
Oliphant.
carb loading.
There's the Oliphant in a battle. Werner Schumann doing everything he can to try and hold back that Porsche. Leslie's been on a bit of a charge at the moment. The Porsche fixed after its little bit of a excursion in the early parts of the race. Now seem to be doing an absolutely fantastic job. We're going on to the back of Werner Schumann, but Werner's not giving too much up. He seems to be a little bit more settled through the corners, not as aggressive through the corners, but is able to carry enough momentum out of the corners that just keeps a fraction ahead, that 0.5 of a second open every single time. Leslie's trying to go late on the brakes and close down that gap, but is unfortunately not able to just be close enough to go for that dive.
I mean, it might be the difference in setup between the two cars, between the Ferrari and the Porsche. Ferrari might be purely speculating here, might be running slightly higher downforce, allowing him to get through the corners a little bit quicker. And the logic behind that is to open up a little bit of a gap as soon as you hit that straight, getting out of the corner quicker so that the car that's behind you, that's maybe running a little less downforce and can't go through the corner that quickly, can't catch up quick enough before the next corner, even though they have more straight line speed.
It's definitely one that leaves you guessing. It's this is
I would have loved to see what setups and fuel loads these cars have, so that you can actually compare it and have more knowledge to what's happening out on track. But I suppose nobody's going to supply that.
No.
Any takers out in the chat? You willing to send us your setups and stuff?
We'll do a couple of laps and give a bit of feedback afterwards.
Yeah.
We'll tell you how to fix it while you're in the race.
Yeah.
You got to change the camber and tow.
Just do what we did in that Kyle Army 24 hour. If you don't like the setup, exit and come back and try a different one.
Default, it's fine.
Yeah.
You'll be racing on a cloud, or you're racing on some piece of steel.
Oh yes.
And when you find that one setup that just works, it's gone again.
Yeah. I can't even remember how many default setups we had during that race, because we suffered a disconnect. We loaded back in. You were so frantic to get going, you forget to load the setup.
7, 8 of them, and we also changed brakes after we disconnected and reconnected. Changed brakes. Yeah. You told ourselves 12 o'clock change of brakes.
Yeah, and we still changed it.
Not that we got 8 different cars in the span of 24 hours. We still changed the brakes. Consistency.
Yep. I remember one of those setups was like a 4x4. The riding height was sky high.
You could hit cheetah and still not suffer.
Yeah, you hit cheetah and it doesn't even... It's just, what was that? Did I hit... No, you hit cheetah, you murdered it. Oh, didn't even feel it.
Well, taking a look on board on the Porsche, chasing down the Ferrari, you can see how Leslie's trying to close it down, mimicking, keeping in the toe on the brakes, second gear, running right over those curves, really running ragged. And that's also going to start impacting the cars as they go through. It's going to start impacting suspension, tires, everything. And we've seen people just go and catch a curb wrong, and it causes the car to spin out. Interesting enough, Leslie Oliphant keeping a very tight line through the corners, where Werner Schoon was a lot more open in his driving. It's a lot more, let the car run out wide, not just hanging by its neck. And that's a difference in driving styles as well, which we've seen amongst teammates, where some guys have gone for a more a tight line approach, other guys more open line, more lifting and coasting into corners, others braking right at the last minute and slinging it in. These are all factors that do come into play as they go forward. A little bit further up though, we do have Luke Addison in 8th place, and right ahead of him is Andre Dupriez in the Aston Martin, 1 second ahead. So the LNR team taking a look in their rearview mirrors and seeing that Luke Addison is closing down. The Genesis Esports Lamborghini trying to close down after having a bit of a problem with a disconnect with Cody Sherrod. Change in position though. It's Giovanni up into 1st place. Cameron DeBastos pulling into the pit. So Evolved Racing going to be doing a pit stop. Are they going to do a driver change as well? We'll find out. Side-by-side action between the logistical nightmare Aston Martin and Genesis Esports. It does look like Luke Addison made very quick work of the Aston Martin and saying thank you very much. I'll take that 7th place on to 6th, 26.7 seconds ahead.
I mean, absolutely. I'm still having a look there. So it does look like Cameron DeBastos is now taking over the car. So I'm just waiting for my timing screens to update here. But doesn't look like Christian's on the chat anymore. I actually wanted to ask him, when's he getting back into the call? Is he suffering a little bit of load shedding?
So, I mean, these are factors that everyone's starting to feel. Here comes the Evolved Racing. They just saw the Genesis Esports team come past him. There's still 1 lap ahead at the moment, but you can see the gap starting to close down. The guys are well aware of that.
No, I mean, absolutely. Now Luke Addison's got 26.2 seconds between him and Quan Duplessis in 5th place. So he will have to try and close that gap, and it would be interesting to see how far they can make their way up the order. But Steve, just over 3 hours to go. Anything can still happen in the race.
That's it. There's no way of calling who is going to win the race, who's going to finish where. The only certainty that we have here at RaceFace is you will see a checkered flag. You will.
And we are certain that we don't know what's going to happen.
Certain we have no idea what we're doing now, then, well, past, now, then, forever. We have no idea what we're doing. And have no idea how to guess it.
Yep.
That's the only way of saying it. But it's going to be an interesting one. But we cannot forget the class battles at the moment, because we do have a few class battles that are happening. Not only with our pros, with Giovanni in 1st of our pro class, then we've got Jason Abschmeyer actually jumping into the car. So Cameron DeBastos handing over to Jason Abschmeyer. And let's see what he will be able to do for the Evolved Racing team. 3rd place is Ruben van der Westhuizen of our pro class. Moving down into 16th position, 1st of our silver class is Jean-Ray Bertha. That is the team Carigma Racing. They've been doing really, really well at the moment. Then we got Loic Randebel. He's back in the car for Team Wash. They're 2nd. This is a fight for class position, though, for our silver class as they make their way through. So Jean-Ray Bertha is going to have to be very careful, as Loic is not holding back and is really on a bit of a charge to try and get up on the inside. Tries to look for it, but wasn't able to get close enough. I mean, the race is now on for class position for silver.
I mean, absolutely. And after so much time of racing, we're talking about a gap of 0.2 of a second between 1st and 2nd as Loic look on the inside.
Oh, hefty contact between the two.
On the inside.
Yeah, that was a little bit on the braver side of things. Yeah, I think it was a little bit of an overzealous move We're looking from the helmet cam here. He closes down onto the back of Jean-Ray Bertha, doing a great job in doing so. You can see Jean-Ray trying to defend that inside line, switches to outside, and Loic tries to come back at him, but
I'm gonna call it like I see it. He wouldn't have made that
back.
corner.
No.
No.
Centered
Didn't
from
look
too
like he
far
could
back.
slow that Porsche down. Sorry if I'm gonna get into trouble, but now he needs to make that time back up again.
Yeah, I look at that, and unfortunately, you're sending it back. You're sending it from 3 countries back. It just wasn't going to work. Good try, though. Good try.
I almost mentioned somebody who it reminded me of.
Certain Jeff Sended Hancock's.
You said it, not me. Jeff from the iRacing scene. Sorry, he's still out. Can't race at the moment, so hope you get better soon, Jeff. But when you get back, I'm sure you'll be sending it.
Yeah. Pick it and send it. And take a look at that. Yucca going and landing up with a 30-second penalty. The KSR Force Enduros now got a 30-second penalty. Stop, go. Ouch. A little bit further up through the field, Luke Addison going after Ronaldo Boersma. Ronaldo not giving him too much room, coming across the nose, but runs out a little bit wide. It does look like Luke Addison's got a little bit more drive. Going to go to the outside. Boersma trying to drag him right the way down, hard on the brakes, and just comes across. I don't think Luke gave him too much of an option there to go
a little bit of a
late.
flat.
Yeah, and taking a look, Lazy Elephant going after Werner Schoeman as well. Properly hammer and tongs at one another. So it's good to see the battles all over. A couple of guys leaving pits now. So far, though, quickest lap time has been a 1:42.3 set by this team over here, with Henry Mayer currently behind the wheel. The Genesis Sports Academy, they're in 2nd place as they go charging on. So far, roughly, guys have done 4 to 5 pit stops average to try and pull their way through. Oddly enough, Lazy Elephant has done, along with the Porsche Motorsport team, they have only done 3 pit stops. They haven't done a 4th one. So very, very interesting that they're managing to run this a little bit long, and Werner Schoeman just giving him a little bit of a move off the road. And here comes the PWSR machine. They're looking to go around the outside between the two. Get a little bit more of a run. That's Daniel the Hitman de Villiers behind the wheel saying, listen, I'll get past you. But it does look like Lazy Elephant's now going to use him more as a battering ram to try and force a way past Werner Schoeman. And that's something that you can do, utilizing someone that is a little bit quicker, or if you're trying to save a bit of fuel, get someone else to be the wrecking ball and interfere with the person ahead of you in their race. So maybe a tactics to just try and save a bit of fuel and let someone else do the work for you? Or do you think he's just given a bit of a breather, try and pull himself towards himself and go back at him?
Might be a bit of both, Stephen. I think it might be a tactic move. You know, let the car in front of you, as you said, be the battering ram. It just gives you a little bit of a breather. And also, you can use them to your advantage. Let them move, pull you along on the straights. And also, running in the slipstream, do a little bit of fuel saving. But the trick to all of this is you actually need to keep up to them.
Well, I'm going to bring someone into the box. Just disappeared. I was going to bring Mr. Miller into the box. I did see him for a short time, and he disappeared. So, he's currently part of the PWSR. I did see you, Miller. I did. I promise. But you disappeared before I could click on you.
Did you leave him hanging?
I left him hanging for a couple of minutes. But yeah, we want to try and chat to as many of the drivers as possible, try and get a bit of a feel of what's happening out there, and just see how everyone's doing. Give it a bit of a touch and go. And there we go. There's Mr. Miller. And bring him back before he runs. All right, Darren Miller joining us in the box. Not usually in the box, not usually coming to say hello, but I'd like to say welcome. And how are you feeling after your stint?
Hey, a bit tired, eh?
Bit tired, a bit worn out.
Yeah, man, it's a good stint though. was tough out there. The competitors are tough, and a lot of back markers and fast guys as well. So trying your best not to lose time.
Well, you guys have been doing really, really well in the Lamborghini. It's been a bit of a hard charge, a bit of a yo-yo up and down through the field. How has it been, getting this late into the race? How's the Lamborghini starting to feel? Is the brake fade starting to come in? Are the tires starting to cry enough? What is it feeling at the moment?
Yeah, a little bit later in the stint there was a bit of brake fade going on, and the tires they were letting loose with about 5 laps to go on the stint, but they're holding up pretty well. They seem to be a lot better than I find them during the sprint races, which is strange. So, tires are good. Lap times were pretty quick as well, quite consistent. Daniel and I are trying our best just to keep consistent lap times and not try and push ourselves too much, to stay in the high 43s. That's our aim. So far so good.
And I've got to ask, I mean, you guys have taken a car that's, some people have say it's rather risky to have in an endurance race. You guys have opted, along with Ethan Kuhner, he's down in 24th position, for the ZRC WTF. Gareth Hawkins as well there's a couple of Lamborghinis, but they've been told not to be the most stable of cars in a long run. How are you guys feeling the Lambos doing at current for it, and do you feel that it's the right car for this championship?
Yeah, definitely. It's a good car. You see Cody Sherritt and Luke Addison driving it as well, and I've got to admit, with the setup we've got, it's a good consistent car.
And now getting to work with the guys, I mean, these are chaps that you usually raced against, like Alan Patterson, like Daniel the Hitman de Villiers. I mean, knowing the past battles you've all had, how is it working with them? Joining forces, making a hybrid setup that just suits all the driving styles, making something that just works. How are you feeling with it all, and what's your take of being involved in team racing? Give us a bit of an insight of what it is like being involved in a team, having to work with someone instead of just your own race.
Okay, to be honest, this is Daniel and I, we've just been talking now. This is kind of what we enjoy the most, is the teamwork. Daniel coaches me the whole way through the stint. He's a very fast driver, and luckily Daniel and I have the same setups. So we drive pretty similar. He's faster than me, but we drive very similar. Alan's a bit more conservative and likes a more stable setup, where we don't mind the tail being a bit loose. So perfect car, perfect team.
It's absolutely amazing, and it's good to see the guys still in high spirits. You guys still trucking on. Now it's heading into the final 3 hours and 4 minutes of the race. What's the thoughts, the expectations? I know this is where you start looking at the pit stops, and you're trying to eliminate that. You've got to do 3.4 stops. You're trying to get rid of that 0.4 of a stop.
Well, we've I think Daniel drove his first stint with a bit of damage. So this is his first stint that he's going to have like a clear car with, and I think we're going to see his pace pick up. We think we've got the pit stops correct. We don't think we have to do any extra pits. So hopefully our fuel saving and our tire management is going to pay off at the end.
So just hoping that it all continues. It's all busy out there. Janneman, anything from your side that you would like to ask?
Well, Stephen, I think you pretty much covered it. I think the only thing left is to wish Darren and the whole team all the best for the remaining 3 hours, and I hope all your plans work out as you planned.
Thanks very much, man. Thanks for the commentary. Cool.
Thank you very much. And
Sure.
before you go, Darren, we always do this for the guys. You have an open mic, no shouting and no swearing, basically all that sort of stuff. You can thank whoever you want. You can challenge whoever you want. You can even tell your teammate to go faster or don't bin the car because you got to pick it up afterwards. Mic is yours. free hand to it. Just keep it
Okay,
keep it safe for work.
Yeah. Okay. The only thing I think a big thank you to Alan Patterson for bringing me on board. It's fun to be around there. But also the previous team I used to race under, well, the brand was Race for Hope. You've mentioned before on the commentary, and I'd just like to bring that forward again with the Race for Hope for the fight against cancer. So any monies or any donations that anyone can put forward to any charity where there's a fight against cancer will be welcomed. That's all I can say.
Absolutely, and I have to second that one. So, guys, if you know of any companies that are for it or you want to know, go and look up Darren Miller of the PWSR team. He can help guide you to where things can go, where it will be beneficial to help support. Thank you once again, Darren. Glad to have you here. Good luck to the team, and we look forward to saying good morning a little bit later.
Yeah, shot. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Adelman. Okay, man.
Cheers.
Bye.
See, we've got Cameron in the interview room as well.
Let's bring Cameron in, and there we go. There we go. Cameron. All right. So joining us in the box for the Evolved Racing team, currently lying in first place after some interesting events. Cameron the Bastos, how are you feeling?
Jeez, at this point, I'm just gonna say tired. Wrists are shot, my left foot feels a bit stiff, but no, I feel good. It was a good stint, I believe, or 2 stints actually.
So, Cameron, unfortunate for your competitors, but fortunate on your side. But it does seem like the Genesis Esports team slowly is trying to close back. You guys are trying to stretch out the gap. Take us through the start of the race. You guys have been reacting the whole time to whatever's been going on ahead of you. Now you're having to dictate the pace. What's the discussions going on? How is it amongst the team?
Well, to take it back to the start, really, we were started this living in South Africa, and the load shedding was kind of an interesting thing to do first. So earlier during the week, when we started discussing strategy with Keegan, who's also our reserve driver, but also our engineer, we just started discussing, okay, well, how are we going to attack this in terms of our load shedding schedules? So when we started, we decided to place Christian in the car. He's our fastest, to get a good place going and just keep it consistent. And lucky for me that as soon as the race started, my power decided to say goodbye, but the generator kicked in, but still takes about 2 minutes for the Wi-Fi just to fire back up again. And from there it was just getting constant, consistently running our times that we needed to run. Christian was at first not very happy with the times that he was running or where we were, and then we started noticing that some of the other drivers are also just keeping it our same time that we are in terms of lap times. And from there it was just consistently running, making sure that the fuel lasts as long as possible, to cover any sort of issues with load shedding. So yeah, it seems to be working out at this point. No issues so far, touch wood.
Oh.
But yeah.
So far, the BMW seems to be on quite a good charge, and do you feel that that's the right car for the championship to help push you forward? It's a very consistent car. It might not be the fastest car in BOP. What was the reasoning to choose the BMW over the likes of a Lamborghini, the new McLaren that's just dropped, the new Ferrari, new Porsche, all of that?
Well, as you know, you and Anima know, our whole team, we have 6 drivers. Our 2 pro teams, and then the 1 Pro-Am team, and both our pro teams are all running Porsche, so we're basically a Porsche team. And we trusted my teammates, Keegan and Christian, to go and test the cars, see what's the best, as they are responsible for as they would decide took the responsibility upon themselves to choose the car. And well, we first decided, let's go McLaren. It's going to be quick, it's fast, and we were dead wrong. We just couldn't break any of the times that we needed to. So we switched to the Ferrari, and we were getting our pace there, but not where we wanted in terms of the 140s that we needed for qualifying. And I don't know why, I think it was Keegan who just went, let's run the BMW, because he loves the BMW. And with endurance, you have to take into consideration a car that will suit everybody. I have driven the BMW before. I did not like it during the 24 hours of Spa, but that's not due to the car, that was due to external factors in terms of internet not working. And yeah, it was just amazing work from the team to get the car back up to pace to where it needs to be, and just hammering out any kinks and issues that we had to deliver quite a very stable car over any curves.
We've just saw an incident, Ronaldo Rosma just outbraking and catching one of the Mercedes and back. You know, you brought up a very good point there in terms of finding something that's stable, something that can work, and just try and keep it going. I know Yanaman has a few questions as well. Yanaman, mic's yours.
Well, Stephen, you touched on the fact like the BMW, and the BMW is also the car we race when we do GT3 endurances, even though it's on iRacing, but it's got a lot of similar characteristics on iRacing. And we mentioned the fact that, you know, you need to live with these cars for a couple of hours. So you tend to, as we say, you tend to pick something that's comfy, even though it's not the quickest. But because it's comfortable, it's stable over the course of 8 or so hours, it might then be the quickest thing out there because of the stability of the vehicle. But coming to the question, you know, with just under 3 hours to go, are you where you want to be in terms of your strategy, or is it, you know, a case of we need to re-look at the pit stops and fuel saving and re-evaluate things a bit?
Well, I think in terms of the team, we're actually quite happy in terms of where we are with our strategy. We just dump the car full of fuel and drive it until it's empty in order to gain some of the times, because again, with the load shedding, where I live, for me to take over the second stint, I couldn't guarantee that I will be able to be switched. I will be switched on at 6 on the dot. So, Jason made it at a bit of a moment there, but he's good.
Yeah, I'm looking at him on the other monitor.
So, no, we just decided to throw in the fuel, run it until it's empty, and instead of getting a 16-minute gap, we almost clawed back double that already. In terms of overlaps. So we are extremely happy with our strategy as working out. Of course, we're double stinting all our drivers, and then I think it might be the last 30 or something odd minutes, I can't remember now, where we might just do a quick splash and dash depending on how the I just see Luke Addison in the comment section there.
I think... So was it a sigh of relief, or was it going and, you know, just taking a bit of sweat off the brow?
I was actually just watching what happened to them, because I was looking at the timing sheets here on the side.
We got Tariq Adam behind the wheel now.
Yeah, there we go.
So, but yeah, I don't know. Regarding that, in terms of our strategy, we're quite happy. We just see how far we can go. We'll see if we're going to put in Christian or Jason. In terms of who's comfortable the best, it might be Christian might feel recharged, and then Jason sticks around. But no, I don't know. I was just cruising around, making sure I hit the consistency that I needed, and then the next moment, my crew chief just goes P1, and it was an utter moment of shock for the whole team. I just yelled on the radio, "Yo, we're P1. What's going on?" And it was a scream from everybody, and of utter disbelief would be an understatement. Christian just kept on going, just everybody keep quiet, the camera focus, and I just switched into sprint mode, nailing the times that I needed and getting there.
All right, so what we're gonna do is something a little bit different, and we're gonna. I love sparking a bit. I love sparking a bit of insanity here, and so we're gonna bring Luke into the box, have a chat with him, and we're gonna have both of you on the comms, considering you're fighting it out there. Luke Addison, welcome. Not often we get to chat. First of all, welcome to the RaceFace commentary box. It's been a while since you've been here. And it's been a while since you and I had a conversation. Also, congrats on with the SRO. You drove like a demon after a disconnect with Cody Sherritt. What happened there?
Well, welcome everyone. Hope everyone's having a good day thus far. Everyone's chilling. Yeah, so everything looked under control just after his first pit stop. I think he had an internet issue, he said. He didn't disconnect from the Discord, so I don't know if it was internet specifically or the game crashed or whatever, but yeah, unfortunately we disconnected on the last corner instead of completing the lap, so that meant that we lost the lap and the time that we were behind the people, so we ended up losing an extra lap, unfortunately.
You drove like a demon on the way through the field, and no joke here, you literally made sure that they didn't have an option to slow you down. Was it just get into the mode of floor it and just see what happens and really try claw it to the top before handing it over to Tariq Adam, or what was the mentality going into that?
It's a bit difficult because the Lambo's quite quick here. Unfortunately, the Lambo's not as good as the BM over the curb, so it's kind of send it as hard as possible besides the chicane, and then kind of manage through the traffic as best as possible. More aggressive, and I see the memes with me flashing everyone. So yeah, just try and be as safe but aggressive through the traffic as possible. But yeah.
Oh, and the level of talent out there on the circuit at the moment is amazing, with having all the guys battling out. You're getting to work with also a couple of guys, coaching guys in the background. But I know that Janneman has a few questions. Janneman, mic's yours.
Well, Luke, first of all, now with 2 hours and 50 minutes left to go, have you set your sights on a certain position where you would like to finish? So should Cameron be worried about your team?
No, not at all. P1, not achievable. P2, not achievable. P3 may be a bit of a stretch, but we kind of have our sights on P4, maybe P3. Try and get back to the podium, but P1, P2 is kind of impossible at the moment. But I'm looking forward to the battle between P1 and 2. Still 9 seconds, 9.7 between them. 3 hours to play, anything can happen. So yeah, very excited.
Well, you said it. Anything can still happen, but, it was really unfortunate, that disconnect of Cody. It did look like you had everything under control, but there is still 2 hours, 50 minutes left in this race, so anything can still happen.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, at the moment, everyone can just kind of put their heads down, just go as hard as possible, try and make their way safely through any potential traffic, and yeah.
Well, I mean, this is remnants to what you had in the SRO, where you had to put your head down and really try and figure out how to claw yourself back. But now that we've got both Evolved Racing and Genesis Racing all together, Genesis Esports and Evolved currently in the same commentary box, you guys have been back and forth at one another, reacting to each other's pit stops. I know that everyone's been looking at Pitwall, everyone's been looking at what's happening out on the circuit, chatting to everyone out on the circuit. Do you feel that the two teams have now reached the point where they're starting to understand how each other work? And I'm going to throw that one the first one to Cameron. So Cameron, your take on it.
Well, I don't know for myself. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of the unknown guy within the pro scene at this moment. So I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out how Luke and Cody runs. I've raced before alongside Tariq when we were part of the very old Meraki esports teams before he went to hybrid. So we've kind of been monitoring their pace during qualifying and practice and everything to see how they are going. But no, I don't think we completely are able to completely understand each other's strategy and stuff, or how each other drive. For the academy team, though, we kind of figured out how to do that already. We already figured out I just need to be faster than Henry, and Jason needs to be faster than Porzio, and of course Christian will be taking on Christian. So that's how we are. That is how we determine stuff for that.
Well, Luke, same question now thrown to you. I'm not quite the SRO commentator, but yeah, I'm trying my best here. Your take on it.
Yeah, I mean, Cameron said it pretty much perfect. It's kind of just like stacking up each other, the two teams against one another. You need to know when someone comes out who you're competing against in that stint. Like Cameron mentioned, this guy will go against Geo, this guy will go against Fenter, etc., etc., and just kind of measuring each other throughout the stint. So, as obviously this race has been 5 hours and 13 minutes in, I'm pretty sure Genesis as well as Absmire's team, Evolved Racing, I'm pretty sure everyone knows roughly who's the faster of the drivers in which team and kind of how they stack up against each other. It's all at the moment just about, in terms of luck of where you catch the traffic, ensuring that you don't make mistakes. And then for the most part, since they're both BMWs, they use around 2.85 liters per lap. So if everyone is going full tank, they both should roughly cut out very close to a pit stop at the end of the race. So it's going to be who has better pit stops, managing traffic, and yeah, just who's quicker in the group.
All right, well, before I move on to my final two questions, Yaduman, anything you want to ask the Evolved Racing and Genesis, considering we've got the two cars within 10 seconds of one another?
No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm actually watching that battle very closely, and that gap is running very stable at the moment. But Cameron, from my side, but I think you already kind of half answered it. Will you react to the car behind if they put a certain driver in? Will you put a certain driver in, or will you keep to your strategy?
Well, like I said, it's kind of depending on how Jason feels. We are very happy with how we are where we are currently, and with how the car feels. So I don't think there will be much of a reaction. I think the biggest challenge was having me in the car, as I do not have a very good history with Imola and endurance racing. So I think with that behind, I don't think we're going to be reacting quite soon. Sticking to what we get, just managing traffic and hopefully not get held up by the other competitors, and just be able to keep that gap growing.
Excellent.
All right,
Stephen,
well,
over to you.
I'm gonna end it off with two things. One is for both Luke and Cam. You guys have been out there on track. Which do you think is the better livery? What looks better in terms of all the cars that you've seen out on Discord? Just looking at the Genesis car getting clamped between two back markers. Loic Randabald pushing off one of the hybrids into the dirt, contact between the two. But Luke, you've been out there, you've seen the pictures. What sort of livery is shouting at you, saying that's a car I really want to drive?
I don't know if it's a specific car I want to drive. I would prefer to be in the BM, if anything. But in terms of liveries, I like the hybrid sleek look. Looks quite nice. The R Genesis car looks quite good. The Hawks Genesis car looks quite nice. There's a few others that don't look too shabby. But yeah, that's, I suppose, if it's whatever it is, I'd prefer to be in a BM. But yeah.
Fair enough. And Cam, same thing to you. What livery is taking your fancy?
Well, of course, I have to say our livery. I mean, come on, it's a big bright yellow beamer to showcase gear. Don't God miss us.
All right.
As well, to be fair, the one of Project Vapor Solo, I don't know. I just love that livery, the lines on it, but also the whole Project Vapor team. The one I can't remember now. The one that Andre is driving, Mr. Rodeo. It just looks something like that comes out of a comic book, and it looks insane. I just want to slap that on the BMW though. So.
All right, so I'm going to end it off with this, and call it what you will, spurring on a boxing fight. It's pretty much having the discussion at MMA before the title fight, where the two yet to have a chat to one another. Only thing is, no swearing, no racism, safe for work, but you're allowed to challenge, you're allowed to thank anyone, you're allowed to say, listen, I'm going to beat you. That sort of stuff is open cards. And I'm going to allow Luke Addison of Genesis Esports. The mic is yours. It's open. Just no swearing, safe for work. But it's open for you to say what you feel.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for putting on, obviously, the event. RaceFace, all the commentators. I know it is a bit of a schlep sometimes to be on a Saturday, especially all the way till 12. So appreciate all the work put in behind the scenes, commentary, the organizers, and all the sponsors. Thanks also to Genesis Esports for giving myself, Tariq and Cody a chance, as well as giving an opportunity to the academy team. So that's really cool. And yeah, thanks to all, obviously, the drivers who came out today. So obviously, if it wasn't for the drivers, we couldn't have a race. And yeah, hoping for a very close battle towards the end.
Okay, so very calm, very tame, thinking, being, all right, fair enough. Okay, well, let's let the loose cannon. That's usually Cameron's Sasquatch Tabasco sauce. Let's see if he's got a bit of spice. Cameron, same rules apply. All yours.
Oh, I take all the fun out of it now. I'm just joking. I just it's gonna be more of a nicer one this side. Well, first off, I want to thank Christian for giving me the opportunity to even race for Evolved Racing. I mean, he took a chance on a guy who just came out of Pro-Am to race for a team with a high caliber of drivers between him and Jason, and it's just great to be able to do this. And then also thanks to our engineer Keegan for getting us focused in terms of our lap times, keeping us up to date, and where we need to push, and if we need to push anything on the track. And then also, yeah, just shout out to EG Evolved for backing us here for me and Christian when we started. And yeah, just shout out to all the competitors for being on the track, and huge shout out to RaceFace, the comms team. I joined a bit early in the stream, and Bertus was naming RaceFace as a business, and it's true. And just want to thank him and everybody who's running it. And then also just shout out to my old teammates, Lyric and Mr. Hitman de Villiers there. Hang in there, guys. I miss our chats during the race, but you're almost there. And yeah, just keep on pushing.
All right. Well, both of you guys have played it so PC and so well. I'm gonna throw the cat amongst the pigeons here. Both of you picked the worst looking car that's got beaver teeth for a front nose. Thank you for joining us here in the commentary box. Really do appreciate it. And we look forward to seeing the battles out on the circuit. Luke Addison, thank you so much for joining. And also Cameron de Bastos, really, really appreciate it. Honestly, amazing stuff. Good caliber of drivers coming in and having a bit of a race here at RaceFace for the GT3s. It's honestly, getting to have a chat to the guys and seeing the sort of thought process going behind it. And, like what Luke was having, he was able to say, okay, well, the fuel is this amount. This is where the guys are going to end. You got Cameron busy saying, well, we're just going tank to tank at this point. it's a chess game of note, whether it's just brawns or brains that are going to take it to the end. And while we were chatting to the guys, we saw a couple of incidents out on circuit. We saw the Genesis car getting squashed in between two back markers, and unfortunately one of the Hybrid Academy cars going and biting the wall. These are real things that are going on, and getting to chat to the guys. And what I'm hearing constantly from every single one of the teams is there's always that dark horse that's trying out someone new, that's taking a gamble on another person's talent. And it really does ring home on a few things, because the guys are having to try and figure out what works for them, what's going to be more beneficial. These are, for a team to say, we're going to take a gamble and pull in drivers, whether it be making an academy team, whether it making a driver pick just to go and have a bit of fun out there. Just the thought process to it, it comes back to the same thing. To move forward, you got to roll the dice.
Absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating how to listen how the different teams go about the same race, essentially. And, as Luke said, at this stage, they are being, realistic to where they can end in the race, but yet try and push themselves as far up as they possibly can go. And always fascinating to hear you about talking about the BMW with the beaver teeth on the front. Yet that's the GT3 car you're racing, but you always say you don't see the nose from the cockpit.
Oh, I'm waiting for my Ligier LMP3. Don't worry, it's coming.
Hey, the Cadillac is coming as well.
We don't have to worry about it anymore. Couple of penalties being dished out, though. We have dropped down to 32 drivers. 12th place, Venus Guman for TTHR Gasholes. They've got a 5-second penalty. Daniel De Villiers is out there. He's got a 5-second penalty for the PWSR team. Ethan Lacuna has got a 10-second penalty for the ZRC WTF. Got a bit of damage on the nose as well, making his way through. So a couple of teams scoring those 10 seconds, those 5 seconds, those drive-through penalties. While we were having the chat, it was lighting up with guys running into different issues. I mean, this is something to talk about. But going to pull in another driver, I love seeing this. We're getting people to come talk to us. It's amazing. I promise you.
We must be doing something right.
PayPal is a thing. We can. That's how we're doing it. Let's bring in Graham into the box. Graham, glad to have you out here, and glad to have you. Listen, it has been a tough race out there. Give us your thoughts of what's been going on. It's been a rather exciting race for your team. You've been really pushing a bit of a rough race, and been fighting for class position on more than one occasion. Take us through this.
Yeah, it's actually been quite competitive with the Pro-Am class. We were, I think we started about third at the beginning of the race and managed to make our way up to the head of the class. But there's a lot of guys wanting to take that away from us. I know Saradia is chasing down Genre at the moment. And we had Rondebol giving us a good run earlier, flying at us there. So yeah, we've had to be on our game.
Well, I mean, you had to really push the limits of your last stint. You were properly in a fight with Rondebol, constantly pressuring. There was slight contact between the two of you. You guys seemed like it was all okay. But this is a factor that has been rolling in, where you're pushing harder and harder and harder. The wear down, the strain, you guys must be absolutely getting to a point of exhaustion come the end of this race.
Well, I'm glad Genre is taking the stint at the moment. I did a double stint earlier, and actually it's amazing when you do like a RaceFace race on a Thursday of 80 minutes, it feels like a long time. Then you come to do an endurance race in an hour and 15 minutes that we're managing on a stint. Doesn't feel that long. But once you get into the groove, it's lekker. but can be quite tough, especially when the guys are putting pressure on you. There's always that chance of making a mistake, hitting that chicane wrong, going a bit off into the gravel. So you really got to keep your wits about you.
I mean, it's been an absolute charge for the team. You guys are currently lying 17th overall. You've moved up through the field. You're first in class. You got Radio chasing you down. He's about 2 seconds behind, and constantly pushing. What's the thought process at the moment to try and maintain position? What's the strategies going on? How many stops do you guys still think you got left in the tank before the end of the race, when there's only 2 hours and 33 minutes left in this race?
Yeah, it's going to be quite tight to figure out. It might be a bit of a see what strategy is going to work the best depending on where people are on the track. Because there's always a good opportunity to gain some time in the pits and try and jump the guys. So I think we are going to either fuel save or push, and then just try and get that breathing room. But it's going to be interesting. I don't know what the other guys are quite on. Haven't been able to follow exactly how long they're doing their stints. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, it's interesting to see you guys out there having a lot of fun. And when you're coming into the race, did you guys expect to be in this type of situation where you're so close to a podium position for class and 17th overall, but have a chance to move your way up? Has this been a thought in your guys' head coming into the race, or was this just a happy accident that you're going with, or what's the sort of take onto it?
Well, we didn't know about the different classes until the briefing at the beginning of the race. So that was a nice surprise, but we thought, hey, this means there's something we can really go for. In the past, I've done a couple of races with Genre. We've had issues with power and connection and things like that, so we've never really been able to see our full potential. So this has been good to see that we can actually really hit it out with the guys there. I mean, there's some amazing drivers on the track who are incredibly fast. So to be in the midfield is really awesome. We're happy about it. Yeah.
You've avoided all the penalties so far. You guys have been keeping a consistent pace, which is always great. It's always fantastic to see. But I do see Andre Serradio closing down 1.2 seconds onto the back of Genre. So I'm sure the nerves are starting to kick in and the sweat's starting to run down the brow. Janneman, before we release Mr. Mole to go and have a chat to his teammate and shout in the Oak's ear saying, listen, stand on the throttle. Do you have any questions?
Well, I need to ask the tough questions with a lot of teams around you picking up drive-through penalties, 5-second penalties, and all of those things. Do you have any penalty concerns at this stage, or is it still smooth sailing?
We do have to be careful on the drive-through track limits. Like we picked up a few in the first few stints, but I mean we've been pretty good since then. But it's just discipline now. If we slightly off track, we just got to lift it a little bit, make sure that we don't get that drive-through, because that would turn things around badly for us. So
I mean,
got to be very disciplined.
You've touched on it earlier, try minimizing the time spent in the pits and drive-through does hurt you. But all the best, there's 2.5 hours to go, so it's not that long anymore. No. And hope all your strategies and plans work out the way they should.
Well,
thank you.
Graham, do we see you climbing back into the car, or is this pretty
I'll
much...
be taking the next stint, so next pit stop probably in about...
Don't be the one to get the drive-through.
No, it's you always don't want to be that guy. Hey?
No.
Well, Graham, use the dark side, as your Dark Sidious says to Darth Maul. You can move forward. Use the power of the dark side. You have the Force. Go and have a huge amount of fun. Andre Serradio is 1.8 seconds behind you guys. You've been on an absolute charge at the moment. I wish you all the best, and I look forward to having a chat to Genre and get his feelings onto this. But microphone's open, safe for work. If there's anyone that you want to say thank you to or challenge or go and say we're going to beat you guys, feel free. Mic's open for you.
Well, I just want to say to the Pro-Am guys, bring it on. I know they are bringing it on, but You know, we can take it. We can take the pressure. So just bring it on.
Well, there we go. Our first driver to put in a bit of spice. Thank you very much.
There we go.
There we go. Always trust the mole to bring in the spice. Thank you very much,
bring
Graham.
some dark side.
There
Cool,
we
guys.
go. Thank you very much. Absolutely amazing stuff. And getting to chat to the guys. And you could hear a little bit of a shake in the voice when seeing that the times were closing in. You could hear the conversation starting to go, maybe I shouldn't have come in to have a chat.
The thing that I love, Stephen, about the interviews we've had thus far is the drivers aren't scared to share information. You know, that's not the strategy. They're keeping it close to their chest. I mean, like Graham said now, I mean, they are concerned about the drive-through. And, you know, a lot of drivers, a lot of the times, they don't want to share that information, and I absolutely love it.
Well, I mean, you get to a point that you can't run away from it. It can happen, but taking a look at this, 0.8 of a second, Andre Serradi are going after the class, and the Team Kerygma Racing have been leading the Pro-Am class for quite some time now, and they've constantly had onslaught after onslaught coming at them. The walls of the fortress getting shaken to the very foundations of their race, where they're having to constantly fight. Now happening once again for a team that is constantly feeling the pressure, constantly having guys knocking down that door, trying to knock it down. The target's on your back. And you know what, I really enjoyed it was, to all the Pro-Am guys, bring it on. We want more of it. It's an open challenge of, come, lay siege to thy fortress and see what will happen. And that's what we're getting right here with the Project Vapor Ferrari right onto the back of the Team Kerygma Racing Porsche. It's just this battle going on once again.
Now, here's my question to you. Do you think that they are watching the stream and maybe just relaying the words through to Serradio, saying to him, you know, don't be scared to put that Porsche under pressure?
I think there's a very, very close conversation being had right now, that's for certain. I wonder if I turn pit link off right now with the live timing, would that influence anything? But these are going to be incredibly close, up and down through the field. There's always a battle, but it's good to see a battle from first and second overall, first and second of Pro-Am. They within 9 seconds. This is the closest battle currently on track, and this is for Pro-Am. So our pros are having a fight, our Pro-Ams are having a monstrous fight. As we see, Andre Serradio looks to the inside, backs out of it, deciding he's not going to go for it just yet, running over the curbs, really stomping on the gas, just not getting the best of exits out. But everyone now putting this fight in, everyone's starting to feel rejuvenated, knowing there's 2 hours 25 minutes left, that it's nearing the end. You can almost hear in the voices that excitement starting to build. You can see it in the chat as well. Gabriel de Santos saying, yes we are, and Andre knows, and we are pushing.
I'm sorry. It's you know, I had to ask the question and I got the answer. So
honestly, I want to put that we do exactly the same. We tune into your guys' live stream and watch you. That's how funny it is. And Andre Serradio trying to look for that inside line, not able to do it, and you can believe everyone standing on the edge of their seats right now with the racing up and down through the field. Guys having 5-10 second penalties, guys getting caught behind back markers, leaders coming and influencing positions, pit stops coming to a close, getting to these closing minutes, closing minutes of the race. And this is where I actually have a lot more fun. I feel personally rejuvenated, having a chat to the guys, getting a bit of a sense of feel, and you know, getting to have like Evolved Racing and Genesis in the box together, where you could play it nice, you could talk nicely, you could, yeah, thank you, really appreciate it, it's all great, but you could hear the "I'm going to beat you" sort of voice coming in as we see Andre Serradio up on the inside. Jean-Ray Bertha trying to battle it out. Now it is going to be side by side as they head into Aqua Mullerali, and it does look like Andre Serradio getting ahead of Jean-Ray Bertha. He has to back out of it, but comes back at him. Little bit of run onto the grass, and they are fighting it out for Pro-Am at the moment. And Andre Serradio getting ahead of Jean-Ray Bertha as they charge along. Izzy Esahace is trying to close down on them. He's in 18th position, but how the tables have turned. Andre Serradio now getting told, go, 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 put as much pressure on as possible. That throttle needs to go through the floor at this point.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Or it might be a case, that they might re-look at the strategy and think, okay, right, they've gotten past us. How can we outsmart them with strategy?
I mean, it's now starting to open that 1.3 second gap, starting to come into play. But a little bit further down, we've actually got Josh Everly. He's having a battle it out with Daniel the Hitman de Villiers. Now, this is two separate classes. Daniel de Villiers does have a 5-second penalty applied to him. That's going to be served during his next pit stop. But Josh Everly has been doing a fantastic job with that car. We saw the washed team go and really dive for the positions more than once to try and claw their way through. They currently lying 3rd overall in Pro-Am at the moment, and feeling that there's constant pressure on behind them. Yes, yeah, it's not in the same class as you, but there is that still mentality of, I don't want to let you go. I'm going to fight it out. And the red mist kicks in. Logic goes out the door, red mist comes in and, well, pretty much takes up all of it.
I'm actually keeping my eye here on the side screen on a nice little battle between Jason Amsmeyer and Ronaldo Boersma. Now, Ronaldo Boersma running in 3rd position. He's trying to make his way back past Jason Amsmeyer in order to unlap himself.
Very, very interesting. Now, this is where it gets a little bit complicated. And I would put it as a very complicated situation. As a back marker, you're keeping up to the front guys. I mean, Gentlemen, you've had this more than once.
Back marker in 3rd position,
Well, you're a lap down on your competition, but you seem to run a similar, if not faster pace. You have an opportunity to get by. You go for the pass. Is it the right thing to do to go for the pass and see maybe you stretch your legs and get away from it? Or is it one of these ones that you kind of just wait it out at this point, figure out where the guys are going and then go for a pass? Or what's the sort of mentality that goes into it? Because we've seen many guys try and unlap themselves but never get anywhere, and it actually causes a hindrance more than anything.
Now here's the question that you need to ask yourself. What do you have to gain by unlapping yourself? I mean, at this stage, Ronaldo Boersma is 96 seconds behind Henry Meyer in 2nd place. Are you going to pass the car in front of you, unlap yourself, and then actually make up that time again? Or can you actually use the faster car in front of you that have lapped you to gain another advantage by saving fuel and maybe cutting out that point something of a pit stop?
And guys, bringing up a very, very big concern that's running through a lot of the teams. Cameron actually jumping in and saying, the tires are getting cold.
That's the thing.
The track temperature's down to 19. That's
from 36 where we started.
That sunset starting to come in. I mean, let's go on board, and you can see that sun starting to set the dirty windscreen. And oh my heavens, the windscreen wiper! Why does it move? I shouldn't have done this. For anyone that doesn't know the frustration, I wish Kunos would fix it. But you see the windscreen wiper? It's almost like they haven't bolted it because it keeps wanting to flip and move.
There it goes left, so now when he's got to go through the left hand, it goes right.
It's not bolted. Guys, fix it. Go there with a spanner. Please. It shouldn't be moving that much. Now that you've seen it, you'll never unsee it. So,
go to the Aston. The Aston's wiper moves even more.
Oh, it's one of these things, and
Steven went in an endurance race at 4 o'clock. Oh, a Lamborghini on the side of the road there.
Just trying to see, was that Jaco Krobler? Yes, it was. Jaco Krobler actually landing up with a bit of a spin. And that is the Genesis Hawks racing machine making his way through over the curbs, over too much rotation, and boom, in the wall, taking a bit of an impact. Tim the cameraman showing off his
foliage skills.
You know, Tim the cameraman loves the Kruger National Park, and I think we should send him to it because he can take my ticket. But yeah, there's so much going on out there on circuit. There's so many good guesses of where you're going to come. I don't know. It's all up in the air at this point.
Yeah, no,
And there's the windscreen wiper.
This is the windscreen wiper that made Steven go to the stewards, none other than Mr. Bertus Hugo, at 4 o'clock in the morning, saying that this was distracting him. He wants to lodge a complaint against him.
And yes, I know the Walker is worse. I understand. I've driven with the Porsche. But yes, I went at 4 o'clock in the morning, shouting and swearing at Bertus Hugo to fix the windscreen wiper because it was bugging me while I was driving, and it was actually making me lose half a second a lap because I kept looking at the windscreen wiper instead of the apex. I will admit that wholeheartedly. Kunos, please fix. It's half a second I need.
Yeah, you mean every second counts.
That's it. But yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenal stuff that's going on. Well, I'm gonna just go and tell what the Formula One results are. And
yes, please. I still wanted to ask what happened in qualifying.
Oh, okay. Well, let me go and tell you the Formula One results. So, in first place, second place is definitely.
Sorry, Stephen, you're breaking up a bit. I can't hear you. You need to look at your
Third
internet.
place is going to one and only. And you wouldn't have believed who else was there.
You're not helping. You're not helping. You're not helping. No, you're not helping.
Do you think I'm gonna be that one? Oh God.
I'm gonna use my assistant Gulu Gulu to see what the.
I reckon we don't ruin it for people that are going to see it tomorrow. But I know there was one person. Soon as we went and mentioned these are the results for Formula One, they have Alt F4 disconnected and turned off the computer just to ensure they don't hear. You can be sure of it. Cameron's saying, I think it's a skill issue. Which the skill issue on Kunos' side? Yes, totally. That's why they broke the Bentley.
The Bentley was one of those awesome racing cars with 2 windscreen wipers.
Yes, and it landed up with it being broken. So there is a skill issue there. Watch me immediately not allowed to broadcast any Kunos racing ever again. Gone. Thank you very much. We'll have Bertus coming into the box and saying, come out. Gone. Bye-bye. Gentlemen, you will be taking this all alone till the end.
Oh, exciting stuff.
Well, I've just got to say, it's been very, very interesting so far. Henry Mayer starting to close down the gap to Jason Abschmeyer. Jason Abschmeyer, a former champion here at RaceFace. Henry Mayer, a up-and-comer who has really put on the pressure to the front runners and is doing a fantastic job. It looks like they've repaired that car quite a bit now, and it's really on a bit of a charge. 8.6 seconds. We've done 199 laps. I mean, let that sink in a little bit. 199 laps. Now, I'm going to do math, which is You don't
Scary.
hear me say that often. And I know there's like, you will get a bit cross that I'm doing math at this point because I'm
No, I'm
usually
just-
not so good at it. But so far, these teams have done 975.1 kilometers of racing, and we're still not done yet.
No. And here on the side screen, I'm just keeping an eye on the times because slowly but surely Henry Mayer is starting to close that gap down to Jason Amsmeyer. The gap now 8.1 seconds. Remember, we started off at just over 10 seconds, so he has gained 2 seconds. So at the front of the field, this race is also not over yet.
No, it's turning into a difficult one for every single one of these teams, planning it out, trying to figure out what's going to be the best way to move forward. Honestly, I'm really, really excited to see when we get to the end who's going to be still standing at the end of this. But I want to show a bit of love to this man over here. He is busy streaming. Big shout out to Reginald. He is one of the commentators for RaceFace. He's come in and commentated a few times. But he's been soloing this entire race. He's lying in 32nd position. He has completed 173 laps at this point. I've got to take my hat off to him. He's been on a proper charge, ensuring he can keep going.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He's still in it. That's the important thing. You know, he's done almost 6 hours of racing, still 2 hours to go. And you know, it's awesome to see the guys pushing themselves like it. And I said a bit earlier on, it's not the first time that Reginald has done this kind of thing. And it really looks like he's enjoying this type of racing.
Maybe he thought it was the solo endurance series that started, not the team endurance series. Maybe we should tell him.
You know, maybe you should get on his stream and see, you know, you are allowed other drivers.
Yeah. Maybe he didn't know. Did you send him the SMS saying that he can have another driver? Because I didn't.
Yeah, he just didn't reply.
Ah. Did you send an SMS or a WhatsApp? I know he can be sometimes a little bit off with technology.
Oh, is that the problem? No, I sent a WhatsApp, so that might be the issue. So, Cameron's saying it's a skills issue on Steven's side for losing time due to a windscreen wiper.
No, I say it's Kunos. Can't you?
But the problem is, Steven, you like racing the stuff that don't have windscreen wipers.
Yes. Where it's got no roof, no windscreen wipers, no
you like to feel
no
you like to feel the wind in your hair.
That's it. I can feel it through my hair. It makes me feel better. But I've got to say, this race has really heated up. The lap times, I mean, are coming down. Jason Abschmeyer, last lap time, 141.8. Henry Mayer countered that and did a 141.9, which was a valid lap time, not an invalid lap time. So far, Jason Abschmeyer has done invalid lap times, but they got into the 141s. And the whole grid is starting to get faster and faster. So, you know, this is where it's getting amazing. This is where the closing down starts happening. The guys start pushing themselves that little bit more. We still got some amazing racing, like Daniel De Villiers is on Gabriel De Santos right now. And Gabriel was chatting a little bit earlier. He's now just going, okay, well, let's have the battle with PWSR, but we know who we're racing. Jean-Ray Bertha managed to jump them. We missed it. Jean-Ray Bertha is back in first place of the Pro-Ams. Gabriel De Santos changed drivers, and this is changing it up hugely. This is, you know, this is an ongoing battle. Cameron, real question, what FOV are you even running? Well, my FOV
is Cam 1.
Is from my arm to my fingertip on the screen, if that helps. So yeah, it's from my fingertip to my elbow at the moment. If that helps you, an FOV. That's my FOV calculation, and the width is more than my bank balance right now. Does that count? But Keegan Sanderson going and saying that he's starting to bite his nails, and I think everyone is starting to run into that issue where everyone's chomping their nails. Everyone's trying to figure out what do they need to do, how can they do it. Henry Mayer's into the pits. Does that mean that Jason Abschmeyer is going to come into the pits? You got Ronaldo
And who's
Busmo
going
in
to take
third.
over from him?
Well, that's it. Ronaldo Busmo's in third. Nicholas Manuel's in fourth with the Project Vapor team. It's going wild out there. It's absolutely wild. Up through the field, it's going mad. I mean, let's go. Tianus Bertha, Devin Ellis battling it out. Devin Ellis in front of Tianus Bertha. Tianus trying to go up on the inside, not able to make it happen. Devin Ellis trying everything he can, looking on the outside, running a bit more defensive at this moment. The Aston Martin trying to keep the Ferrari at bay. And this is just what it has become, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute insanity.
Okay, so leader in the pits.
That's it. Okay, so we do know they're running similar fueling on it. So leaders in the pits, Jason Abschmeyer, Christian Deploy jumping into the car. Ooh. Are we going to see what happened at the M4M?
Well, Christian knows how to do the long stints. I think his stint at that race was about 3 hours long. He did the final 3 stints, or final 3 full tanks. So let's see. Maybe he's running on his M4M experience.
Well, it's going to be interesting. The discussions that must be having. I mean, Keegan Sanderson and Keegan, if you do have time, buddy, I'd love to have a chat to you. But joining us in the box is a person that works behind the scenes, is watching his teammates nearly wiping out an Aston Martin, who's usually giving drivers briefings about what not to do and immediately scores a drive-through penalty, going and doing exactly what not to do, showing by experience. Hansi Myberg. Hansi, glad to have you here.
How's it, guys? How are you?
Oh, we're great. We're having a fantastic race. You should have seen it. I swear, Janneman had 3 beads of sweat after having a hot dog. You know, that's how much work he's been putting in at the moment. It's huge. It's immense at this point. How are you feeling with your stints and with the race now heading really close to an end?
Look, I'm feeling good. It's my first time on the Ferrari as well. I'm not used to the Ferrari. So, yeah, as you guys know, I'm on the BMW. And I see the BMW is actually nice and potent on this track. It's not too bad. And, yeah, especially down the straights, the BM it's super fast. But, yeah, otherwise than that, I'm feeling good.
And, you know, something a little bit different. You've come in, you've raced, you've been racing the pros for quite some time. The level of competition out in the 8-hour endurance, the guys have really been pushing the boundaries every single time. Your thoughts onto this, just your hot take on so far the race and the competition. I mean, over 100 drivers entered, 36 to 38 cars were at the start of the race. We're down to 32 cars, so a couple of dropouts here and there due to a variety of different issues. Your thoughts on it? I mean, you've been here from way back when Noah's Ark ran aground and rotted away.
Yeah, look, I must say I was impressed. Even the pro class, I mean, they caught up lapping us. I think it was like within the just over first hour, they actually started lapping us. I'm really impressed. And then I take my hat off for Quayne du Plessis, sitting in 6th place doing a solo. That must send us a selfie of himself, because I think he's got muscles. That's impressive. This track really works you.
It's definitely a difficult one, and yeah, you've been really stepping it up. You've been really working behind the scenes. For anyone that doesn't know, Hansi is one of the, I would say, part of the spine of what RaceFace is. And Hansi, from your side, setting this up, this is a monumental task of note in terms of administration, setting up the servers, making sure that there is a clean running. But seeing your work coming to play like this, and all seems to be going, I want your bit of a thought to it, because it's basically like a child growing up right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, at least Bertus trusts me with it. Well, I hope so. And it's nice to see it at the end result, you know, especially playing around with the weather settings and making sure we've got nice weather, and then making sure all the admin parts are right, you know, entry lists and all of that. But I can't do it without the help of Brandon Kruger and Bertus himself as well, you know, double checking everything, that everything is always 100%. But yeah, it's nice seeing the end result and people enjoying themselves, and we're having 8 hours of solid racing and fun.
It's absolutely incredible stuff. And Yanaman, I know you have a few questions you'd like to ask. Now you actually get to ask them on air instead of being behind the scenes, behind the curtains, that like we usually do.
Well, you know, yeah, I do apologize. I missed half the interview. I also had a quick pit stop to make. That's why I muted the mic. So actually, Stephen, from my side, you know, I just want to also thank Hansi for all the hard work he's been doing and being part of the team that you know makes RaceFace for what it is. And also just, you know, from my side, wish them all the best of luck for the rest of the race.
We're chasing down our own teammates now. Oof. Yeah, we're on their tail. But yeah, I mean, also from our side, thanks for what you guys are putting in, commentating, spending 8 hours here, keeping us, or the people looking at the streams, entertained. I mean, that's a
you know,
task as well.
Our job is very easy because half the time we also don't know what we're doing.
Well, considering we've managed to beat Team Tryhard in the championships, you know, we've got to give back something to Team Tryhard. Fighting words. Watch me immediately go and get server banned. But absolutely, Hansi, amazing work, and please pass on to the team for the amazing work that you guys are doing out there, and keep it up. You're in 22nd at the moment. You're going after Devon Ellis, just ahead of you guys. That top 20 is still there on the cards for you. It's just within hand's reach, and if with 2 hours, 1 minute left, there is a possibility of doing it. You just got to try and close down that gap.
Yeah, Tinas is going to drive till he's empty now. Yeah, he's got about like 65 liters left, and then I'll jump in and I'll finish off the race for us then.
Absolutely amazing. We're looking forward to you flashing the lights repeatedly. Huh? It's something you brought up that you're not allowed to do, so you can do it. Okay.
Can I do it? Yeah. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the supplement. Thanks for everything, guys.
Pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Bye. Bye.
And I saw we missed it, but Andre Serradio was waiting. So Andre,
I saw that.
If you can hear us, Andre Serradio, we would love to have a chat to you. When you're available, please come to the interview. We wanna have a chat to you. But yes, Keegan Sanderson saying, you out of all the gents, yes, we'd love to have a chat to the engineers. We'd love to have a chat to everyone that's out there, you know, putting in the extra bit of work and just making things happen. We love to see it. Jason Abshaw out in first place, Christian Ploy out in second place. So the Evolved Racing ahead of Genesis Esports Academy by 9.1 seconds. Ronaldo Boersma in third place. Tariq Adam. And, you know, while I'm saying all of this, we just have a guy barge in through the door.
We really need to have a look at his rights on the server. I mean, he doesn't even go to an interview room. He just
barges in. Well, guys who barged in now and forgot to even bring all the champagne, Bertus Hugo. Bertus, how are you doing so far? Less than 2 hours, well, just under 2 hours to go. The racing is absolutely insane out there. We've seen the guys having a load of fun. Give us your thoughts here.
Well, great race so far, as you say. Happy to see that the penalty or the incident reports calmed down a bit. So so it's a bit more quiet in the steward's room, so I can jump in here quickly. Just a quick note. I'm going to post it in the link in the chat. I'm not sure if we can put it in the. Maybe I can put it in the comments. If there's a. I don't know if we can update the links in the description. I'm not sure, but if we can, the link to vote for the best livery of the day.
Yes, we can do that. I know there is an admin person that is able to do it.
Okay.
That's if you want an admin person to do it. I don't know. Hey, sometimes these admin people can be very dodgy.
Yeah, no, I don't trust any of them.
If you just send through the stuff, I'll update it. But
I'll send you the link.
Bertus, yeah, we've got that competition, best livery, which guys can go out on Discord, go and look in the livery section and see all the amazing liveries. Go and pick your favorite livery. There is a prize for it, and Bertus, can you give us an idea what that prize is?
Yeah, it's just 600 Rand for the team with the best livery. So so we don't have a prize for the winners this time around, but hopefully for the next rounds we'll have some sponsors on board. But for this round we just have a little prize, a little something for the guys who put in a lot of hours to make their cars look nice and pretty.
Well, absolutely amazing stuff. And as we see, Anton Lammers, he's going and spinning out. Unfortunately, that Mercedes has been in the wars all race long. But, you know, with how everything's going at the moment, guys have really been putting in the extra mileage, trying to close down the gaps on this. Your thoughts on how this has all turned out? That, well, we've had massive upsets. We got to chat to Luke and gave us their realistic where they're going to finish. But also, like in the Pro-Ams, we had the likes of Jean-Ray Bertha's teammate, the Team Carigna Racing, just going and saying, all right, well, Pro-Am, come at us. Let's go. let's have a fight here, guys.
Yeah.
So I want to know what's your thoughts. The guys are really showing off an amazing push. There's excitement in the air, and it's just getting better and better.
Yeah, no, I mean it's never nice to see a disconnect, and it's a shame for Luke's team, for Genesis, to have a disconnect, but it opens up the door to someone else, and yeah, I mean they're still in there fighting, so anything can still happen. Still a great result for them if they don't experience any other technical glitches or disconnects or anything like that. So yeah, still in there with the fight, but yeah, I mean I see it seems like they are on the podium already again. so yeah, but it as I said, it opens up the door for other teams, and yeah, I can definitely see how the class the class racing is adding some spice, because everyone I speak to, they are like, yes, we are in this position, but we are fighting for this position in class. So everyone is very aware of you know where they are in their own classes as well, and I think some guys are obviously more keen to go for position in class than overall, because yeah, it just makes it a bit more interesting. So yeah, I'm very happy about that, and hopefully that will add some spice going forward.
Well, absolutely, and I'm not gonna close this off too rapidly. I just want to bring in Keegan Sanderson, who is the race engineer for one of the teams. I know he's quite busy, so I just want to bring him in just to have a chat. And we get to have both Keegan Sanderson and Bertus Hugo in the box. Keegan, you have been in the comments frantically telling us everything that's going on. You're the brains behind one of the teams. Just tell everyone which team you're part of and part of the brains of that's been in an active fight.
Well, how's it there, Stephen? Yeah, I'm a part of Evolved Racing, and it's a pretty interesting environment to be in, coming from a different team. It's quite nice to be on the engineering side of it. Obviously I'd like to be a driver, but we're working on something, but we'll see how that goes. But I wouldn't say I'm the brains, to be honest. I'd more say the brains comes from Christian Venter himself. If it wasn't for Christian, I don't think any of us would be where we are currently. I mean, my times have changed completely, and so has everyone else's on the teams. Without his support, we wouldn't be where we are now.
Well, Keegan, you've been frantic, and that's where it's been rather interesting to have a chat to you, and taking a backseat role into things to go and help guide the teams. It's the same as what Bertus Hugo's been doing with his team, KSR. It's that taking a backseat, going and chatting. And this is what I want to ask the two of you guys, both as drivers, you're both competitors, but to go into that sort of realm of assisting a team, what are the key bits that you're looking for to give information to? I know, is it fueling, lap times, how far the guy is behind you? What's the sort of comments that you would be making? And I'm going to chuck that one to Keegan first, and I'll throw it to Bertus after.
Well, basically, what for me, I'm looking towards lap times on who's the fastest on the grid, who's potential threats, what's the gap looking like between the car in front and behind. That's just key information that my team is looking for, and that's the information they keep asking for. So I'm more directing it on what they want more than what I can supply. Because obviously that's the information that is needed and not needed, if that makes sense.
All right, and Bertus, your side?
Yeah, so to be honest, I'm not too involved in the strategies at the moment in the KSR teams. I'm merely there for support. But I mean, from previous experience and you know what I like to see in a race engineer, I think you want to look at your close competitors, like Keegan says. You know, you want to see it, the guys maybe 2 places in front and 2 places behind, and keep tabs on them, and then also look at tire pressures. You know, looking at the track temps and see if you need to up the pressures a bit for maybe make it a bit less for the next stint. So you need to take into account all the factors which you want to take as much of the thinking away from the driver and let him just focus on his lap times, while you do all the extra bits and pieces and tell him, okay, you know, for your next pit stop, make sure your pressures are X, Y, and Z, and make sure you've got a new tire set selected. Make sure you request the next driver, those kind of things, and obviously make sure that the next driver is prepared and ready to go when the current driver comes into the pit. So but I mean, there's a lot more to it. I think especially at the end of the race, the last 2 hours, I'd say, then it becomes a case of calculating. You know, can we get away with just one more pit stop? Should we switch to a different fuel map to see if we can stretch out our current stint and only stop once more but go a bit slower, or are we going to gun for it and make 2 more pit stops, or maybe 1 stop for tires and a splash and dash towards the end, that kind of thing. So the last 2 hours, I'd say, is crucial from a race engineer point of view, because you need to make all those calculations to see, you know, how are we going to maximize the last 2 hours and make sure we get to the finish line without overfueling, without underfueling, without stopping extra if we could have saved the stop, all those kind of things. So there's a lot to it, but yeah, it's an interesting job, and if I had more time, I'd love to be that guy for my team. But yeah, I must say for now, the teams, you know, the KSR guys, they all have quite a lot of experience in endurance racing already, so they've got their spreadsheets set up and they organize themselves quite well.
Okay, so let me try this then. Keegan, I'm gonna try be race manager right now. 2 cars ahead I might be blind, but is that your car? So if you look on the live screen, which I'm sharing, it's
and
now
this is Christian Deploy.
This is Christian Deploy's car. If you look on what I'm sharing, going into left-hander, is that yellow BMW yours?
I would most probably say so, which I'm starting to get concerned about. I'm not
Now,
gonna lie.
that's what I wanna. That's the question that I wanna ask you. Since we started this interview, Christian Deploy has taken 6 seconds out of your lead. He's 3.6 seconds behind you, lapping in the low to mid 41s. What are you gonna do about this?
Look, at the end of the day, it comes down to consistency. Currently, Jason's doing very well, splitting with 42s at the low, and obviously Christian is putting in the 41s. But the difference comes in is, can he hold those 41s and can he keep the car safe?
So
well,
gentlemen, making it short at this point for Keegan.
Can I say something?
Well, you can.
Can I be brutally honest?
It's a race.
It's a race. I know Christian Deploy. When you say to him, "There's the target, go and catch it," he did it for 3 hours last weekend.
So, Keegan, you've got some work on your hands here. Honestly, hats off to you and your team. You're in for a race. Thank you so much for joining us. And Keegan, go be that race engineer, buddy. Go,
Awesome. Thanks, James.
go and do it. And just tell them, foot flat the whole way.
Don't worry, I'll be on their case.
Absolutely
I mean,
awesome stuff.
I've been sitting and Stephen watching this, and it's almost like deja vu all over again, because Christian Deploy doing exactly what he did last weekend in a 24-hour race.
It's definitely it. But joining us in the box is someone that's also used to putting the hammer down and getting involved into a fight. And that is Andre Serradio coming in from Project Vapor. Now, Andre, one, you have the coolest color scheme in the Grid Championship with that pink Merc. I love it. Second to that, you guys have been in a proper fight for the Pro-Am class. I mean, take us through it. So you've now handed the car over. There's the Ferrari, the pencil-etched Ferrari of Project Vapor. You guys are chasing after Bertha. Your thoughts into this? Give us a bit of a look into what happened.
All right, yeah. So first off, thank you for saying that about my livery. I really do appreciate that. Second off, it's quite surreal because initially we were like we were nowhere. We dropped all the way back down to the 27th, and we had such a monumentous task in front of us. And now we're starting to try ease in to how the track is running at the moment. The car's feeling good. Everything else is feeling good. I think we on the charge to get that first place in Pro-Am.
And I've got to ask, do you feel that including the Pro-Am class into the Endurance Series, now you've done the Endurance Series before, you've been participating in quite a few different sim races. I mean, this year alone, you raced in R-Factor 2, you raced in ACC, your team has grown from strength to strength. Do you think the inclusion of a Pro-Am class into the endurance racing has helped spice it up a little bit to give the guys another fighting chance into this? Or do you feel that it's just been a race, start to finish, it doesn't matter what class you're in?
For me, it didn't matter until my teammate Gabriel said, "You're fighting for the leader, the top class of the top position of Pro-Am." And then it gives you that extra fire to fight even harder. So I think it really does, like, psyche-wise, it really does help the driver. But yeah.
Now, I know the Project Vapor team has been working really hard in the background of things to try and improve, try and get things a little bit better. You guys have also been doing a lot more marketing. I know that you're streaming, and if there's anyone that's streaming, how's it, everyone? Welcome to RaceFace.Pro. But you guys have been really trying to step the game up and push yourselves outside the usual box. and I've got only one question I never got to ask you the last time we managed to talk to one another, and that's Project Vapor. How did you get the name Project Vapor? Is it vaping?
Yeah, so some people I know thought it was that, because we have some friends who are vapors, but no, that was not the case at all. It was, how can I say? So we had a friend who had this esports team called Mist Esports. So we thought it would be funny to have like a synonym to Mist, so Vapor. And then this one, the other project comes from the anime Initial D, where they have a team called Project D.
Yes.
So just take the project and then Project Vapor together. It has nothing to do with vaping, unfortunately.
You see, Yanaman, you'd be thrown out the team because you only know vape straights.
Yeah, no. A track needs to have a vape straight, and that's why I love Le Mans. And the 18th of June, we are racing the classic Le Mans without the chicane. So then it's, Stephen, it's the N1 to Cape Town for vaping.
But, I mean, you guys have been really putting in a tremendous amount of work. You're fighting out for that pro-am. You're very confident, which is great. You've heard that the Kerygma team saying, pro-am drivers, bring it on. We want this fight. They called you out live on air. And I just saw that you guys also got a drive-through penalty right now. Gabriel just...
Oh, no. Okay, that was my fault. I put him in that really terrible position. I apologize, Gabriel.
But since they got to call you out, they got to say a thing. You're going to have an open mic, no swearing, all safe for work stuff, but you're allowed to thank anyone. You're allowed to mark to anything. If you go and say like, hey, go and have my drink or whatever. But open mic to you. It was all fair. They got to call you out. Currently, if you look on live where I'm showing on the Discord, there's the car that you're chasing down. Give us your...
Okay.
Mic is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so I don't really know what to say, except we're very keen to take the fight straight to the top of this class. But yeah, no, man. May the best team win. And also, I really want to say congrats to the BMW team that is running in the top 5 at the moment, I think, with Musa, Nicholas Manuel, and Isham Domingo. They are killing it at the moment. They are doing their absolute best. But also, very importantly, Kieran Duplessis. This guy has decided to go solo. He decided that he wants to go by himself, and he's running top 10. Like, honestly, fantastic stuff from the team. Everyone's just, like, they're holding their weight. They're making us proud. And yeah, let's see how the race goes in the last 1 hour and 40 minutes.
Well, that's it. Absolutely. Challenge has been laid. Thank you so much, Andre Serradio. Glad to have you. Looking forward to chatting in the future as well. Don't be a stranger. You guys keep, it feels like whenever I ask for an interview, it's like trying to grab smoke the whole time. It just doesn't quite there. Maybe if it was vapor, I can at least catch something.
Thank you guys for having me here.
Thank you, Andre. But sure, absolutely. Getting a bit of insight there, but now it is closing down. 1.5 seconds for the lead. And Bertus, you're still in the box here. You're still listening to all this.
Lurking around.
1.5. It's getting close. Evolved Racing and Genesis Academy team. This is like the B team. Luke Addison, they're supporting their guys. This isn't the main guys. This is more the newcomers to the joint. Putting in a great show. You've got Juan Duplessis, which I didn't even know is running in 7th position by himself. He's done
solo.
So between Reginald and Juan Duplessis, they've been running solo for this 8 hour. They've now really putting in the punch. I mean, your thoughts into this?
Okay, so I have to say, firstly, Christian Deploy might be in the B team, but he's not a B driver. He's he's as quick as anyone out there. So, he's really going to pile on the pressure. Jason Avsmeyer, and then Jason Avsmeyer, who's one of the faces coming back into sim racing after I think about a year, maybe 2 years
Nearly 2
out of
years.
it, nearly 2 years out of it. But I mean, he's one of the, I'd say one of the OGs in the ACC scene in South Africa. He used to be one of the top drivers, and I mean he's leading the race at the moment, and it seems like he's holding on to that gap. So I mean I think his experience will be in his favor, but this will definitely be a very interesting fight. So so very much looking forward to this one. And I just have to say this, and it's it's not trying to brag or anything, but it happens quite often where we're going towards the last hour, and you still have the race lead. You know, it's still an open race. It's still anybody's game. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what's going to transpire here towards the end.
And you got to listen to some of the interviews where we're getting to chat to the guys, get a different feel, and also like with Keegan going and taking more of an engineering role. I mean, these are factors that have come into play where guys have opted to sit out of the seat, and you got to give a bit of thoughts on what you give information to. Hearing that there's other people in the community doing the same type of thing like what you usually do, other than physically driving and lapping me. But I want to know from your thoughts of just listening to everyone still coming in high spirits. I mean, we're up to 22 minutes past 10. Guys are absolutely shattered in terms of nerves at this point. I think guys have bitten the nails down to nothing. Teams have just worked senselessly to just be here for this race. And just to hear what everyone has to say, I'm sure that there's just this sitting of emotion of, and I said it earlier, is we've got a community, and yes, we talk about being a business and we've got our customers, but I feel that this is more family. Listening to them, it's like having two brothers or two sisters or everyone just coming in having this chat. Your thoughts into it, because this is the first time you actually got to hear us doing an interview with you here.
Yeah, I've listened to a couple of the interviews, and I mean, what I said earlier, you know, we're trying to deliver a product and a good service and all those things, but I also said that I don't like to refer to the drivers as customers. For me, it's all about us serving the community and making sure we provide some kind of platform for them to thrive. And I think, you know, for me, it's always been, I mean, let's be honest, sim racing is still a very new sport. But you know, just like with real racing, you've got your marketing team, you've got your race engineers, you've got strategists, you've got a whole pit wall of people, you've got people behind the scenes working, and that's what I envision for sim racing, you know, going forward. And in 5 or 10 years, you know, we want to provide a platform for the teams to develop, and it's already happening, and I can see it, and it's sort of a organic process at the moment. You see guys teaming up, but they are getting more and more serious about it. The guys are getting big sponsorships. They are, you know, managing their teams in a much more professional way than, let's say, 2 or 3 years ago, when it was just a couple of guys joining up. Now the guys are taking it serious, and you know, to have a dedicated race engineer, it might still be a new thing for most teams, but I can see you know, it getting to a point in the foreseeable future where you're not going to be competitive if you don't have a dedicated race engineer. So yeah, and I mean, that's also, if you're not the quickest driver out there, that's right. Being a race engineer is a very interesting job. I mean, if I had to choose one, if someone had to tell me, you can be anything in a Formula One team, except for being the driver, then I'd probably like to be either the strategist or the race engineer, because that's a really, I think, a really interesting job. And yeah, it's nice to see the teams getting these guys on board. So yeah, I mean, and that's also what these endurance races gives us. I mean, it gives us the opportunity to explore these options, because strategy comes into play quite a bit more in these kind of races, where with our weekly races, yes, there's also strategy involved, and we're trying to enable strategy with certain regulations, things like limited tire sets, two pit stops during a race, that kind of thing, and we try to give the guys something to think about during the race, instead of just going flat out throughout the race. But in endurance racing, there's quite a bit more involved. So let's see. But I'm very excited for where this is going, and it's very cool to see guys like Keegan, dedicating himself to help the team in the background.
Well, taking a look, here's a generational battle essentially for RaceFace. Jason Abschmeyer just ahead of Christian Deploy, literally 0.3 of a second between the two as they go charging down into turn one. Christian looking for that inside line, not close enough to do it. Jason Abschmeyer just putting himself in the right position, and you can be sure the teams both standing on the edge of their seats at this point, because this is first place overall and first place of pro. You could see Christian Deploy constantly hunting that inside line, but Jason Abschmeyer, being the wily old fox he is, going and maintaining the gap. The review mirrors, he's folded it in, he's gone and twisted the mirrors off, he's turned the center camera off. That's it, he's done. He's not wanting to be bothered by it, as he's got a race and a half now catching up to the back markers as well. This is going to influence it quite a bit. Yalaman, your thoughts into this as they make their way through. Jason Abschmeyer just only narrowly ahead by 0.4 of a second. And you know the battle that's going on. You've raced against these guys. You've seen them out there. You know what it takes to be at the front.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's phenomenal watching a battle like this. In there's only an hour and 30 minutes remaining in the race. I've been keeping an eye on this battle on the side for a while now, Stephen, and Christian Deploy is now he's closed the gap, but it's one thing closing the gap. Now he needs to make his way past Jason Abschmeyer, and that's a lot more difficult to do. They are moving up to slower traffic. Is that going to influence it? I'm pretty sure Christian Deploy is going to try and keep as close as possible to Jason Abschmeyer, and possibly even use a lap car to facilitate the pass. If he can stick his nose alongside him now, but he's not close enough, he's going to remain behind. I thought he was going to try and box him in on the straight, but he's going to stick behind for another lap potentially. And I don't know if Christian will be able to force a mistake into Jason Abschmeyer. As you said, he's a wily old fox going alongside him. He's going to try and make the move through here. Backing out of it. It's a bit of a dangerous place to try and overtake at this stage of the game.
Well, that's it. And while this race is going head-to-head, Mahath Musa and Tariq Adam are going at each other. Tariq Adam has been putting 41s throughout his stint. His quickest lap time was a 41.9. As, these guys are absolutely giving it they all. Tariq Adam moving into fourth place. Mahath Musa's not going to back it down. He's 0.4 of a second behind. And we're starting to see these battles going all over, left and right. Everyone trying to figure out what can they do. What's going to be the charge at this point? You could see Christian Deploy looking for that inside line, backing out of it. The sun has now started setting. The headlights are starting to glisten off the track surface. And, I've got to ask, both Bertus and yourself, in this type of situation where it's now gone to 18 degrees Celsius, you're heading into the dying stages of the race, essentially. You know, your car is definitely taking a bit of a beating. Yeah, you're in this close race. Is this a bit of rejuvenation that's coming in, or do you think that this may be where mistakes can happen? Bertus, in a quick way of saying yes or no, do you think we may see a mistake happen, or do you think we're going to see some proper racing right until the last 5 minutes?
I think we'll see proper racing, but the mistake is definitely it's possible. I mean, these guys are racing really close at the moment, and it's high pressure stuff at this stage. I would just be interested to see, how the pit strategies play out, because they both definitely have to pit again. So are we going to see a on-track pass, or are we going to see someone trying to undercut in the pits? It's all going to be very interesting.
It's definitely going to be one. And Yanaman, question goes out to you exactly the same. You've been racing in these type of situations. Give us your thoughts.
Well, Stephen, one thing we need to remember, we started off with a track temperature of 36 degrees, currently sitting on 18 with an air temperature of also 18. What I'm coming to is the brake duct settings, especially that you were running at the start of the race, might not be the optimal brake duct settings anymore, so you might lose temperature in both tires and brakes. So that's going to make braking and handling look, a lot more interesting. But, the drivers of the caliber of Jason Amsmeyer, Christian Deploy, as we watch them battling on track, they are used to dealing with those type of situations. They are able to, work with the scenario they've been given through previous experience and make it work for them, and that's what make them true world-class drivers, I would say.
Well, it's been all a team effort through both the teams having to really get themselves to this point, and it's now on the cards of let the drivers race, but the team having to battle it out for so long to go the gap. I mean, Tariq Adam and Luke Addison having to really push a little bit harder with their run. Cody Sherritt was also on a monstrous charge. Ronaldo Boersma and the whole and the KSR team for them, they've been really on a monstrous charge, keeping consistent in third place. And not too far back on it, but Tariq Adam is 20 seconds behind them. They're trying to close down the gap. Mahias Musa is only about 4 seconds. The Project Vapor team also on that monstrous charge. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you like the liveries, go and click on the link. It's in the comments and in the description. Go and vote for the best looking liveries. And also go onto our Discord. Come and take a look at the liveries with guys who've taken some nice photos of them as well. There's quite a few of awesome vehicles that we haven't gotten to see all too much of that are involved in the race, but please go be part of it. There is a award for best looking livery. I know I've got a couple in mind that I think I'll have to flip a coin on. I won't lie. Bertus, what's been your favorite livery? Let's throw you in the hot stew pot here.
No, I can't be I can't be biased on the stream. So
he likes the black car. He likes the black car.
Yeah, that's one that the livery didn't show up for.
Yeah,
I can show
it's a
you.
pity you can't see it, Stephen. It's a pity.
Would have been my favorite, but unfortunately it didn't load. No, I would just ask everyone to please go and vote for your favorite livery. I see there's about 5
Here's a black Ferrari.
responses
Does that one count?
for now. Yeah.
That one over there.
Okay, that's my favorite. I'll choose that one. No, please go vote. Let's make it interesting. I see Project Vapor with their Ferraris in the lead at the moment with when it comes to the votes. So yeah, go, and I see Project Vapor B as well. So they're also up there. So yeah, guys, please go vote. Make it interesting. Get your teammates and everyone else who's watching and still awake to go and make the vote. Just go to RaceFace.Pro, the website, and the first link on the left is the voting form. Just go select your favorite car, and yeah, that's it.
See Genre Bertha also saying it has been an awesome race so far. Top guys are flying with some serious, insane pace. Genre, you didn't also have an easy run as well. You really had to stick it out for the Pro-Am class. We're currently watching the Pro class. This is for first and second of Pro and first and second overall. Christian Deploy trying to line himself out on the outside. Jason Amschmeyer is going to try and lock down that inside line, hard onto the brakes and just out braking him. But is that going to kill his drive on the exit as they get back onto the power? And you can see Christian trying to close down that gap. Jason Amschmeyer just positioning his car in the right spot to try and stop. Oh, there was contact. Was that contact or was that... Let's take a look. Let's go to the helmet. What on earth happened to Jason Amschmeyer? But that has just changed it out completely. The commentator's curse coming. Look how close they were running. It was absolutely insane. I mean, there's no gap between them. You couldn't even fit a piece of paper between the wheel arches. And oh, there's a little bit of contact. And I think all that did is just give a slight bump. But please note, Christian Deploy came off the throttle, let Jason Amschmeyer go, and said, listen,
fair play to him,
let's go back at it. And we've seen this quite a few times, Bertus, where the guys had contact, they wait up for one another, allow for it to go take two. And that's something I've got to commend the drivers. You know, yes, you can incur penalties. You know you're going to get something if you got a person off the road. It's going to happen. Excuses or not, whether it was accident or not, you're going to get hammered. But there is the sense of pride amongst the drivers where that's not how they want to make that pass. That's not how they want to go and move forward. So they're going to focus on a different way, and that is come back at it in a fair play manner. And that's something that I've got to say I'm very, very proud of for sim racing as a whole, where the guys have been really doing that to just try and, hey, listen, I didn't quite like how that ended. It's not fair on you, it's not fair on me, and it's almost like taking away glory. So they, instead of going and saying, oh, well, I made the position because you fell off the circuit, it's that, no, let's do this thing properly. There's that pride to it. And we've seen a lot of it through the seasons here at RaceFace, but I've got to just say it's really, really impressive. But I also want to throw something out. We've been watching these guys, but for our Pro class, we've got Graham Mole. We had a chat to Darth Mole out there, who's using the Force of the dark side, having a bit of fun. So Graham Mole trying to keep ahead of Gabriel Dos Santos. Now, I'm going to ask this one to you, Bertus, because I can see how many pit stops do you think Project Vapor in the Ferrari have done so far? And how many pit stops Graham Mole has done so far?
No, I don't have a clue. I'm not following. I'm not the race engineer tonight, so I don't know.
No, just take it. Most of the grid has done 5 to 6 pit stops.
Yeah, I would think.
So how many do you think that's the Karinga racing team have done?
No, don't have a clue. 4.
That's
impossible.
They have done 5. Okay.
5.
They've done 5. So they're on average. Second place of Pro-Ams, as we see Jason Amschmeyer keeping Christian Deploy at bay, but he's lost a bit of drive. Christian trying to go around him. Going to dive for the inside line. Is Amschmeyer going to lock it down? Does so, right across the front of the nose. Project Vapor, the Ferrari, has done 9 stops. It's gone through the pits 9 times. It's had 3 drive-throughs and still fighting second of Pro-Am.
So what you're basically saying is they could have been fighting for the lead here.
Yeah.
They had 3 drive-throughs. 3 drive-throughs. But still managing to hold that 18th place, going after first of Pro-Ams. I mean, that's some serious commitment and pace that they've done. But taking a look, Jason Absmeyer, Christian Deploy, and this is pretty much a swan song at this point. Jason Absmeyer, the former champion of RaceFace, returning to the home grounds which he grew, for not in a white Porsche this time, but in a yellow Evolved Racing BMW, battling it out with the young gun Christian Deploy of Genesis Racing Academy team. Both teams are young in terms of creation, but the drivers currently on circuit is pretty much a swan song of what RaceFace has been. The old versus the new, the returns versus the upcomings, all having a fantastic battle.
You make it sound so poetic. Gents, on that note, I'm going to head out a bit and just go and see what's going on in the stewarding room and so on. But thanks so much for all your hard work and for the stream and for the production and everything. And I see. Okay, I think you guys will need to take over.
Side by side, it does look like Christian managed to swing it past, coming across the nose of Jason Absmeyer, and the two battling out. Bertus Hugo wanting to run away because he's sick and tired of me asking questions. That's the easiest way. No, bye Bertus, thank you. You're ditching us now. You can go away now. But Christian Deploy for the Genesis Esports Academy team, going and leading out Jason Absmeyer of the Evolved Racing in second place, trying to close it down. Ronaldo Boersma trying to keep 15 seconds ahead of Tariq Adam of the Genesis Esports team. And I've got to say, it's been a phenomenal run. But I mean, even further down, we've got Fleming Bauer and Ryan van der Merwe. They've 0.4 of a second. We're into the closing stages of the racing, and these guys are hammer and tongs up and down through the field. Wherever you look, there is someone in a monstrous race.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. What we've got is an hour and 17 minutes left, so we basically have a Thursday night left in this race. Christian Deploy did manage now to get past Jason Absmeyer, but now he needs to stretch his legs and actually pull a gap, because I don't think Jason Absmeyer is going to take this lying down. He's going to try and come back at Christian Deploy. But as you say, Stephen, further down the field, I mean, we've got Fleming Bauer now racing with Robin van der Merwe. 1.3 seconds between the two of them. They're going to go at it. It's absolutely amazing to see these close battles so far into the race, and that's what make endurance racing so exciting. It evolves as the race goes on, and all of a sudden you have close battles happening again.
Well, we heard Keegan going and saying he's trying to figure out what to do. See Cameron saying a little bit of contact has added a bit on the clock, but they're trying to hang it out there. And Sanjan Pillay going and showing a bit of love. And I just want to point out Sanjan Pillay from Hybrid Academy going and giving a bit of love to other competitors, teams, and saying, hey, listen, from Hybrid Academy to you, here's a bit of love. So, this is what I've come to enjoy. We're now into those closing stages. It's going to run the clock at this point. But the guys are still putting in a huge amount of effort to make sure that they keep out. But I want to also talk about a driver over here, KSR Factory team, Bernard Barkhuizen. Bernard Barkhuizen has pitted 4 times. He's got 1 drive-through, so he's done 3 pit stops. Bernard Barkhuizen was part of the cars that disconnected. That was gone. The team was gone. And I want to just point out, 186 laps down, Bernard Barkhuizen is still driving for the KSR Factory team. We always talk about no quit. This is it. This is what I want to go and show credit where credit's due. For the KSR Factory team, you disconnect, you have a problem, you come back, you're still racing.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
not just throw in the towel. It's not, that's it, we're done. It's we entered, we want to see the checkered flag.
I mean, absolutely, it's that I want to see the checkered flag mentality, and seeing it through till the end. I mean, you said they're 180 odd laps down, but we are going to finish this. We are going to see the end.
So, for everyone in the chat, I know that we've got lots of rival teams. I know we've got lots of teams going and all cheering on everyone. But I want to see a bit of love. I want to see a bit of support for this team over here. The KSR Factory team, they are down 182 laps at this point, but still driving, still going for that finish. So I want to ask everyone watching, all 34 viewers at this point, and I know there's a bunch of leaders, I know there is guys watching the front end, the sharp end of the field, but guys, show a bit of love to Bernard Barkhuizen and the team to still try and finish it out, because we've all been there. We've all been to that point where it's just we want to throw in the towel. It takes something special like we all to not throw in the towel. So from my side, from Team Heat Together, from broadcasting, KSR Factory team, heads up to you. I tip my hat.
Some nice words from you.
Been there, done that.
Oh yeah, we've been there, done that, and
No, your morale is shot knowing that you don't even stand a chance, a hoping chance in anything. I mean, take a look. Our leaders are on 234 laps. The closest car to him is on 206 laps. He's on lap 46. I mean, unless there's a mass disconnect, is game over. Even if someone disconnects, they still have a 200 lap lead over him. So I want everyone to show a bit of support in the chat, because yes, we've got some amazing teams out there. We've really got some guys putting in the effort. We've got some amazing racing. But I also want to show love to the little guys, the guys further down the field. I want to show a bit of love to the originals who are racing by themselves. Also mind-blowing to see Quan Duplessis out there racing by himself. These are the guys that they've not in it for the win. They just in it for the love of the sport, the love of sim racing and finishing what they're doing, setting up a challenge for themselves. And if I could give a trophy out to the people that set the challenge up for themselves to go and do something, the Never Give Up award, the Trying Hard award, stuff like that, I would totally do it in a heartbeat. I see Cameron's doing it, Tweaker's saying Team KSR MVPs for keeping on going. Guys, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I love to see things. I really, really do.
I would actually, would love to hear from them what actually went wrong with that car for them to basically lose almost 200 laps. I mean, but as you said, extremely well done for just having that I want to see the checkered flag mentality, and we are going to finish this race and still end up on the scoreboard.
Well, now I'm gonna start going back to the racing at hand. I'm gonna climb off my soapbox, so I'm gonna feel about 10 inches shorter than what I was feeling, and I'm gonna go back. Graham Moll currently in 16th place. He is for the Team Kerygma Racing. They've got SESA sits in the pits. They're trying to run away from this car over here, Project Vapor. Gabriel Dos Santos really putting in a monumental effort at this point to try and close down on the Pro-Am. They lying second in the Pro-Am, and Loic Randabel for Team Washed, and I'm sure Loic is going to be thrilled with the result so far, considering of a dismal week at Alton Park. Lying third in the Pro-Ams at the moment. Go and take a look. Christian Deploy of the Genesis Esports Academy team lying first to the pros. Jason Absmeyer of Evolved Racing is second of the pros. Ronaldo Boersma of KSR Musketeers lying in third of the pros and third overall. Fourth place, Genesis Esports. Despite the disconnect, these guys have really done an incredible job, and pulling in 141s every single lap is no easy feat. And to be in fourth place, they're 11 seconds behind third place. There is a chance they can land up on the podium. that says how hard the Genesis Esports team have been pushing in the Lamborghini. Mahias Musso, the Project Vapor, currently lying in 5th. Then we've got KSR Hex in 6th. 7th, we've got the Hybrid Academy Fire. 8th, we've got the Project Vapor team. The solo driver, Quando Pussy. Sean Buck of Logistical Nightmare in 9th. Followed by his teammate in 10th place of the Logistical Nightmare. That's Sean Stratham and the team, along with Marcus Stain from Slick Racing. They are in 11th. 12th place is Porsche Motorsport, followed by Eleanor SS Macca. Then we have got the Team Tryhard Gas Holes. Just make sure you say that one right, otherwise you're going to have a problem. KSR Force Enduro in 15th. 16th is Team Kerigma Racing, and leading out for the Silvers, Johan Kleinans from ZRC, going and ditching the Merc and deciding to be in the McLaren. Then we've got the Project Vapor team. Gabriel Dos Santos is 2nd of the Silver class, followed by Daniel the Hitman de Villiers of PWSR in 19th place. PWSR have been doing a fantastic job out there. Despite having a bit of a rough race, they've had no drive-throughs. So only just 5 seconds here and there, 10 seconds possibly, but that's about that. Loic Crandall of Team Washed, followed by Ethan Lacuna of ZRC WTF. Gavin Scruton of Team Tryhard Racing DNG, getting chased down by Team Tryhard Subsonic. Is he flashing lights there? Hansi, you shouldn't be flashing your lights. Aggressively flashing. Then we have got Eleanor Cheese and Wine in 24th. 25th, LTR Schick. Byron Kutsia of Hybrid Academy Ice. Sean Lorero, LTR Schick in 27th. So the 2 Schick cars going out. Hawks Racing team going and keeping an eye on their investment right at the front end of the field, while they're trying to see if they can fit the golf clubs in the front of the Lamborghini by the looks of it. 29th is the SRE Apex, followed by the ZRZ. Well, is that Poltergeist or no? It's not Poltergeist.
I'm gonna leave you to it.
I'm gonna go up that one. ZRC. Reginald out in 31st, and 32nd is the KSR Factory team with Bernard Barques, and it does look like they have boxed for quite some time now. I wonder if they've just trying to keep the car going, but not quite having the fun time that they wanted. Interesting at the front though, Jason Abschmeyer into the pits. Christian Deploy now on the charge. Is this going to be enough? Now, we know they know each other's fuel stop and what sort of fuel they're using. Luke Addison gave out that little bit of information, divulged it live on air for all of us to see. And did it while there was the Evolved Racing team right in the same commentary booth, just saying. But all's fair in love and war. Christian Deploy now has the challenge to try and pull away. We do know that they may need to stop closer towards the end, and Evolved Racing hoping for an undercut here, as they also just keep an eye on KSR Musketeers and Tariq Adam of Genesis Esports.
Well, Stephen, they're hoping for an undercut, but Christian Deploy's last lap time 141.412. And also remember, every single lap that Christian does now is a lap less fuel he will have to put in when he stops. There's an hour and 5 minutes to go, so he's, in terms of fuel already, just under a full tank. If he can keep it going another couple of laps, he can save valuable time in the pits by, well, having said that, most probably he's going to take a set of tires. So don't know if the fuel level is going to help him all that much.
Well, taking a look, Christian Fenter has jumped into the car, and this is one of the quicker drivers for the Evolved Racing. They said that Christian will be taking on Christian. They've identified each other for that. He was stopped in the box for 32.1 seconds. That tells me tires, fuel, driver, go. 32 seconds in the box, quite some time, but fresh set of slicks, up the tire pressures or down the tire pressures maybe to better suit the conditions. We now 9 p.m. It's 18 degrees out on track, 18 degrees ambient temperature. Oh, it's going to be close. That's all I could say. This is going to be very, very close. Christian Venter currently quite ahead of the Evolved Racing. Ronaldo Boersma, though, not to take away from the KSR Musketeers, they have now closed down the gap to second place. They're 35.4 seconds. That means Tariq Adam, who is only 10.3 seconds behind them, will be roughly about 45 seconds behind Christian Venter. 45 seconds, close it down, able to give your teammates a bit of a helping opportunity here. Do you think Evolved Racing may land up in a sandwich they don't want to be in?
It is highly possible at this stage. I mean, Tariq Adams in the car now for the final stint. He's 9.9 seconds behind Ronaldo Boersma. I think it's highly possible that Evolved Racing will find themselves in that situation. The other thing I'm also just thinking about, and I know it's dangerous when I start thinking, the head starts overheating a bit, but me and you, Stephen, we know Christian Deploy. We've raced with him in a team before, and when Christian Deploy gets in this kind of scenario, he will not want to get out of that car. He will basically want to see the end of the race. He gets into that zone and then just wants to keep going, stint after stint.
Well, he's up against Christian Venter, who is a defending champion for the GT3 Sprint Series. Didn't get that by fluke. Had to really work hard and put in some great pace against the likes of Cody Sherritt. This is the thing. We've got some amazing talent out on circuit as it's getting darker and darker and darker. And out here in South Africa, at current of live stream out to you guys. So if you're watching us in the future, hello future people. Hopefully that's hopefully we have discovered how to solve the common cold. That's what I'd love. So for people in the future, write in the comments, have you discovered what the how to sort out the common cold? Do we live underwater? Is my great granddaughter, is she pretty fine?
Steven is starting to get late.
Yeah, that's it. I just want to find out. If anyone, I know there's going to be a few people that are going to go, well, that. They're going to go, man, you know that song. And it's probably someone singing it, and they've just checked it on their phone, they're swearing at me about it. For that, I apologize. But you're welcome. But we're sitting there with... We're 2 minutes to 11 o'clock at night. It's getting cold all over South Africa. Guys are starting to feel it. Everyone's starting to have fatigue kicking in. Whether you've been awake all day, you've been racing all day, the mental energy is worn out at this point. The physical energy is done and dusted. You're waiting for that checkered flag to come out. You start getting into that final hour where you're kind of battling through it. You're trying to run those in your head of, this is what's happening. You just got to maintain a certain lap time. I've just got to try and move forward on something. This is where we're at the moment, and as we start getting into these remaining minutes of the race, I mean, I'm calling it minutes because in 40 seconds we're under an hour left of this 8-hour endurance race, which we started at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We're now heading where we're going to be saying good morning to one another, which is quite a thing. I just want to also point out for the ZRC team here, they've had a bit of a treacherous time in their racing. They've fallen off. They've had some severe damage to the car.
Christian Deploy putting.
Okay, so Christian Deploy in the pits. Now this is where it's going to be making his way past. Christian Venter making his way through. He's trying to close down the gap at this point. Remember, he's been lapped. So he's trying to unlap himself and close down the distance to Christian Venter. We know that he was stopped in the box for 32.1 seconds. The whole time from entry to exit did take 41.2 seconds just drive time. So that's over 70 seconds in just how long it takes for a pit stop. Now heading into the bottom part of the corner, so really trying to keep on the power here. This is going to be close. Christian Deploy still in the pits. Christian Venter now heading into a monstrous chicane. Hard on the brakes, really running right over the curbs at this point, putting his foot to the floor.
Christian exiting pits now while he's still on limiter, but he'll be reaching the line in about 2-3 seconds from now.
I think Christian Venter is just going to fall slightly behind, but we're going to have a race for first place, that's for certain, because he's just exited the final corner. Christian Deploy has now left the pit lane and is going to be slowing down. So Christian Venter, Christian Deploy going to be running it till the line. A couple of the guys moving out of the way of our leaders. Ronaldo Boersma dealing with Tariq Adam, who is only 8 seconds behind. So the Genesis Esports is going after the KSR Musketeers at this point. You can see the headlights starting to glow off the surface. I mean, these are turning into some monstrous racing. And for you guys out there, we have got our best livery competition. The votes are open for you guys to go. We will be closing the voting for the best livery at 12:10 in the morning. So tomorrow morning we are closing the votes. So guys, get your votes in for the end of the race, and the winner of the best livery will earn 600 Rand cash given to them. Done, finished for all the hard work. We're going an extra mile, so be sure to go and get all your friends to vote. As we heard, the Project Vapor team really putting into it, but I know there's a couple of other guys that want to show off their liveries were the best. You know, we all need a bit of 600 Rand 93 in the tank. That would be great.
It will give you about a quarter tank, I suppose.
Depends, eh? Golf gets a 900 Rand's a full tank on a Chico Golf. Yeah, you see, not all of us drive non-fuel efficient cars.
Yeah, my daily driver is a fuel efficient car. It's my non-daily driver that's the problem. And the problem is I like driving my non-daily driver and then it starts becoming a problem.
Well, I'll take it. Look, Christian Venter 12.3 seconds behind Christian Deploy. Christian Deploy was stopped on the box for 32.1 seconds. So that tells me tires, fuel, go. 41.9 seconds from pit lane entry to exit. Christian Venter 41.2. Ronaldo Boersma has still got one pit stop to go. Tariq Adam has got no pit stops to go. They've got 6 under their belt, so they should be okay. But going 7.2 seconds behind third place is no easy feat. Maeth Musa, who's down in 5th place, is also keeping up a fantastic drive at the moment. So, yeah, that's one way of doing it. Cameron de Bastos going and saying 600 will be 3 trips home and back. So Cameron, best go and start voting for your livery. Just by the by. Click on the link in the description. Go and vote if you want that 3 extra trips home and back. Don't even have to tell anyone.
The sad thing about it is 600 Rand is going to be about 1 trip to Stephen and back if I drive my non-daily driver.
If that.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Let me tell you a story now. Red Star Raceway is 150, just under 150 kilometers from my home. I went with the non-daily driver there one day and back. It was 900 Rands worth of fuel.
That's fine. Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, I know.
Just taking a look. Andres Dupreez going to be getting it in the ear for certain for the 243, getting a drive-through penalty for track limits. So that is not going to be helping their case, and you can be sure that the LNR team will be saying, well, shots are on you, buddy, not on anyone else. So the flat Formula V award goes to Andres Dupreez at the moment for a drive-through penalty right in the closing stages of the race. Ronaldo Bursma trying to get a little bit more of a run, getting past one of the Ferraris. That's one of the chic cars that he just went round. And absolutely amazing stuff. Yannaman, we now into the final 54 minutes of the race. It has been a monstrous race so far for every single one of these drivers. And a big shout out to our RaceFace grandstand out on YouTube. Guys, thank you so much for going and staying with us. We've got over 40 viewers still keeping an eye on all the action. 40 people that are putting up with us. We got to pay you for listening to us. But big shout out to you guys. It's been absolutely phenomenal. So far, 587 people have just watched this stream as it's been going out live, which is just mind-boggling. And yes, I'm talking about analytics. It's something you shouldn't be talking about, but it just shows you of the level of interest of all the drivers and teams and people, the spectators wanting to just see this amazing action going out on circuit, the amazing sport we call sim racing here at RaceFace, especially the Endurance Championship. This is what we want to see. This is what we love seeing. This is why we come out to you guys live.
I mean, absolutely. And I think in the future, the sport of sim racing is just going to grow more and more. And, who knows where we will be in 10 years' time. When you were talking to Bertus, I started thinking about the fact that sim racing is also starting to move in the direction of becoming a professional sport. Now, I know, across the globe, it's a bit further along than in South Africa, but even in South Africa, Stephen, we are starting to get more and more drivers that are starting to earn some sort of salary, getting paid by teams to drive for them.
That's it. We're getting more and more professional team structures going into place. And, just even the teams that are just doing it for fun. They out there, they're putting in the effort. It's no more just arrive and drive sort of situations. It's, well, I'm going to put in an extra 2-3 laps at this point. And this is what's becoming more and more amazing. It's becoming more and more apparent out here in sim racing as we see Christian Venter trying to close down the gap, getting around. That looks to be the washed Porsche that we got around. Yes, it is. Just looking at the virtual mirror. The Christian Venter just trying to close down the gap. He is 13 seconds behind Christian Boy, our current leader, who is out on circuit. Tariq Adam coming out of the pits, so they've done a pit stop. That's allowed Ronaldo Bursma to go and open up a bit of a gap to the Genesis Esports team. But even if we go further down, we go and take a look at our current Pro-Am Championship. It has changed because, well, Loic Randebal is currently leading our Pro-Am with Jean Bertha in second, 5 seconds behind. Loic Randebal has done all these pit stops. They're on the same pit stop. Well, no, they might not, because they've done one drive-through penalty. So that'll put them on 5 stops. Jean Bertha has done 6. I mean, this is where it's going to be a very interesting run to the end. I think for our Pro-Ams, Jean Bertha is in a bit of a race here, but we cannot forget that Cilliers, who is a little bit further behind for the Project Vapor team, they're trying to close down the gap as well. They're currently 3rd in class, and they're trying everything they can. And this is what I like seeing. I like seeing the guys, whether you're at the front, whether you're at the back, whether you're in the Pro or Pro-Am, there is a race. And I do think the inclusion of having the different classes has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons here, because as we heard, it's reinvigorated a lot of these drivers to move forward and try and figure out what's going to be better for them. So Jean Bertha 5 seconds behind. Loic Randebal team washed, still needing to do one more pit stop. If I'm looking at the data correctly here, 49 minutes and 50 seconds to go. It's going to be cutting it close. It's really going to be cutting it close to try and maintain the position. Washed can do it. Jean Bertha's actually got damage to the front of their car. Looking at the front of that Porsche, it's trying to say a few words. I don't quite speak Porsche, but I think that's ouch.
You're thinking, trying to figure out what that bonnet is saying. Stephen, let's quickly chat about that new Porsche. I mean, when I first got into it and took it for a drive was just before this last season started, and the first thing that struck me was how different it sounds to the previous generation Porsche. I mean, it sounds like a GTE car. It doesn't sound like a GT3.
There is the screaming sound of the car, and it hasn't had the easiest of lives either, because the first time they brought it out to Daytona,
No ABS.
was it Daytona or was it Sebring? Any case,
I can't remember.
No, it was Monza. They brought it out. They brought out the car, and there was a electrical fault on the car's computer that went and caused the brakes to lock and cause all sorts of issues. So they disabled the ABS. They essentially made a cup car out of a GT3, and they told the drivers, listen, you got no ABS, so just keep it out the wall, please. It would be nice to... Oh, as we see, that is Reginald getting twisted round at the background. And Jean Roberta 4.0, about 4.1 seconds behind. But in any case, the Porsche getting told, listen, guys, you got no ABS, you're going to race it, we'll fix it. We promise, we'll fix it. It's just not going to be now. And
eventually.
You've got about a 6 to 8 hour race that you're going to have to deal with. You know, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's just an electrical fault that says that your brakes are just going to lock randomly. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just don't use the brake pedal.
On a track like Monza.
I mean, that is just one thing to keep an eye out for. So, just taking a look here, that we're getting some information. We've got Gabriel De Santos saying that car 11 is doing long stop. That is this car over here, third in class, 21st in class, 21st overall, third in class, Project Vapor Ferrari, doing a long one. And then we have got Jean Bertha. He's getting told by Altman Bertha, saying that they've pitted in the last 10 minutes, so they won't need to stop again. Agreed. They've done all 6 pit stops, and that seems to be the average GT3 pit stops, as you do 6. Loic Randall of the team Washed, they still need to pit because they've done 1 drive through, so that's given a little bit of a change. But they've done 5 pit stops, unless they are really going to stretch that tank on the Porsche. If they've really managed to get the fuel stop strategy correct at the start of the race and taken out that half a stop, I don't know. Hey, I don't know. This is another one of these close battles we're going to have to monitor, and it's going to come down to fueling strategies and where everything is on the circuit. So far, everyone seems quite split apart. Closest races is like Jean Roberta, Loic Randall, even up at front. Tariq Adam going after Bernard King. So Bernard into the car for the KSR Musketeers. 4.6 seconds behind him is Tariq Adam, trying to close down the gap as well. That is another one of our closest battles. But everyone now starting to hit that point of just try and do maintenance at this. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a rough one. I see Cameron has said they've calculated, they've worked it out. Loic is going to be pitting soon.
Soon, you say? Now.
Right now. This has done it, which is going to allow Jean Bertha to retake first place of the Pro-Am, and it does look like Ruin Celias will be able to close down the gap as well. So he's trying to get a little bit more of a run. Is it going to be enough to get ahead of Loic? Loic's still in the pits. Cilliers is going to be a bit far back. But if he can do this, he should. The Project Vapor team should put themselves into second place in Pro-Am. Loic's moving. They coming in at the bottom.
Don't think he's close enough.
I think it's gonna be a sprint race at this point. Try and get in the toe and pull this around. I mean, this is where the battles are coming in. Is how can you go? And Altman saying, by the way, no relation to Jean-Ray Buerta. See, I wasn't gonna stereotype, but
thank you for clearing it up.
Generally, when I see the same surname, I tend to think everyone's related. I've made the mistake more than once. So assumption has been the mother of all Michael now.
Well, Stephen, it does depend on the surname. Buerta is more a common surname. For my surname, yeah.
Well, your surname's also common. Just go
no,
and
it
look
isn't
at,
actually.
Yes, it is. Go and look at every turquoise blue little melted jube of a Toyota that calls itself a Prius.
But that's spelled wrong.
It's a Prius. It's a hybrid.
But my surname isn't spelled Prius.
Well, too bad. I call you a Prius. Drive-through penalty for Skuman, though. In the last remaining 42 seconds, drive-through penalty for Team Tryhard Gas Holes. And, well, I don't think gas is going to be the word that his team's using right now, but
no.
there is a matter of fact coming into where the guys are trying to push through. And a drive-through penalty right at the end of this.
Bye-bye.
It's a bit of close racing. That's Reginald falling off the circuit. Getting a little...
Reginald donuts only after the race.
Yeah, Reginald making things exciting. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on what happened. Did the car snap underneath him? Oh,
too much curb.
Took the Reg. I think you need to go back and put the corner back, buddy. Didn't hit the curb. You decided to go right through the entire ground. So Reginald, or if anyone's in the stream for Reginald, please go and tell him that he needs to go put the corner back. There's some people looking for it. A couple of things coming in though. Bernard King out there for the KSR Musketeers. I just want to point out they're one of the few teams that are currently out on circuit that have not run into penalties or run into any connection issues. So they've been running a very clean race at this point, but unfortunately pacing has not been as equivalent to the guys in front. They are pushing. They haven't given up.
But now Tariq Adams only 1.5 seconds behind them. Bernard King last lap time 142.7. Tariq Adams 141.5. So it's going to be a battle.
It's going to be right up to it, and this is where you start getting elbows out as you see the Lamborghini just come over the crest with the BMW just right ahead, caught behind one of the L&R Aston Martins at this point, frantically looking for a way to get past, and just can see Tariq Adam right behind Bernard King, dives to the inside, and it does look like one of the L&R cars just becoming a little bit of a blockade. And Tariq Adam having to look left, look right, look left, look right, trying to figure out what is going to happen at this point. It's turning into a monstrous battle. Cameron's saying that he's going to inflate my tires. Oh, that's very nice, mate. Really appreciate it. Good to know that you've got a pump on hand. Bernard King managing to just keep ahead of Tariq Adam, but I mean, you look at the lap times, Bernard King busy going and flashing his lights. He's been running consistent 42s. Tariq Adam's been running those 41s consistently. Now it's trying to figure out how he can get past. It's one thing to be quick. It's another thing to try and get past your competitors that can get a little bit elbows out time and time again. And Bernard King is not afraid to do it, and has been one of the drivers that I've known for a long time, that if he needs to lean on you, he will ensure that you feel it. Tariq Adam going and having to put some real-world experience into this and try and figure out a way around Bernard King, but it's turning into one battle for the ages. This is going for third place overall and third in class at the moment. So we're turning into a little bit of a run for the money here between the two. But I also want to jump a little bit further back, where we've got a run for second in class in the Pro-Ams, and that is Ruan Cilliers going after Loic Randable at this point, getting into the toe, 0.8 of a second. So there is battles doing everything they can. Bernard King keeping Tariq Adam at bay as they make their way around the PWSR car. You can see just taking a huge amount of curb to try and maintain pace. So it's turning into a race up and down, and this is for the podium positions of classes that are out there for Loic Randable. Cilliers is they also looking to battle. Cilliers trying to go up on the inside, not able to get the drive, and now looking to do a little bit of a cut back, swings across. The team washed Porsche able to go and park itself on the apex. Tariq Adam going after Bernard King now in the toe. They're heading towards turn 1. This is now turn 0.3. I'm watching between 0.5 of a second and 0.3 of a second. I mean, that is the difference between some of these battles, and you just don't know where to look at this point.
Yeah, you know, all you can do is hop between the battles and hope you catch the best passing maneuver, should a passing maneuver be made. But Tariq Adams, he's absolutely on the back of Bernard King, you know, trying to stick as close to that Ferrari, close. Oh, and that's actually what I want to say, try and stick as close as possible to the BMW's rear bumper. Try and force him into the mistake. Bernard King running wide, and that has allowed Tariq Adam to make the pass. So, good camera work, Steven. Now let's see if you can get your second pass maybe happening.
Yeah, here we go.
Or should I say Tim?
Well, Tim, the cameraman, doing a phenomenal job. Good job, Tim. We like you. Some say that he worked for Pirelli, but ran Michelin's on his race car. All we know is it's called
that might explain the term worked. Oh, have a look on the inside. So yeah, going on the inside of Randable.
Oh, sliding that Ferrari around.
End of that Ferrari got lively for a second. Let's see if Randable can come back at him. He's definitely trying, going side by side through here. That's brave.
Oh, contact between the two. Oh. And, so he's trying to get himself going. Randable managed to get going. Here comes the rest of the field, but I wonder if Loic's going to slow down a little bit and try and allow Cilliers to get a little bit closer, or do you think this is going to be, well, buddy, we had an accident, goodbye? Because it does look like Loic Randable
at this stage he checked out. He's checked out at this stage.
He's long since gone at this point. So, yeah, not quite what we wanted to see in terms of how a battle should end, but it happened. It was a big smack between the two, and I mean, doesn't look like any damage on that Porsche from what I can see in the replay. And Cilliers doesn't look like he's got any damage as well, so maybe, just maybe, it was just hit in the right spot that the cars are not suffering with too much damage on the cars, because both of them in this replay, as they work their way around, Cilliers actually going off circuit.
Oh,
one of the other back markers landing up, dropping off circuit as well. So a couple of guys having a bit of a difficult situation. Ryan Otson's heading out onto the circuit. He's done for his final pit stop. 35 minutes left of the race, gentlemen, of this 8-hour endurance race. I mean, yeah, that's the way to do it. Christian Ploy out in first place. We have got Christian Venter, and Tariq Adam is now trying to close down the distance between them as well. Here's a couple of laps. He's a lap down, but elephant in the room for this one. Evolved Racing is caught between two teammates at the moment. One in front, one behind. One behind is a lap down, so not of any fight in fourth position, but can make your life rather difficult. That's for certain, especially in the last remaining 34 seconds. As much as we like to say, let them race, drivers race together, team orders do come into play for championships and endurance races. There is no getting around it. Let's call a spade here. If you have someone out there that can slow the pace down slightly for certain fellows, you will try and utilize it. And that being in a situation where Evolve Racing is a very difficult one, where even though the threat is not there in position, the threat is there of a teammate out on circuit. And all they need is to just lose a bit of pace. But in turn, this is where it is. Tariq Adam cannot afford to lose time because Bernard King is closing down. Yep. Bernard King is 4.4 seconds. They are on the same lap. Nicholas Manuel, 34.5 seconds. So even though you can go and try and help out, you can land up in a world of hurt as well.
Let's put it this way. Tariq Adams' last lap time of 1:40.875. Quickest lap of the race. So he's not at this stage backing down. He's running the pace what he wants to run, quicker than ever. Stephen will have to see if when he catches up to Christian Venter. Maybe if my calcs are correct, he's not that far behind him on the racetrack. I think he's going to try and unlap himself, and I don't think Christian is going to put up too much of a fight in this case. I don't think in this scenario team orders might come to play. I mean, Christian deploys open up almost a 19-second gap over Christian Venter, so we'll have to see what's going to happen.
Well, as Cameron pointing out there, he prefers a bacon and cheese sandwich, grilled or not grilled. That's a question to be answered here. Not a Genesis sandwich. So I think the Evolve team are getting under the same point. But we've had some great racing that's come out, and I see Cilius is actually caught up. He's 6.5 seconds behind Loic Randall. So does it mean that our pro-ams are going to have a good go at one another once again? We're now into low light situations. I mean, if we go on board, this is from the helmet cam, you can see that the headlights are becoming more and more prominent for the race, and they're having to utilize it a bit more, especially now in the last remaining 31 minutes and 48 seconds. It's going to get dark very quickly, and low under braking, you can see that Porsche getting very squirrely. Headlights becoming a factor for when it's in your rearview mirror, as we can see in the rearview mirror on the BMWs. Now this is turned down, but the guys are starting to outbrake themselves a little bit and starting to miss those brake markers and get close for comfort.
Yeah, I mean, Loic got all sorts of lively through there. Does look like he's actually pushing very hard, but sometimes pushing too hard can actually slow you down in terms of lap times. So I think Sild here is going to try and hunt him down for round 2 of that little battle. As we have a look at Christian Deploy, he's actually now coming up to Loic Randall, which Christian really taking a lot of curb there. He's not hanging back.
Well, Loic also decided to venture out as well. Just a bit of Dora the Explorer action and running that Porsche out. So just trying to scoot out the way. Now, I've got a question that comes into it, and this goes out to a lot of the teams out there. I know you guys are watching over at YouTube. Did you calculate to that one lap? If so, if you calculated your fueling to that one lap, that you're using exactly 2.6 liters per lap.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if you use that 2.7 or that 2.8? Did that come into a factor at all? That one lap that we should make it. The fuel light is going to be glowing red, but we should make it. That is where the concern comes in, because we've actually hit that point where there is no going back. What you've decided, you have just gone and pictured in your brain. You said, this is what I'm doing. This is where it's going to end. Whatever happens, happens. Take your hands off the wheel on this one, and it's up to the drivers just to bring it home. These are the factors that are coming in, because like we've seen in the past, where fuel has landed up as a problem for a lot of drivers. And Nicholas Manuel trying to maneuver his way around. I just saw a flash of yellow flags on my screen, just showing that there was a problem. But yeah, these are the factors that do come in for everyone to think about. And to you guys out there as well, in the description, go and click on the link for the best liveries. We do have a livery competition. It does close at 12 tomorrow morning. I can't say tonight because it is in the morning. So 12, we will be closing the best liveries. The winner will earn 600 Rand. So go and ensure to support your favorite team, as we see the Mercedes, the ZRC, Mercedes going flying off the circuit. Go and support, go and see which team that you want to see going and scoring for best liveries. Go into the Discord, go into the ES liveries, and you can go and see all the amazing artwork. And I have to see it. It's absolutely incredible stuff. A couple of guys saying that they're not quite sure how the guys are able to stay in the cars for so long, and not quite sure whether they're using Pampers or Huggies at the moment. Any thoughts onto that one, gentlemen?
Well, Stephen, both me and you have, spent long times in cars doing 4, 5, 6 hour stints, and I can't actually even remember doing a stint that long and, having some, we're going to call it out straight, having to use the bathroom. I don't know. It's, you just get in that zone and you keep on going. I mean, when I did that 4.5, almost 5 hour stint last weekend, it never actually even came to mind. And you do have pit stops, so make sure the bathroom is not that far. You've got about 30 seconds to do a hit and run.
Well, I can tell you that I've had moments like that where you're waiting for the checkered flag to come out because...
Did your eyes start watering out of emotions?
Well, you start discovering that it's a wet race at 32 degrees in the afternoon. There's rain all over the windscreen, all over the visor. You can't see a thing. It's just tremendous amount of rain. You're having to go in a boat at this point. Everyone else is on dries, but you feel like you should be in a boat.
Well, you're also the kind of teammate on the occasions that I have told you that I need to bleed the brakes. You go and pour a bottle of water.
I was thirsty, okay, and I'm sure many other people have done that to their teammates, where they offered them a drink. But just taking a look, Keegan's honestly going and saying that they're rather happy with how the results have been, how close the racing has been. Having a battle out with Cameron saying that we have our secrets, we don't want to share. I mean, these are little factors. The guys are having a bit of fun out there in the comments, out there in the grandstands. And a big shout out to all our spectators that have been sitting with us, going and watching the live stream. Yes, it's to find out all the secrets. We know that. We will not deny it. But
and if you want to find out our secrets, Huggies works best.
But I just want to say a big shout out to you guys, because we are getting into the later part of the races. It is getting extremely dark. We're heading into that morning for it, and I know every single person is currently worn out. Yannaman, I know that you currently after the race are going to be looking for, you're going to go fishing. You're going to see if there's any holes in the eyelids. That's for certain, because I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to see how many holes in the eyelids I've got.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely after this race, I'm off for some load shedding myself. Turn the lights out. So it's been a long race, Stephen. I'm pretty sure all the drivers are quite fatigued at this stage, but they still keeping up the focus, although we've seen a couple of mistakes creeping in. I mean, having a look at the lap times, the front runners, still doing those 41s, low 42s. It's absolutely awesome to see that the pace have not dropped off one bit. Even though we've lost a lot of track temperature, we're now down to 17 degrees, both ambient and track temperature. That is cold, and they must definitely feel it. And both me and you have had comments from quicker drivers where we say to them, yes, we're really struggling with tire temperatures. They just say, well, then you're not driving quick enough.
Yeah, you're not driving quick enough to cool it down. I mean, these are all the different factors, and I think everyone has kind of got into the rhythm of just make it happen. I know a couple of guys have said that they're tired, their hands, their feet, their eyes, they're mentally
Left
drained.
foot was dead.
These are all real factors starting to creep in. There is the human factor to this, and as much as, yes, real racing, you've got G-forces, real racing, you've got all sorts of other factors coming in, but sim racing, there is its own factor of you're in a seat that's not moving, so you're getting pressure sores in one position if you've been in the seat for over 4 hours. I mean, that's why in hospital we actually roll patients around. We just, not because we want to just go and roll you around because we feel like it. It's to actually stop pressure sores. But in a sim rig, you can develop those very quickly, depending on also your seat. If you've got something that's very, you get a bucket seat where there's no give, there's no padding. You've got your back upright the whole time. You're going to battle to climb out of the rig. I know with me with the Formula seats, I've got more of a lie down position. That was because it's more natural for me. But to climb out of it after a long period of time, it feels like I'm need to climb Mount Everest to do so. But this is where sim racing has its own knack to it, and the human element comes into play for everyone, especially now that we're getting to closing parts of the race. Everyone's starting to feel the wear and tear. All the teams are feeling the wear and tear. Christian, though, still out. He's in first place. He's put in the last lap time was 41.6. Christian Venter, last lap time 43.5. He's 24 seconds behind. There's the Oliphant that we've seen trying to make his way past. He's currently lying in 11th place for the Porsche team as they try and get themselves going. But just everyone at this point not arguing with each other, no battling it out for positions. I would rather just let the guys go. As we see the Evolved Racing Christian Venter, he is chasing down. That looks to be Tariq Adam that's just ahead of them. Yes, it is. It's Tariq Adam. So Tariq managed to unlap himself. They lying in third in place, unlapped themselves, now trying to break away from Evolved Racing. So Genesis Esports now looking to try and run away from Christian Venter in the last 20 minutes.
Well, I think that was more also a case of the Evolved Racing car, not putting up a fight. There's almost 20 minutes to go in this race, Stephen, so it is now a matter of bringing the car home, and what's the point in fighting a car that's trying to unlap you? I mean, that car needs to catch up to you in 20 minutes, so he is essentially, let's call it 1 minute 40 behind you.
Well, Tariq Adam has to do 40s all the way through if he wants to chase after Evolved. But if Evolved can keep him in the front windscreen the whole time, just keep him in the front windscreen, can get pulled along, there is a possibility of just utilizing the tow and keep going. The Hybrid Academy Fire team, they've got their Fire and Ice team that's been out there. We saw Sanjan Pillay busy going and putting in a bit of support. But Ryan Ottens of the Hybrid Fire team, well, the Hybrid Academy Fire team, they've really been working on trying to develop drivers, and we've seen guys do it with different teams where they're developing the newer drivers, the AMs, the golds, the silvers, to eventually hit those pro marks. And I love to see it because the caliber of drivers has just changed. And listening to like Cameron Bastos going and saying it, you know, he's quite thankful that he's getting mentorship of just calming it down, focusing on relaxing. He's got the pace, but just needed to have someone to rein in a little bit. And he's not the only one. There's been quite a few people. But let's take a look back. We've had 36 cars start the race. We're down to 31 cars out on the circuit. It does look like the Barclays machine has parked it. The KSR factory team, they've parked it and unfortunately have not made it to the end. Couple of people have lost due to a variety of things. Generator going down, that was for the Sunsport. They landed up with a bit of a problem. Oh, clay nuts into the dirt. What happened to car McLaren? Backwards way through. And let's see. So we've got ghost images in the review, so don't worry about the review mirror. That's all currently happening. Under braking for third, second, in over the curb too much, bottomed the car out.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen a car taking too much curb on that turn one, and it does spit you out and not in the right direction. So something just to be a little bit careful with.
Yeah, just the whole thing of bottoming out and you're landing up with a bit of a problem. Well, good news for Porsche lovers out there. For iRacing, the Porsche 911 GT3 R992 will be coming to iRacing. So for any Porsche lovers that like iRacing, gentlemen,
so
you
next
got your
season.
Porsche.
Yeah.
So there we go.
But now the question is, because I own the current generation Porsche, will I be able to get it cheap?
Yes.
You see, done deal.
Still never going to drive it, but good luck. Have fun with that one. Engine's in the wrong place.
Yeah, unfortunately. But it's, you know, it's still nice to take it for a burn every now and again.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to go and see it. And, well, taking a look at the GT3 cars currently out on circuit, we've had quite a variety of vehicles, front engine, mid engines, different driving styles coming into play. We're now into the darker stage of things. I mean, if we go into the helmet view, check how dark it is out there at Imola. For the last 60.5 minutes left of the race, it is turning a bit pitch black out there, and you have to rely on the headlights and looking up for the brake boards. Now, that's something I do want to bring up, is as it gets darker, those brake boards, those braking markers that you used to look at and know they're there, they suddenly disappear. Even though they're still there, you've got to mentally tell yourself it's there. Braking marker's still there. It hasn't moved. You can't see it, but it hasn't moved. Driving in the dark is its own little skill.
Yeah, absolutely. It you know, it's something you also need to practice. A lot of these guys that, you know, have been driving for a while, you almost on feel at this stage. You know, sometimes you don't even notice the brake markers anymore. You know when you've hit that that revving sound in a certain gear, when to brake. But Stephen, just quickly on another point, you know what's a race that I would like to see?
One that isn't on Imola at this point.
That included, but can you imagine if we do a race? Unfortunately, we'll have to do it on iRacing, where we put the Pro-Am guys in GTE cars and the Pro guys in GT3s.
I think there was a suggestion at one point to have a Pro guys in GT3s and Pro-Am in GT4s, but there's a lot of people that don't quite like the idea, and I can understand why, because you want to drive a GT3, you don't want to drive a GT4. It's like saying, okay, well, a person drives.
No, I'm talking about GTEs.
Well, yeah,
not
they,
GT4s.
Yeah, they've got no ABS. They just lock up. They're really fun, but they will lock up. A couple of things.
Yeah, but that will level out the playing field.
No, I don't think so. I think they'll just go for it. A couple of comments coming out is the nighttime is actually quite lovely, and I have to agree. We saw a shot of the Aston Martin Paul Fenter where he was under braking, changing down a gear, and you just saw the flames out the exhaust on left and right, just bellow out of the car. But also you see the Enduro lights coming on, which is absolutely amazing to see. The guys putting in the effort. This is where you start to see the guys have taken that extra bit of care in making their liveries, where they start trying to put the right Enduro lights on, or the right lights on, to just give it a bit of a shape. Also choice of colors like purple, red, and all that sort of stuff. So that's things to be aware of, is that's what the nighttime brings. And also take a look at the different cars. Let's go to the BMW, because out of front Christian Deploy, but you will see the exhaust glowing red on the right hand side, and every car has got an exhaust glow. They've got their brakes get a glow under braking, and you just see that orange glow to it, and it just always makes for a fantastic wallpaper. I mean, there's a shot right out of the exhaust. You can see it glowing under the brakes. You can see it. It's just, I like this. The sparks also kicking up. It's more vivid at night.
Yeah, I think, I'm getting a lot of comments about the GTEs, and guys, GTEs only have TEC. Yes, they don't have ABS. We know that. But me and Steven have done a lot of GTE racing, but the thing that I'm getting to around Imola, mid-pack GTEs are doing 1 minute 40, 1 minute 41s. The front guys are running 38s, 37s. So essentially what you're doing is you're making the Pro-Am guys and the Pro guys run roughly the same lap times. That's what I'm getting to. Where the front of the Pro guys run 41s in their GT3s, the mid-pack GTEs run exactly the same lap times. So you're throwing all of them on roughly the same lap times. That's what I'm getting at.
Gentlemen, I'm gonna just be the bearer of bad news here for you, buddy.
It's not gonna. I know it's not gonna work. They'll never do it, but I'll love to see it.
I've just seen one of the cars that was coming and rejoining the circuit. I hate to say it, buddy, even in an LMP1, I don't think you're going to quite catch these guys, because the entire field has just been phenomenally quick.
But no, in LMP1s we were doing 118s, 119s.
These guys are quick. Let's leave it at that. As we see Iwe Marais of the LTR Schick cars. We didn't talk too much about the Schick cars. We did have a chat to Dylan Hall a little bit earlier for the teams. Unfortunately, their livery did not load, so they're a bit white at the moment. But there is a livery contest, ladies and gentlemen. Go into the Discord, go and take the link for the Discord, come and join. Go take a look at the ES liveries. It's under the Endurance series. Go and see your favorite, and also click on the link that is in the description for voting which is the best livery. The polls close at 10 past 12. And gentlemen, we have now heading into this 10 minutes and 40 seconds left of this 8-hour endurance race. Round number 1. Oh, is the LTR.
Oopsie.
Sure, that's a close shave.
Donuts only after the race, guys. Donuts only after the race.
It was a close shave. Kind of in a bit of a precarious position, and managed to get himself going. But 8 hours of Imola, round number 1 of the RaceFace Endurance Series. Honestly, absolutely amazing to see how many cars are still out there, how many teams still at work, how many comments we're getting, how many drivers watching. It's madness to think of how far we've actually got to it, and we've seen some amazing races. We've seen some amazing dicing, guys really giving everything they got. Closest at the moment for position is going to be Cilliers, battling it out. He's trying to close down the gap to the likes of Mo Randall, who is just ahead of him, roughly about 4 seconds. We've got Ethan Lacuna going after Darren Miller. The two Lamborghinis are going at one another, so the ZRC WTF going after Darren Miller of the PWSR at this point, trying to close down the gap. They have about 1 second between one another, which is always a great thing to see, especially closing down in the last remaining of it. Because I think this pretty much gets you going. This is, you know, you can see your position in front of you. You just got to somehow get there. As Ethan really getting a fantastic drive, closes up on Darren Miller. Miller trying to go defensive, holding back as much as possible. Late onto the brakes, you can see the flames bellowing out of these Lamborghinis as they make their way around. Ethan Lacuna now 0.4 of a second behind Darren Miller of that PWSR as he tries to go a little bit defensive, running out a bit wide, trying to carry as much momentum as possible, really going through under the braking, hits the brakes, not able to get it in. And wow, these guys are going hammer and tongs. And, I mean, this is the last 8 minutes of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Just something I want to touch on quickly while these guys are battling out of track. You know, Keegan Saunderson talking about different ideas. Another is to do enduros and the M2s, something besides the GT3 or GT4. Now, it's something we can chat about because RaceFace is a multi-sim community where we do ACC, we do iRacing, we do dirt, we do F1 as well. Stephen, yes, it is kind of sad that ACC hasn't seen, you know, that much love for the other classes, like over in iRacing where the multi-class enduros are big, other class type enduros are big. Why do you think that is? Maybe
easy, because
maybe you know,
ACC was built for the SRO championship.
For the GT3s.
It was built for the SRO championship, which is only GT3, GT4. Contact. That's Ethan Lacuna and Miller, and both of them. Ethan sitting in the wrong place, trying to get himself going.
Nothing like standing at turn one. Imagine you come through turn one and see headlights staring at you.
Yeah, not the fan of it at all. But I mean, let's go into the helmet cam because it's even more frightening when you're facing the wrong direction. Both of them trying to go into the same apex, get twisted around, and now you have everyone bailing at you at a rate of knots and opting to go back onto the circuit, now trying to reverse himself back. Would you not think going right and spinning it right on the grass instead of trying to bring yourself back that way, I think he created a bit of difficulty for himself?
No, actually I don't think so. By, you know, he got turned around going right instead of left. You know, I think he got a bit, I don't want to say startled, but he was reacting to the guys approaching turn one. I would think he was keeping a close eye on his deltas and he just wanted to get out of the way as quickly as possible.
Well, drive-through penalty for Project Vapor. Rowan Celia is now pulling into the pits. Got a drive-through, and that is not going to help him there, as they have to try and get themselves sorted out. Not quite what they wanted. And Christian Venter, one drive-through as well, so they've landed up going with a drive-through. A couple of guys now starting to feel the wear and tear coming into play. And, well, this is going to be an interesting one. But yes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go.
Assetto Corsa Competizione was built for the likes. And there we go, Christian Venter just going in, giving a bit of a wag, saying thank you for the pass, and also just showing off a bit onto it. Ethan actually getting past Ruin Cilias, so we do have a bit of a change up going on. Ethan Lacuna managing to get ahead of Cilias. Cilias down into third place. So it's Bertha and Randall going at one another, but there is so much distance between them, 61.6 seconds. But yeah, Assetto Corsa Competizione was built for the SRO Championship, which is GT3, GT4, and GT2, which I'm surprised we haven't seen GT2 come through. Yeah, it's not a very loved class, it's very expensive.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is, you know, even though those classes are available in the sim, they hardly ever get raced.
Well, GT2 is not in the sim, and quite frankly, GT2 is the ginger stepchild that you wish to forget. Let's be honest. Very, very expensive cars. Not many people going into it. It's got the horrible looking KTM. Like the GT4 KTM, amazing looking vehicle. GT2, terrible.
Is it amazing to drive though?
Yes, yes it is. In real life. Not in sim. Not in sim. Never again. Worst idea in the world. Don't ever do it. Go for a Camaro instead. But yeah, 3 minutes and 37 seconds remaining of this 8-hour endurance race. A race that has been full of emotions. A race that has really gone from to and fro for all the teams out there. Everyone having to put in that extra bit of work to go and try and bring themselves through. Everyone waiting just for the finish line and waiting to see who's going to cross. This is where I think is the most nerve-wracking part of the race, because it just takes something to go wrong. You know, power to drop out randomly and it all changes. And Luke Addis, Cameron DeBastos actually going and putting a thing in the general chat saying in 30 minutes we would have rain. So that would have
Yes,
that would have changed
I
it.
see it. I see it now on the weather forecast. 30 minutes rain.
Now I've got a question. In 30 minutes are we going to have rain? Will we have to cancel a Formula 1 race because the whole thing's been flooded? But we managed to get our GT racing done? Or was it too soon?
Yo. Too soon. It's not 4 o'clock yet, Steve. If it was 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm pretty sure that would have been a whole debate.
Yep. Welcome, guys, to an 8-hour endurance race with Steve.
And most probably we would have come to the conclusion that the Formula 1 was cancelled because we held an endurance race on Imola just before the Formula 1.
Because we had better racing.
Yeah.
There we go. Problem solved. We have better racing. 1 minute and 50 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute and 50 seconds till the line. So for all drivers, teams, family members, everyone out there on YouTube, guys, keep going as we're nearly to the end. It's literally, you can smell it, you can taste it. The bed is calling you by the end of it, and I don't think we're going to be able to talk to anyone at the end of this race. I think everyone is going to be right royally shot. So keep an eye out. We will try and have a chat to these guys. We just got informed that leader is on the final lap. So Christian Deploy at the moment for the Genesis Esports Academy team. Coming in, making a monster impact. Evolved Racing trying to close the distance down. They lying in second place. Tariq Adam for the Genesis Esports. I would call them the A team. Going and having a bit of fun out there. Really going in, putting in a huge amount of work. Fourth place is Bernard King for the KSR Musketeers. Going and keeping it all together. But I've got to point out that this has been a race of note where we thought one team would walk away. We saw the race. It came down to it. I mean, I'm really, really taken back by what the teams were able to do, what the drivers were able to do. Just everyone has been able to get this far in. We had 36 cars start on the grid. We had over 100 drivers all register for the GT3 Endurance Championship, brought to you by RaceFace. and that is historic considering there was a lot of guessing of whether this series was going to go or not, and decided last minute that we were going to do this. But coming up to the line to take the checkered flag, 8 hours of racing. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Genesis Esports Academy team taking first place for round number 1 of the RaceFace GT3 Endurance Series. Second place will be going out to this team over here as they make their way around, getting caught up behind a couple of cars. And that is the Evolved Racing team keeping ahead of this team over here for third place, which is going to be the Genesis Esports team with Tariq Allen, Luke Addison, and Cody Sherritt. Then we have got the KSR Musketeers going to be finishing out in 4th place after a phenomenal run. Followed by, in 5th place, Project Vapor will be coming across the line in 5th place, with KSR Hex in 6th. 7th is Hybrid Academy Fire. Then we have got the solo driver, 8 hours of Imola, Juan Duplessis for Project Vapor coming across the line. Well done. Well done. Top 10. Not an easy thing to do. I can tell from experience. Slick Racing finishing in 9th. And then we've got Logistical Nightmare finishing out in 10th place. Porsche Motorsport in 11th. 12th, we have got Eleanor SS Macca, followed by Logistical Nightmare in 13th place. 14th, KSR Force Enduro. Then we got the TTHR Gas Holes going and running out in 15th position. 16th goes to ZRC Kleinhunt. And first of our Pro-Ams goes out to Team Quagmire Racing. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, keeping ahead of Team Washed right to the line, taking 2nd place of the Pro-Am. And we've got Darren Miller going out absolutely amazing for the PWSR team, and WTF ZRC going and rounding out our top 20. Wow. 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 I mean, we have reached the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the destination. 8 hours of Imola, round number 1, done and dusted. We do have a couple of people coming in. We've got Daniel, the Hitman de Villiers, dropping into the comm box. Daniel, well done to you and the team. Absolutely monster effort. We've also got your teammate here, Darren Miller. Never mind, he's gone.
Darren disappeared.
Darren gave up.
I wonder if he got load shedding.
right at the last. But how are you feeling from a team and driver's perspective? I mean, surviving 8 hours of Imola, round number 1, done and dusted. You know, there's a whole lot of people that have just really, it's been a phenomenal stuff. I don't know where to put it other than
we are speechless at this stage.
I am tired at this stage. But yeah, no, this was a very good endurance race, I can say. We've had some trouble there at the end a bit that I see Darren fighting there with Ethan. But yeah, we tried our best, but I'm sure we'll do better.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of these things that you'll just have to come through. And while we're having a chat, I'm going to just put up a bit of the highlights that we saw. We've also, coming into the box, we have got Cameron DeBastos, or Mr. Tabasco Sauce himself from Evolved Racing. So we got PWSR, which did a fantastic job out there. We've also got the Evolved Racing 2nd overall, 2nd in class. How are you feeling? How's the team feeling?
Well, first off, congrats, Daniel.
Same
You
to
guys
you.
have put up a good fight. Even though we're different teams, you're still an old teammate and you're still one of my closest friends. In terms of the team, Mr. Christian is very tired. we struggled to keep awake during the last stint there. And so the team is happy with the results. unfortunately, we all realized we can improve on some places, which is going to happen. But we are very happy with what we achieved today. Our first Enduro as a team showed that we are actually quite a strong unit, taking it to the big guys, being able to put up a fight.
Oh, with you two being former teammates with one another and now being in the commentary box, just to have it there, it's really, really good to see both teams putting in a monstrous effort. The pro and pro-ams just having a great show out there. But this is round 1 of the championship. There's more rounds to come that will be notified later on. But I want to ask from the PWSR side, Daniel de Villiers, any words in closing to go and sign off from your side to everyone out in the world of YouTube, and just anything that you would like to say?
Yes, we need wet weather, man, just to mix it up a bit.
No.
Give it another 30 minutes and there would have been.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
If it was
a 9 hour.
If it was a 9 hour, you would have had rain in the last 30 minutes.
Man, I was so hoping for it, but yeah. Now I'm looking forward to the next one. A lot of improvements to come, but we'll be ready.
Oh, absolutely amazing. And Cameron Bastos, your thoughts into it in closing, from your side. Anyone you would like to say thank you, or anything that you would like to rattle off on your brain? Remember, safe for work.
Daniel knows I do not like the rain that much. It's my kryptonite basically. But
how about rain at Alton Park? Sorry.
No, Stephen, you know, we've been through this history. This history goes back to 2021 and it repeated itself this week, not again. Well, congratulations to the winners. It was an extremely fun race and some very tight battling. Want to say thanks to everybody for competing. Thanks to my team. I'm gonna give a shout out to my mother, sister, and her boyfriend. My sister and her boyfriend tuning in from Italy, funny enough, tonight. And my mother staying up the whole day working through load shedding to make sure that to entertain the race, to watch the race. And then just thank you to Andres again at EG Vault for backing us and believing in us. And yeah, just congrats to Christian Deploy and Genesis Sim teams. You guys put up a great fight.
Absolutely amazing stuff. And big thank you to all the drivers, the admin team, the teams, the families, everyone behind the scenes that have been making this all possible and joining into it. Big thank you to our live stewards who are handing out penalties. I'm sure they're not getting too many thank yous at the moment, but we're going to say thank you on their behalf, because I know that both you guys landed up getting a penalty once or twice from our live stewards.
No, I think we were actually clean. We only got to drive through at the end for track limits that we unfortunately tried our best to avoid. We'll see what happens. We were kind of hoping for a penalty to go to Genesis, but of course that didn't happen. Playing the strategy card there, unfortunately we couldn't get it. But I think we need to change Daniel's name from the Hitman to the penalty.
Nah,
I got a penalty for pushing. I got a penalty for pushing Werner Koeman a bit wide, but we only had 2 warnings the whole race. So.
But isn't the other nickname Torpedo? So
no, that was me.
That was Cameron.
Not anymore though.
Well,
man, I think it was but we don't speak about that anymore.
Well,
he
big thank
a lot, and I'm happy.
Well, big thank you to you guys on all of it. We really, really appreciate it, and congrats to the teams respectively. You guys did a fantastic job. Off to round 2, as we're going to be moving on. That is to come out. So a big thank you to Evolved Racing and PWSR for joining us in the combox towards the end. Really appreciate you guys for it. So we're gonna round things off for the evening as we say farewell to our drivers there. Yanama, let's talk about what is up and coming. So coming up Sunday, the 4th of June, we're heading over to the USA for round number 5 of the RaceFace RaceFace.Pro Dirt Championship. And if you want to go and throw some mud on the wheel arches, that is the way to do it.
Now, Stephen, on Tuesday, it's the RaceFace iRacing TCR Championship. And for everybody watching the stream, tune in on Tuesday. It's different drivers, some of them well known in the iRacing scene, but not that well known in the normal ACC scene. Don't know if Christian Deploy will be driving on Tuesday after this endurance race, but he's also in that championship, along with a couple of the other ACC drivers driving it out. Exciting stuff, Stephen. TCR, total different racing to GT3 racing. A lot closer. You know what they say in TCR, if you finish with both rear view mirrors attached, you haven't really raced. But exciting stuff to look forward to.
That's it. And coming up on Wednesday, we have our RaceFace GT3 Sprint Series, round number 6, as we get closer and closer to the end of the championship, where it's an 8-round season. So Wednesday, 7th of June, tune in right here on RaceFace for the RaceFace GT3 Sprint Series. And rounding out, we have got the Middle State Grid Championship brought to you by RaceFace and Middle State for round number 6, also at Snexton, Thursday, 8th of June, as they get closer to that prize pool of 10,000 Rand. Can you believe it? It is turning into quite a monstrous race. Our polls have closed for our best livery competition for the endurance race, and the winners will be notified out on our social media. So make sure that you follow us on RaceFace.Pro, out on Instagram and Facebook, also out here on YouTube. Hit subscribe, hit the bell notification icon for all the amazing racing coming your way, and some future content that will be hitting out lots in the pipeworks, as we heard earlier from Boots Hugo. But Janneman, anything in closing from your side?
Well, awesome race, Stephen. A lot of close racing through the course of 8 hours. Looking forward not only to the next endurance round, but also looking forward to the racing over the coming week. I think it's going to be a week full of close, exciting racing, not only on ACC, but also on dirt and on iRacing. And except for that, I'm tired. We've, me and you have done a stint of over 5 hours now.
I think it's been a bit long. I won't lie. It's been a bit long. But yeah, to you guys, thank you very much for joining us here at RaceFace.Pro out on YouTube. Thank you once again for all the support, and we really look forward to seeing all the action moving on a little bit later. So, from myself, Stephen Koenig, and from the world's slowest alien, goes to Janneman.
Slowest backmarker, thank you.
I'm world's fastest backmarker, so it's fine. But from our side, we would like to say thank you very much to everyone out for all the hard work and support. And a big thank you to all the RaceFace administration team, along with live stewarding and the community, for all the hard work going behind the scenes. We'll see you next time. Good morning, everyone. Have a cup of coffee, because it is already a Sunday morning, and enjoy the Formula One later today at 4 o'clock. If you're watching us in the future, well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.